Welcome back, everyone. You may have heard Alvaro clapping and cheering, and that's because we get to see our first match of the Chicken Fighters, their premiere day in Day 4 of the Dota 2 Champions League. I am CHAMPIONS. Joining me is Avo Plus, and facing off versus the Chicken Fighters is going to be Team Unique. Avo, how's it going?
Well, it's going well. Got to eat well before my broadcast, and I get to watch Chicken Fighters play again. Honestly, I saw them in the close qualifiers. I thought this team made some considerable improvements from the TPC, like very, very considerable improvements considering how they ended in the TPC. And I saw them as a solid, I guess, lower part of the upper division in Western Europe, right? I would say that they're currently, honestly, looking stronger than Unique. I don't know how serious they're taking this, but it does seem like they're trying to revamp their roster with the inclusion of Shibe. So I'm assuming they're still trying to practice for the next season. Otherwise, they would have either disbanded or changed players by now, right? Like you have a whole 3 months to practice with whatever new roster you have for the season. So I am looking forward to them. They look good. They look good, both in playstyle and I think in motivation. They're a bit stronger than Team Unique. Let's see if I'm right or if Unique can surprise us. Because I like Unique's players. I just haven't seen them at the top form lately. In their top form lately.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I'd feel about it as well. It seems like anytime I get the opportunity to cover them, especially here on the TEB TV Dota channel, it's not gone too nicely for them. They are a team that has been showing improvements, I will say. I think something that I've really liked about them, especially in our previous tournament on this channel, the Pinnacle Cup, was that even though they didn't do too well in playoffs, they really made teams work for it, if that makes sense. They always had a plan B that they would switch to. They just always couldn't really execute on that plan. But the fact that you have a plan, as someone once said, a failure to plan is a plan to fail. At least you're putting yourself in a situation where you could get the win, and that's what I do like about Unique's improvements here. Real quick, just because this is, I think, the second time we've seen them. Just a small couple of changes for them. They've got Petushara back with them, back from Empire, of course, as I think Shotslow's arm has re-healed, so he's back here then for the rest of the tournament.
I'm wondering if they really... I mean, Petushara just played so well with them in the close qualifiers.
He did.
I was surprised they still kept such... I mean, I guess it's also part of the honor code, right? You can't have a stand-in and then all of a sudden kick your player. I think that's
you have to take them from a different team first.
Yeah, exactly. And I do like Petushara. I think he showed some incredible plays back in the close qualifiers as part of Empire. I think he improved a lot from what we saw on Empire in Season 1. And Unique also has a different carry this time. They're going to be playing with Space instead, if I'm not mistaken. Which I'm assuming is Newborn.
Oh, correct. That is still Space, I believe. I think he had a different name in the lobby yesterday. I mean, obviously, when he selects his hero and loads in, it will show Space if it is him. But now I'm starting to doubt it, because this isn't the name I saw yesterday. So, just double check here. And just a little bit of an administrative note here as well at the top of the show. We have 2 direct invite playoff seeds that are going to be joining us for the playoffs. That will be joining the top, 6 teams. And joining us, what just announced today, is going to be Team Spirit. There's going to be one more team announced, I want to say later this week or early next week. So make sure you guys stay tuned to the social media channels for the TEB TV Dota to make sure you're up to date.
Yep. And so Space, by the way, will be replacing Palantimos, in case you guys were fans of Team Unique beforehand and you wanted to know who was their previous carry. I think actually some of the weaknesses they had tend to be around a relatively inconsistent performance by Palantimos, not because I think he was playing badly, but I just feel like this meta was not really well suited to him. He was really good actually in the meta beforehand, I would say, compared to this one, and maybe Space is a bit better. We'll see. They still keep the rest of the team though. I am a pretty big fan of the F and Petushara combo. I feel like you can have pretty much a tricore here lineup on Unique where anyone can play that win condition, even Petushara, because he's well known for the Timbers, the Enigmas, etc., etc. And as long as you get one of them to sacrifice that egocentrism, you could say, in the draft for a more space grading role, I think you're pretty good to go on Unique. However, our Chicken Fighters, they're already looking great. I mean, they picked up some counter initiation, the win to Wyvern, Clockwork to make sure Squirrel doesn't have a good game, and Luna actually against Clockwork Plate Mail also sucks a lot. And now a late game win condition and Spectre that deals with Luna nicely.
Yep, it's looking good. I don't always love to see Abba Storm, because usually these heroes are on very different sides of the fights, but that's fine. Abba is just eventually going to be the Queen's Guard here for Luna as the game develops out of the laning stage, and especially into the late game when the fights are super, super explosive. So yeah, it's not bad. Storm pretty easily able to zip-zap around in these fights, which is something that Spectre and Clockwork both hate. They'd like for Course to be a little bit more stationary, right, in their positioning, much like a Luna would be, so you can actually make the jump onto them. But the mid lane is good versus the Viper, so I'm wondering now if Chicken Fighters are going to look to pick up a different mid, and by the bans, Unique are expecting this, of course, with that Leshrac, because I think they'd be...
I mean, it could also be a 3 Lesh, so I guess you're covering also potential flexes for both. I feel like Unique also would just like to get rid of any hero that can also flex between the two. I think DP is another good option here you might want to get rid of. Like heroes that can deal with Storm and flex within the two, Lesh DP, great, right? And I find that, honestly, you kind of a miss if you don't get rid of them. I do find that Scream on DP, though, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm assuming he plays the hero, because it's not like... I mean, I know there's like a DP player. I don't want to offend you if you're a DP player, but I don't think that hero is WoW.
Yeah, it's not like Beastmaster levels of complexity.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, they get rid of Tiny. You mean Brewmaster, right?
Oh, did I say Beastmaster? Yeah, sorry.
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
I was gonna say, I don't think Beastmaster is
spit
that
on
complex.
Beastmaster. That's how simple he is.
I mean, Brewmaster, that's something else, right? The complex hero.
Most complex hero in Dota.
As a famous caster once said, yesterday. Very famous.
Very famous. Wow. Who said that? Was that Darklight? D-Swordfish? Which one was it?
I hear there's this dude called Avo Plus.
Okay. I get that.
What can we see here for... I mean, I don't mind the Viper versus Storm matchup. I just don't think it's within Supreme. Like, I like Supreme seeing him on the Invokers, the Embers,
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you the reason I don't like the matchup. The reason I brought it up because I don't really like the mid lane Viper that plays like the old offlane Viper would, like treads into Ags and just like utility and trying to tank a little bit. I kind of like
a pseudo carry.
Yeah, I like the new late game style Viper going for BOTs, Dragonlance. Eventually, probably this game like a BKB, obviously, but then like eventually an IF Scotty. Like I love that build, and I think that it's a little bit hard to get away with BOTs versus a Hoodwink Storm Spirit as a Viper because you do lack a little bit of mobility, and these guys would be very easy able to punish you. So I'd like to see Viper into the off lane for that reason. And here's the DP.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I said it. It is. I don't know if it's necessarily a Supreme hero, but I just think it's very solid. Because now, if for whatever reason you feel like this last pick conditions you to pick a Viper mid and Death Prophet offlane, that's also a possibility, right? Like this flex is always there, depending on what Unique takes out. If you want to change your game plan completely. So I like this a lot. I do think DP is great against Storm. For obvious reasons, but to me the best one is that Storm Spirit hits a small power spike around level 6, starts to gank a bit. He's not as effective as Void Spirit and Ember. He cannot perpetually gank. He wants to go back to farm at some point, but the initial ganks are important, and DP can take advantage of that time where Storm's out of the lane to just take over the tower. I think Hoodwink is okay at protecting the tower. Abaddon is not. Okay, there's the Beastmaster. You called it. Not...
I did call it. What can I say? I'm just that great at a caster.
That's why you said it. He didn't actually make a mistake.
Yeah,
what do you think?
What do I think about the Beastmaster this game, though?
Yeah.
It's all right.
I mean, it's good against... Like, Spectre can sort of deal with boars, a Spectral Dagger, but I feel like you need to reach a couple of levels with it to even start killing the boars. I don't think until you hit level 5 you can really kill them reliably. And if it's Winter Wyvern Spectre... No, it's going to be... Clock Spectre, right? I don't have the positions wrong. Is it not? Is it Air? That's.
It will be.
Oh, sorry, no, it's Winter Wyvern.
I was about to say, yeah, it should be the Wyvern. I think this game versus a Storm, you want to try and give the Clockwork that position 4 farm because I think Ags for him is great this game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And I feel like Clock, I mean, he can also go for a Blade Mill. I usually don't suggest it on Clock, but I think against a Luna is honestly warranted.
Okay, so I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it either.
You can either go for the Blade Mill or the Force Staff build, right? Blade Mill is I'm going to go in and Suicide Bomb myself against Luna, and the Force Staff is I'm going to leave her in the cogs and watch her struggle. So I think either or works. But yeah, the lane is not great against Beastmaster. I think Splinter Blast can somewhat deal with the boars, but you have to be just clever with your positioning. Beastmaster Hoodwink is a strong lane. You get some pushing, which I think they were missing until Luna gets online. So Beastmaster can be a bit of a space creator. I like this. I think it's fine. You also have a setup for the Sharpshooter with the Primal Roar. But I feel like Beastmaster is not as good as something like, say, a Dragon Knight, because there's too much cooldown on Primal Roar. And with Hoodwink, part of the advantage is you can gank perpetually, because Sharpshooter has surprisingly low cooldown. Primal Roar is not the best spell to rely on to get those Sharpshooter kills, but I think it's fine. I like Chicken Fighter's lineup obviously more, but I think Unique is good lineup.
Yeah, I think as long as Storm, and this is a big if, because I think the DP lane is not going to afford him the easiest time. He's not going to be exactly cruising out of the laning stage. In fact, he could very well have a bunch of his stacks being contested, or the Luna stacks being contested, whatever, by this DP, by this Viper. But I think like Storm and Hoodwink is actually a pretty sick duo for the exact reason you said, right? Storm, he wants to go every now and then, right? He's not going to be as limited by cooldown so much as he is by mana and his need to get other items online. So I think for this, like, you can gank intermittently with this FN Storm Spirit, because Big Num's always going to be in one of these side lanes, like, you know, pushing lanes, putting out towers, you know, kind of just applying pressure, and you'll never really know when the Storm Spirit, or even when Petushar is also going to join this gank. And I think that's, to me, what kind of makes this Unique lineup a little bit difficult to play against, even for someone as tanky as, like, a Spectre, right? So I feel like there are some opportunities for Unique to really, really catch Chicken Fighters off guard here. Especially because I don't think we have really great counter initiation. Like, we have Curse for sure, but if you use Curse to counter initiate, then you have nothing from stopping Storm, Hoodwink, Abbott. Like, everyone's just going to run at you if you have to use Curse to get out of a fight. It's not looking too amazing here in that sense.
That's true, and in terms of your team fight, especially if you're lockdown, you pretty much expect to get fat, right? That's the plan. There's nothing more to it than I hope he hods and kills the enemy team because we have nothing to lock anyone down. Like, it's just Clockwork, really. So, and Winter's Curse, of course. So I do agree with you that the initiation or counter initiation is a bit missing. They're relying on getting good lanes, which I think is perfectly viable, honestly, considering they have a Viper.
Yeah, it's doable.
And they have a really good late game win condition. But I am foreseeing this. There's going to come in the point in the mid game where Unique is just 10 times stronger. Because they have good counter initiation and save. They have good initiation with the Beastmaster and Storm. They have great pickoff potential. Decent push. Actually, good push once Luna comes online. So, I agree. I don't think Unique's lineup is bad whatsoever. I'm only giving a slight edge for Chicken Fighters because I'm also giving them a slight edge in terms of their playstyle. Yeah. And I do find that, honestly, this lineup is really easy to execute. Just don't lose early mid, take this to late game, and you will win automatically due to Spectre.
Okay. That it's the mid game timing which kind of scares me. When enemies are not scared of fighting inside of an Exo, and Spectre maybe just is farming her last item, right? That to me is when it's maybe Chicken Fighters is going to be make or break. If they can get past that stage and then Spectre is fully online, you know, we're looking good. I completely agree with you though.
I think that DP is also a big point to mitigate this, right? Because fighting into an exorcism means that if you're the one proposing and she's going to extra immediately, because she will, obviously, in that situation, you really have to go and burst her down as soon as possible, or stop her exo with like a Primal Roar or whatever it is. And that's going to be a crucial point in the team fights for you to be able to win them. If the DP gets off her exorcism and they can run you down with Haunt, plus especially the Winter's Curse and Cold Embrace to keep her alive, it's going to be tough for you to be able to really solidify your kills, right? Yeah. Because you're really kind of lacking damage besides Luna.
I agree. And then in that case, then I wonder what the build is this game for the Storm Spirit. Because most Storm games, obviously, it's the Orchid Rush. But that's not too effective versus a DP who's basically always going to go for the Eul Scepter, right? Orchid versus Spectres, whatever, because you don't break her, right? Well, you may have a break for the Hoodwink, but that's not guaranteed, so you might end up doing more damage to yourself. And a Silence versus Wyvern is really good. I won't deny that. So that's what I mean. Like, I wonder what the Storm build is going to be, because a lot of the times some mid lane Storms in games like these, they'll go, you know what, I'll just kind of build to be a bit tankier, go for the Cayenne Sange, and then, you know, play a little bit more like of a utility mid instead of like just the diving into fights and getting pickoffs kind of style.
I do like the Cayenne Sange build, honestly, this game. I do feel like the one weakness this has is that you just mentioned, you have nobody to really kill the Wyvern. But I also find that if you could invest all this gold in an Orchid and then Wyvern goes for Glimmer Cape, or even a Ghost Scepter in some situations, all of a sudden you feel really wasted because you have to carry Dust every single time just to kill a 5. As a Storm, then you end up without slots. So I do like the Cayenne Sange build this game. I think it's a good middle ground build that won't commit you to either or. But Char on the top lane, by the way, is about to die to auto attacks from Winter Wyvern, and Pigzs is happy to give his life for that kill. First blood for him as well.
First blood. I mean, auto attacks buffed by Arctic Burn, and he connected a really, really good Splinter Blast as well.
True.
So Pigzs outplayed him. To be honest, that was kind of what you were talking about. We can deal with boars, but hey, if we could also deal with the Boar Master himself, or the Beast Master rather, if he is going to be a little bit bad with his positioning there. So nicely done to pick up first blood, trading himself away. Totally fine, because guess what? He comes back with 2 healing salves now for Charlie. Instant TP. He's good to go.
Yeah, it might even be good for the Winter Wyvern to die early just so you can get your items, honestly.
100%. After you get the kill.
Support's dying
100%.
is OP, dude.
It
Especially
is.
if you don't giving experience away.
It is. It really is. I think it got nerfed a little bit, to be honest, with the addition of water runes. This is something I was very keen
that's a good point.
To point out last time, because like a lot of times in these scenarios, like both mid laners you can see have bottles. Storms is empty, in fact, right now, as we have a couple disconnects out from the chicken fighters currently. But Supreme's is quote unquote full, right, because of the water rune. Before, if this was 7.28, because we're still in 7.29D, then Pigzs would just TP mid, refill the bottle, and then Chicken Fighters would be in a really great position. Then Storm would be really, really sad because he'd have to wait until the 5-minute bounty rune to refill. Like that'd be a big, or 4 minutes, right? Because the power rune was spawned 2 minutes earlier last time. So it's I like the change overall to the mid lane, because I think a lot of people complain about the water runes, and I think there's legitimate criticism in there, and there's the need to rebalance them, maybe even a little bit further. I don't think they should be removed, because I didn't really like supports just dying, TPing mid, refilling, but like that felt silly, because it was just a refill. Like if it was for a gank around the power runes, that's what I like to see. Around the wagons, heck yeah, let's get that map movement going. To refill a bottle, it feels silly.
I mean, it was stupid because it came to a point where it was better for your support to die and come mid to refill the water bottle than for him to try to secure the rune. Because it used to be like, you know, when the support was to rotate, spin the wheel, are you getting the rune at the side you wanted? Did you make the right play or not? And then eventually, some teams would rotate both supports, some teams would just commit suicide on the supports so they could actually TP and refill bottle. Space. Did get saved by a Aphotic Shield, and Era just overextended himself ever so slightly. Might actually die here, and he will. His Slayer, who Seema's gonna gladly take that kill.
Poison attack dispellable, man. This is a good lane for Seema the Slayer for sure. Even versus a Clockwork, it can be a little bit of a difficult lane, but if you can get that one auto attack off onto him and just keep your positioning relatively close to the creep wave, you're never really too scared of the clock. And in fact, Shibe's got a TP away. They might even get him. No, not quite.
Yeah, I do find that that's why I was suggesting the potential flexing of the DP Viper, because Abaddon is usually considered the lane counter to Viper. Obviously, some teams, VP and Beast Ghost, will run him as a carry, but most teams are just going to be a support Abaddon. And that's already enough, as you pointed out, with the Aphotic Shield, to make sure you don't die under the tower. Like, Viper doesn't completely lose this lane. You can still have a lane, but you certainly don't have the impact you'd expect of a Viper. So that sucks.
True. It's to me, this is a lot like a Sand King, right? Where it's like, well, I wanted to play with my Q and my E, but now I've got to put points into my W so I can recover in the jungle and get items, right? It's very similar. Sandstorm and Caustic Finale / Burrow Strike, obviously. In this case, it's Poison Attack and Corrosive Scan. Yeah. Petushar might be dead top lane again, by the way.
Yeah, I think Petushar, he's going to have some help picking them. There's the help of the Bushwhack, and even though they cut the tree in time, wasn't fast enough. Nope.
Yeah, it's a waste, quote-unquote, of a tango. 30 gold down the drain, but most importantly, the regen, which is sorely needed in a lane, of course, versus these boars. Petushar, though, immediately with the Helm of the Iron Will, so no move speed for him, but he feels like the bonus armor here, +9 now underneath his tower, is going to help keep him alive, and I do agree with him. Arctic Burn's a pain in the butt, but there's not really much you can do to mitigate that.
Yeah. For now, I don't think Unique is struggling that much in the top lane, considering how badly the early game started. Hoodwink did a really good job of Magi to stabilize his lane. And the mid game, the mid lane, you haven't actually had to help FN whatsoever. He's been farming that small camp like crazy. I would have actually appreciated a rotation from Pigzs or even Era to block that small camp at some point. Because honestly, Storm can take advantage of this camp much more than a Death Prophet can. And that's the main difference in the last six. You know, that's why Storm is capable of actually keeping up with DP. And until she can push a tower, we're not going to see a difference. Bottom lane, Shibe is being gone on by Slayer, but I don't think they can get this kill. Era wanted to go for space as well, but deciding against it as he's learned his lesson from last onslaught.
Yeah, once again, Unique, whenever they're feeling like they're playing aggressively, they're always timing it with these creep waves coming in. And that's crucial versus Not only a Viper or any really ranged offlaner, because they can't tank the creep wave. Here they go, by the way, because there's a rotation from Supreme with the haste rune. He's got Exo, 302 build, saving onto a skill point here as they will go diving now underneath the tower. Now creep wave here to defend Space, even popping the Exo in the meantime. But Space quite fast. Luna able to rely on that move speed. Not fast enough, though, as this haste rune should end up claiming her life.
Yep. That haste rune made Luna really useless because that's the one attribute you have. A great movement speed. Oh, I'm a Nova, nobody can catch me, but Ghost Lady go burr. And Charlie in the top lane trying to be aggressive against Petushar, but Bignum is nearby. Storm is going to try to mirror this rotation by going up top, and he's going to try to get a kill on Charlie. He's going to be successful, as it seems that they caught him Electric Vortex. Petushar, no, it's going to be FN who gets the last hit for all of his efforts. And Supreme hasn't managed to push a tower down bottom, so they end up playing Storm's game, ideally, which is allowing rotations to flourish here.
Yeah, exactly. So the treads are completed now for Storm, by the way. We'll see what he decides to queue up next. And again, I think this is going to really... The reason I'm focusing so much on this, Avo, as you know, is it's going to define their mid to early game here, right? I'd be curious as well to see what Petushar is going to build in conjunction with this. Because while Storm, even without Orchid, he can still play nicely with the Squirrel and ganking and whatnot. I think Beastmaster, for the most part, he's just going to look to take over this top half of the map and try and reduce the farm that Spectre has, with the space to farm that Spectre has. And then I'd be curious then as to how Storm is going to slot into this strategy. TP down bottom means we've got 3 here. It's the Squirrel.
Oh, that was a really good bushwhack. I think Ship is dead. Bye. Easy kills by Bignum. He has been practicing that Squirrel. I mean, those long-range bushwhacks, honestly, nothing is more satisfying than that. Whereas every time you get pulled back to the tree, it's Viper screaming, "Is that even fair? Is that balanced?"
Oh, Arcane Rune. Storm would have loved to have that. Unfortunately, of course, that would be death if he zipped on over to refill the bottle, especially with a Clockwork waiting for him. No point in the silence yet from Supreme, as Supreme will have a bit of a giggle. There he goes, trying to get rid of these infused raindrop stacks. That's the reason the Photic or the Miscoil did no damage.
I do find that the silence is not really necessary because you're not really looking to kill Storm. Like, you're looking to just force him to leave the lane, essentially, and take towers. Because you want to open up your map a bit, I would say. Because the more you open up your map in this early game, before the scary mid-game comes by, the easier it'll become for you. Because later, you won't have that option. Space,
oh, he couldn't get the cogs up. He couldn't get the cogs up in time. A little bit unfortunate, because we had the Viper and actually Supreme both rotating down bottom. And I think if you get cogs up, you might be able to get that kill. But at the end of the day, it's not going to end up coming through. Shibe, he got this urn pretty early, but 0-1-0, you don't get urn charges for your own death, unfortunately. So he's yet to really get much use out of this one. And even if he were to have a couple of charges, we're playing versus the Abba, who's going to immediately purge that off. So good stats, good mana regen. I don't mind the item otherwise, but unfortunately, he's just not really gotten, I feel like, what he wanted out of it.
I get an Exo soon, or may not even need it for the bottom tower, so at least they open up their map a bit, but I think Petushar will accomplish the same thing with a simple Helm of the Dominator creep. I'm actually going to rush that Helm of the Overlord, it seems like, on Petushar.
Wow.
Oh.
All right, what's the reason for this? Is there an Ancient with a break? I'm trying to just think of...
No. I mean... Okay, so I mean, there's a couple like really good Ancients that you can get, honestly, because the Dragon helps you push a ridiculous amount, so it helps the pressure, right? So that's great. I do find that getting the Thunder Hide, actually, with a Frenzy on Luna might be kind of absurd.
Okay,
and if you get both, right?
No, I
I
like that idea, right? Because this game, we don't have the Invoker, we don't have... Oh, hold that thought, there's a jump mid lane.
He's like, purple, arcade!
Supreme, he's got the purple rune active, though. That Exo is going to be popped into the mid lane. After FN just uses all of his mana, he can bottle up and maybe get, you know, a couple of zips on in, but I think this tower otherwise is going to be pretty difficult to defend. They're going to have to probably let this one go.
Yeah, that's your goal, right? That's why you don't level the silence, because you just want to push the Storm out and take the tower. I think is the right play by Chicken Fighters. Still 4K, incredible lead, though, for Unique. And they're getting into the strongest point in the game soon, so I'd be scared if I was Chicken Fighters. Do you need to open up the map enough so that you can actually actively avoid fights and get some really clever warding? Rotational wards, ideally, that won't get dewarded, so you can avoid the enemy team as much as possible.
Okay, so FN TP'd back on in with the Invis Rune. Of course, Chicken Fighters aren't going to be foolish enough to wait for him to come back. So it's going to be the Exo to try and get through the tower, but unfortunately it's not enough damage. And yeah, well, let me find one of these Ancients. Okay, this one's about to stack. So Black Dragon gives you armor. He's got the splash attack, but most importantly, Fireball. The Granite Golems, the small guys don't have anything, but the big guys have a 15% HP aura as they go onto Viper. But it's not enough for the kill. Era's not up to level 6 yet, unfortunately. So he's got a Courier coming. Is that the Tome? It is. But already FN's a bit too far away and basically full health, so they won't be able to continue pushing. They got rid of the Prowlers, obviously, but the only other ones are the Thunder Hides. And the Frenzy Aura you're talking about, I think, grants 50 bonus attack speed.
It's like a buff. You know, you help. You like put it on the Luna. It's on Aura.
I believe you actually... Don't you put it on enemies?
What, the Frenzy?
Yeah.
No, it's on the hero. It just gives a bunch of attack speed.
Okay.
So they use it on themselves usually. So it's like a little buff. I do want to say it's quite a lot though. I think it might be 50, but it could be.
It's 50, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Shiba's gonna get just absolutely murdered in the mid lane. That might be enough space here for Space to push the tower. As top lane, they get the roar now onto Era, but he hookshot it on in. There's gonna be now the haunts as Charlie getting involved in the fun. FN underneath the tower, trying to go for Pigzs, but they're gonna get the curse off through the borrow time as well for Slayer. Good damage onto FN as the Acorn shot bouncing around from Big Gnome will slow them a bit, but seeing with the Slayer, very unlikely to be able to escape here. As Era is going to continue diving underneath the tower. Supreme is looking to chase away FN. Might actually even be able to get this kill, but now he's going to have that regen rune, and off and away goes FN.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Supreme is chasing after Big Gnome for a while here. We do have a Spirit Siphon Silence ready, but Era's going to be found out. Supreme regretting going in. The ghosts are already done, so you don't have any offensive capabilities. And Unique should be dominating for the next, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes. Honestly, it's up to Chicken Fighters to see how they can turtle. They haven't managed to take the tier 1 mid, which I think was crucial to put them in a good position for this mid game. And I don't know how they can honestly stop the aggression. Like, if I was Unique, I'd start going for smokes constantly with the Hoodwink plus Beastmaster and kill anything. Especially with the Helm of the Dominator, which is, honestly, he's so close to getting the Helm of the Overlord. That's great farming.
By the way, Avo, it's even more than we thought. You were correct. It works on an ally, so you just target the Luna, and it gives 75 bonus attack speed for 8 seconds. So
I remember reading that and thinking, it's kind of ridiculous, so I'm not surprised.
It's good. It's good. And again, the reason I like this is because, let me just take a quick look. I don't think anyone is going for a Solar Crest. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. We don't have an Invoker. So even though like it's a good Luna game for sure, we still would like to have something to buffer, right? As you call them, the steroids, right? We need someone to give her the steroids, and as ripped as the ancient granite golems are, it's actually the Thunder Hides that are going to be the best creep for her.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think it's really the Thunder Hides that you're going to try to buff Luna up with. I don't know if you take like 2 Thunder Hides, or my ideal thing would be Thunder Hide plus Dragon, and maybe if you need some tank ability, you go for the Golem.
You think?
Yeah, because Dragon's great at pushing lanes. Like, Dragon is amazing because you send it to any lane, you put the Fireball down, and it pushes what you need to be there. So that plus the Manta-style illusions makes it so difficult for Chicken Fighters to open up the map for themselves. That's why I like it.
I get that, but also, if you want to take a Rumble Hide, those also give a bonus 25 attack speed and the accuracy aura, which I don't think is going to be an issue here this game for Unique. I don't really see anyone...
25 attack speed I don't think is that big a deal when you already have a Beastmaster, right? With the Inner Beast. I mean, I guess if you wanted to, you know, full buff the Luna.
It's up to 100. It's a bonus 100 attack speed, though.
Well, between that and the buff of Frenzy. Yeah, it's 145 with the Inner Beast. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I'm not opposed to it. But I would still like the Dragon a bit more.
Okay. Dragon also gives you, I think, 8 armor or something like that. So not bad versus the Spectre, physical damage.
That's a good point, actually. And DP Ghosts, actually, pretty big deal.
True. Yeah, okay. Usually the problem is, much like playing Chen, actually finding the creeps. Pigzs in trouble. There's the Orchid from FN. He was going for this one, by the way. He's going to show that one off to Pigzs. And, down he will go. This could be a tier 2 tower push here. Potentially even Roche. We're only dead for 20 seconds, though, so it's a bit of a tall ask without any minus armor. So maybe just a tier 2.
Let's see. Tier 2 should fall soon, ideally, for Unique, and then once you get that, you start to... I think after this tier 2, you can take over the enemy jungle, and then once you get 1 or 2 kills, you can start forcing their triangle, and that's when Chicken Fighters really starts to struggle. So that's why Chicken Fighters starts to go for a smoke gank first. They want to prevent this from happening. put a wrench in the enemy's plans. They do have exorcism, but it's only level 1, so it's not strong enough. Either or, Unique will just avoid this fight. They're waiting for their big items.
This Helm of the Overlord recipe is quite expensive, but Beastmaster's about to have it in 10 gold. So he's, basically got it. Brown Boots, he's going to go for the Shard next, so some dive bombing Hawks. I like it. I like it. Full
Who said
utility.
I can't get Necros?
This is the true Beastmaster, isn't he?
Yeah.
This is no wild Axeman Beastmaster we saw at the start of the patch. I like this Beastmaster. He's a lot of fun to watch.
What will he take here? I'm curious.
What he took? Well,
the Golem.
He took the Golem. I don't like this one, to be honest, because it makes DP a lot tankier in these fights. 15% is huge, and DP, of course, is going to lifesteal even more off of you with the Siphon.
No, Granite Aura only affects allies.
Yeah, I know, but then you Spirit Siphon.
Sorry, I misunderstood you entirely. Okay, I see what your point is. I mean, I just don't see anyone that benefits that much from it, right? Like, if you had like a really tanky boy, I'd be like, okay, sure, right? But Luna doesn't have incredible HP pool, so 15% is meh. Storm definitely doesn't need it. Hoodwink is laughable.
I mean, 15%. That's a pretty big deal for percentage-based lifesteal. Because it's based on max HP.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what it's not lifesteal. It's percentage-based amplification. And like HP amplification. But like, look at Luna, for example. She has 1500 right now, more or less. To be.
Wait, did you just buy Mask of Madness? Is that what I saw? Oh, Dragonlance. Okay, I saw red. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So she gets like a 200 HP increase, which, mind you, it's not bad, right? It's not like bad at all. But if you had something like a bit tankier, I would see it more justified than getting like a massive dragon that could push out lanes, or the Thunderhide that we mentioned. Yeah, I do think Thunderhide is a necessity for sure.
I think it's just the worst HN you could get, other than the little golems, which don't give you anything other than just a unit.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I agree. And his pushing it, like, he's using it to push, but imagine if there's a dragon here. I just want to imagine a dragon.
Imagine
Rawr.
dragons.
Rawr here, and look at this little golem. Can't do anything. He Rawrs Charlie, but he has nothing to follow up with because he's just a golem.
Run, away. My golem.
Okay, let's see what he gets next. Watch him get this Hill Troll Priest and start the strat.
Oh, there it is. Yep, that's the Hill Troll Priest. Unique are moving in without a smoke, though, but there's not a whole lot of wards for chicken fighters, as there's a long-range zip from FN. Blade Mail is going to be activated here. Charlie from it a bit precariously, but FN almost kills himself here on the Blade Mail of Charlie. Space, though, looking to finish the job with the Eclipse. The Haunt's coming through. Charlie trying to juke, but unfortunately, he's juked himself. All 5 heroes from Unique right in the area, giving no escape here for Charlie.
Alright, let's see, they catch the Winter Wyvern as well. They get the Winter Scourge to be crucial, but instead, the Centaur stops FN! They had no stuns, but the neutral was there, and FN will die as a result. Era as well, there's the Winter Scourge FN was trying to prevent.
Space is dying to Supreme.
The target, Supreme, it will get the kill on Space for now, and he is keeping himself healthy thanks to that golem.
I told you, dude!
Yeah, you're right, yeah, Supreme will survive thanks to the Ancient Granite Golem. Chicken Fighters will end up winning this fight, I would say, and take a dragon. Just don't take the golem ever again.
I told you. I feel so vindicated right now. I mean, you're right. It is only 200 HP for Luna. Like, that's not a lot, right? That's not going to make a difference.
She was doing it on the golem.
Of course.
The whole point was she just did it on the golem.
And she had one for Luna as well, and that's an extra 10 HP healed a second. Like, at this stage, we're not even 20 minutes in. That's a lot of healing. That's a lot of healing. On top of already what you normally get, and I'm not going to even try and do that math. It's, I don't know. Again, I don't think that's the best creep to have gotten here. He grabbed what he could. There it is. Now we got the Thunderhide.
No, because he could have grabbed the dragon. That is a lie. He could have grabbed the dragon.
I think it was too low HP because Luna had it on like 100 HP or something.
No, but you heal it with...
no, you don't.
Really?
When you dominate, you're thinking of Enchant, I believe. Or even Holy Persuasion. For most things. All right, here's the buff. There it is. Look at that. That is attack speed. Yeah, no, because the golem was like half HP when he grabbed it. I remember seeing it.
Alright.
Yeah, it's a little silly. That's why if there's a Chen running to your camp and he says, please keep that creep for me, try not to do too much damage to it. Down it goes. And it's going to be then FN with Aegis. Someone picked up a DD rune, though. Was it the Spectre? Who got that one?
Oh, interesting. So it does heal, but only... So when the unit's maximum HP is below the minimum HP threshold, it'll increase by that. But not if it's not. Okay, that's
exactly. Yeah, it's one of those weird things.
So I guess with Ancients, that's why specifically it. I see.
Era. You'll be fine. Just looking for a bit of extra farm here. He's got drums and the bullwhip. I like the drums, but I don't know. Yeah, oh my goodness. There's, yep.
1200 range dive bomb, which we've seen previously in this tournament. And honestly, pretty great. I think a lot of the Eastern European teams are starting to abuse this a lot. I think it's pretty justified. Oh, look, second Thunder Hide. I think this actually might just be the best option, honestly. Double Frenzy. Double Slam. Look at that. 60... No, this doesn't even deal... 250 damage in area.
It's not bad.
Actually, not that bad. I thought it was much weaker than that.
It's not bad. No, it's this guy. He hits hard, dude.
He smacks, dude.
He smacks. He smacks. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get slammed by that guy. I mean, FN died to a freaking Stompy earlier. What do you think this guy is going to do?
That was the stun, though, not the damage. But I agree. I mean, Chicken Fighters, they just were seeing in the 5th dimension, right? They knew, not even the 4th, they just skipped that one. And they knew that the War Stomp would be the stun they needed for this game. They just need to use the neutrals effectively. Oh, they catch the Beastmaster here with a Haunt, and he's going to be destroyed. But Tushar, not many chances there as Charlie chases after Bignum. Bignum does have that Bushwhack, though. Should be fine. Still the Sharpshooter as well. They try to counter Nation when the Blade Mill's down. They will succeed. Charlie's down. FN still has the Aegis, but he's been silenced for now. He might lose his first life. As they also try to search for Slayer, who still has that borrowed time. FN will be stopped by the Curse.
They got the illusion to increase
the
duration.
silence is ready in a second. There we go. He was not going to be able to ball lightning in time. Perfect execution here by Chicken Fighters, who will also take down the Abaddon. And they're making Unique look kind of weak here.
Yeah, pardon me. Unfortunately, that's not Slayer's fault or anything, but he gets caught by the silence, and if he's able to not get caught by that silence, or if they do too much damage to him accidentally and borrowed time just procs automatically, and he gets the Dispel on the Storm before he loses Aegis, that fight looks completely different. Unfortunately, that's just not how it played out. The Curse as well wasn't... I mean, it was a good curse, to be honest, especially because he actually caught one of the Luna Manta illusions, so that's what extended it and made it even longer. So in that time, they just forced out the ABBA even longer. Like, it just really sucks when you play an ABBA and you find yourself in a position where you were just too close to someone, and that's the reason why you can't play your game.
Oh, and Shibe here with the Sharpshooter. There you go, the combo Dragon Thunderhide is ready. Can they kill Shibe though? Do they have the damage? Slam him! Slam him! Oh, and without the slam, it's impossible. You gotta hit him. Gotta hit him with that. In comes the Storm to salvage the situation. FN will take down Shibe. And Supreme is also actually set back. He has a haste rune to keep himself alive. Lucent Beams are hurting him a fair amount, but he's gonna get a silence off towards the end. The Bushwhack does hit him, but they weren't expecting that, so they didn't actually chase further. And Chicken Fighters will only lose Shibe.
Yep. Not bad, not bad. Viper Strike onto the Storm Spirit is a little bit spooky, especially when he got hit by the hook shot, because the rest of his team was on the high ground, a little bit isolated from him. But the fact that the DP was kind of getting zoned out and had to, you know, basically use haste defensively means that Unique are relatively unscathed in this fight. They're going to stick around, actually, maybe look for a +1. Curse is ready, Haunts up in 20 seconds, along with this Exo. They're playing without Roar or the Eclipse. So we'll see what they can find. We need to get a good Sharpshooter in, or just, yeah, murder the Wyvern.
Alright, catch him with a Sharpshooter. Goodbye to Pigzs. Space still has the BKB, though. So they could fight this. They barely have enough mana for the Eclipse. They're going to keep the high ground for now. Hold it. Don't let Chicken Fighters bring you down to the low ground where they want to be fighting. Meanwhile, Petushar is having his own little fights.
Okay, Spectre's going to haunt in. Spectre's going to haunt in.
Sharpshooter. They're going to haunt in, but yeah, Storm's already dead. FN. He got rooted to death, and they're not going to be able to chase down the enemy team who's being routed. The Exorcism is up. They have Spirit Siphon in a second. Blink Dagger in 4 for Supreme. Silence will catch a squirrel, but they will not find Luna, which is what they wanted. And by using that Blink offensively, they will not be able to catch up to Space. They'll have to settle for a kill on the support and a much more valuable kill on the mid laner.
That was such a sick play. I'm sorry for yelling over you. That was such a sick play by Charlie. I just really wanted to highlight it. He didn't have mana for Haunt. So what this Chad does is he TPs home, eats a mango or two, and then he immediately haunts into the fight. I love that. That was so cool. That's why I was like, he's going to haunt in, because he TP'd away in the middle of the fight. And I was like, oh, this is a great move. Immediately gets the kill onto the Storm Spirit. You don't get the Luna, and unfortunately, that's kind of just a problem of your draft, right? It's really up to Clockwork at this stage, or, I mean, a Wyvern, right, who's so far away from Blink Dagger to try and get that catch. But the fact that they're still able to repel Unique and buy themselves more time for the Spectre to come online, I think is what makes this a pretty big Chicken Fighters win.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like a little bit of a mess up there by FN, who still has no save for himself, relies on the abandon. The moment that you go out of your team, you're vulnerable to these kind of routes. Maybe he wasn't expecting to brought of Atos by Shibe, who knows? But he did get caught with his pants down. And it's been like 3 or 4 times that FN has just been controlled completely by some really good execution by Chicken Fighters.
And that's the reason I brought it up earlier, right? Is that he's not, like, you can have Storm ABBA, but most of the time you can't expect the ABBA to be in position for an Aphotic Shield for a Storm. Like, look at how Storm, like, that's just the play style, right? That'd be like, yeah, ABBA, keep up with, you know, a Lycan who's running around shapes. Like, no, dude, like, come on, dude. You can't do that. He's here for Luna.
Charlie, he has the Blade Mail, but no time to use it, so Charlie's just going to be bursted down from behind, probably onto Hera, and then going for the Clover next, but Winter's Curse will stop him.
Oh my god, the neutrals!
They're actually going to kill him with the neutrals! Oh no, Petushara! The animals he so kindly kept decided to murder him in cold blood. Now they're trying to go for Hera as well, but they don't have the damage for him. They only have damage for their master.
Yeah. Regrettably, these dinosaurs, you know, their vision is not based on movements. Although Beastmaster was standing still, they absolutely murk him. Those guys, they were free to attack. I think even he frenzied something, and it was attacking even faster. It was brutal to watch that one. Whew.
I will say that is a myth, by the way, about dinosaurs. They do definitely see things when they're not moving.
Yes,
that would be a really stupid way to evolve an animal.
Of course, that was a reference to a little well-known film. I think it's called Jurassic Park or whatnot. You know, clever girl.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it. I maybe you're talking about Jurassic Park 3. Or actually Jurassic World. I'm a big fan of Jurassic World. That's a really good
Jurassic
movie.
Apocalypse, whatever they're doing now.
No,
there's just no new ideas anymore, are there?
I mean, you know, I thought that raptors they were cool when they were killing machines, but isn't it cooler if they're just dogs? I like that idea better. So, Jurassic World all the way.
Jurassic World all the way. So great fight from Unique. I think Charlie, yet again, he finds himself farming where he thinks is relatively safe. You know, he's underneath a tier 2 tower. His team is like nearby enough where you'd be like, yeah, they can help me out if I get jumped by 1 or 2 people. But he gets jumped by the whole team. That's the second time that's now happened. So I think he's maybe recognizing that he's at a pretty pivotal moment here where he's starting to come online and he's starting to take a long time to be killed. But they still have the tools to kill you. You know, this break is terrifying. Getting jumped by Storm means you usually can't get your Blade Mail off in time. Like, there's problems here for Charlie.
It's true that the past few initiations has put him in a bit of a pickle as well in terms of item progression, which I feel like has slowed down the plan of let Spectre get fat, and Supreme has kind of taken that role. And Supreme is doing a really good job, but if Charlie keeps dying, this is going to stop. Let's catch up to Supreme, so I guess I cast to curse them. Goodbye to Supreme. Oh, for me not. With that Cold Embrace, Supreme for now surviving. Winter's Curse on top with that. Pigzs doing what he can to save Supreme. And Supreme even has the Yule Scepter for the BKB on space. Will be saying all the damage. A nice little bushwhack will catch both cores. Now Charlie's left alone. Nobody to help him. Charlie needs to run away as they're trying to finish off his teammate Pigzs. But FN, he ran out of mana. He can't ball lighting away. A bushwhack will not help him out. And he's going to die, FN, yet again.
Supreme bought back. We need more from this out from Chicken Fighters, and I don't think we're going to get it. Luckily, Roche is up, but I don't know. I don't think we can fight this. Luna BKB'd in that fight. We used everything. Ooh, it's going to be tight here. We'll have at least 30 seconds where the Viper is up and Storm won't be, but we need this Roche. Supreme needs this Aegis right now. Poor Era, he was lined up trying to find the good hookshot in there, but it was just such a messy team fight. So many illusions. Luna BKB'd and Eclipsed for just way too long. He couldn't get the jump in. He's now finally got Force Staff, so he can do this with a little bit more confidence from here on out. And eventually uses hookshot a little bit unnecessarily, unfortunately, onto the Storm Spirit. If he had that, oh no, he got Supreme with that. That is most unfortunate. Yeah, Supreme's with the Blink Dagger. He kind of cut him off. Wasn't expecting the Blink from the DP as Big Num's going to scurry away. Era's getting his butt beat by these Granite Golems and the Ancient Black Dragon.
Go,
We've at least now bought time for Shiba to respawn. But that means that Luna is going to have BKB up momentarily, and it's only 10 more seconds till Storm Spirit is up. In fact, BKB is ready. We almost have a full, Daedalus. Daedalus is about to be completed for Luna. My goodness, I think Unique are about to just take this Roche. We have Curse, but that's about it. No Haunt, no Exo.
The Eclipse is coming in 40 seconds. You're going to be able to use that, but BKB at this point is more important. The dive bomb.
He's got another one coming.
He's got another one. They're first a bushwhack. Put the Hawk in the high ground just for vision first.
Yeah, it's just outside of the sentry.
1200 range. So absurd. Hover over it for a second.
Yeah, there it is.
Insane.
That's the range. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they got it.
Oh, they got it. That's unfortunate. Anyway, they still can push at the middle lane. Now this gives a little more chance for Chicken Fighters to take this fight, because at least they'll have Haunt. But no Exorcism just yet. And you might be able to fight around this Eclipse timing. Yep, they're going for the smoke. They know there's no Exorcism. They know they're a bit stronger, most likely, as well. As they just rush in, as FN tends to do. Finds the clock instead. Will settle for seconds, but instead will not even get that.
Yeah, good force staff there. Big Num is going to miss the bushwhack, unfortunately. So not much used. We've got Haunt back. 40 seconds till Exo is up. BKB is about to be completed for Storm Spirit. That's a pretty major item. Because if he can get that off, he doesn't have to be worried about the Winter's Curse. If he's got that active, he can continue zipping around in these fights. Only the Clockwork, then, is going to be the major issue for him. But it looks like they're going to be able to get into Roche. Okay, they're going to fight for it, though. The Haunt's on in. We just have Eye of Scotty now. Roche on the deck. Radiant get the kill. Space picking up the Aegis. Out comes the Eclipse. Winter's Curse going to try and cancel this one. Oh my goodness, Luna's actually dying here. See with the Slayer, Petushara, and the Ancient Black Dragon doing work as Petushara's going to drop next. Luna respawning his FN. BKB freshly delivered, jumping right on to Supreme. Will hit him with the silence as See with the Slayer drops in the middle of the fray. Charlie hit by the sharpshooter. He's now no longer broken as they jump back in onto Space, who does not have BKB. He used it on the first life. Now trying to lay in the damage. Onto Pexu he will go. The Glaive's bouncing around, but no damage there. Dive Bomb not even is going to be enough to finish off the Wyvern as Supreme is still running after FN. Big Stick, though, is going to be popped here, allowing FN to get a little zip away, but it's not enough. The Crypt Swarm will pick him off, and that is a big win here for Chicken Fighters. It looked very unpromising. I thought Unique were going to have that Roche for free. Instead, they lose Aegis, 2 buybacks, and a death on their Storm and Luna.
Pexu is absolutely bonkers. Are you seeing what he's doing here? I think he's justifying being picked up as late as he got every single game he plays. Oh my goodness. The Cold Embraces saving any of the targets, and for some reason they got so frustrated with it that they start trying to hit through it, which doesn't work. You know, Luna's Glaives don't melt ice, so Cold Embrace still saved them. And the Winter's Curse there was also crucial. Now he dies, no big deal. I cast a curse, then this had to happen. But I still think that Chicken Fighters, Pexu particularly, just stood out so much in that fight. And now Luna and DP are getting strong enough to be able to... DP and Spectre are getting strong enough to be able to match Luna. And you're getting into a point where Unique are losing the mid-game advantage we talked about. But Tushar tries to TP, but there's a run of A2 that's going to cancel it immediately. Primal Roar for Tushar, you're not getting out of this one alive. Primal Roar or not. Shippe even doesn't use mana on you because he knows he can save the mana because you're already dead.
Big Num's nearby, but Shibbe's a little bit too tanky. He's got Corrosive Skin, the Hood of Defiance, and of course the natural 25% magic resist. Pardon me. So they weren't going to be able to really kill him too easily.
Tribute to my house.
Yeah, I don't. It seemed like Chicken Fighters, they're starting to regain their footing in this game, and as we said, the late game is just very easy for them as well. So even if they lose Pexu, who has a Glimmer Cape, it's not that big a deal. Pexu is okay with dying here. Silence is going to kill him, but if they can take a counter kill here, that'd be huge.
FN's out of mana.
That needs to be on Storm, of course. FN is out of mana, but he is guarding the high ground. There's a hookshot at least to take down the Abaddon. But the 2 cores, they want the enemy cores themselves. The Sharpshooter will prevent that from happening. Instead, they'll have to settle for Steam of the Slayer. Ends up being a 5 for a 5, so even trade, even if you wanted more.
Yep. And, you did want more, unfortunately, and you were just within reach of getting more, but Storm a little bit too mobile. Space farming nearby, able to provide that single Lucent Beam, dissuaded them from going up to the high ground, especially because he's got the Shard now online. That was second Roche in them. Pardon me, in the midst of that fight, and I believe Luna picked it up. I think her net worth, she's been farming, don't get me wrong, 360 last hits is definitely a lot, but I think this gap is a little bit too big for, especially with the 3,500 gold she's sitting on, to not have spent money on it. So I think she got Aegis and the Ag Shard. I'm not sure who Cheese went to, and it looks like it's been consumed already, so we shall never know. Yeah, pretty big of space in the big Roche fight to collect both, because this is a really, really great Aghanim's ability.
I don't know what Unique needs to do to make sure that these team fights go their way, honestly. I don't know how they can propose these because lately I just feel like maybe FN is the issue. Like with this BKB, maybe he can change things around and not die so early. I'm not really sure why he's dying so much with the lack of stuns. It feels like he feels too free this game and just catching every single fight. And as a result, you see Space kind of fighting alone. And the moment that Chicken Fighters has 2 cores ready, you're kind of screwed. Beastmaster can't really pick up the slack that FN is giving.
Wait,
because
they're hunting for Charlie. Charlie's in a bad spot here. There's 5
this
heroes.
Would be huge. Charlie. That's Manta style. Is he gonna bait? No, there's no way. You have Sharpshooter. He's just dead. Okay.
Oh no. Okay.
Winter's
big
Curse. Here comes Pigzs to save the game, apparently.
No. He tried. He got BKB out. They were expecting more. Unique, they're going to look for more, though, and they have more because they have vision thanks to the Observer. They knew Charlie was completely isolated there. They're going to be able to find Shibe here. I think he's going to pop to the Soul Burn. Down he goes. Good patience here by Unique.
All right.
That's 3 dead for free.
What does Unique need to do to win this game, says the caster? Oh, Chicken Fire just to throw Charlie into the enemy team. That's
They just
easy.
throw him into the meat grinder.
I mean, why did I even ask this question? So stupid. It was obvious that's what had to happen the whole time. I'm not sure what Charlie was doing there, honestly. I mean, I know it's technically your safest lane, but you don't see the enemy team is. You're farming way too aggressively there. You're definitely going to die. You're a Spectre against a ganking lineup with Break. I mean...
Yeah.
And now you have Give him Frenzy. There we go. Yeah, he gave him Frenzy to Space. He's trying to push him as much as he can. It's Satanic. He used the BKB. There's the Eclipse as well. He needs to heal back up though. Manta style as well. Space is dying. They need to help him. Someone help poor Space out. He's just going to fall. They ran him down. The rest of his team ran away. And now they found Seema the Slayer as an extra kill, but that's not what matters. Space is dead. There is no Space.
I don't know if Bignum lives here. He didn't get the scurry off. He's got 4 staff. I think he lives. Yeah, he lives.
Oof. That was close though.
DP's fast, 50% move speed here bonus with the Exo, but that's ending. Yeah, you can't catch him. Yeah, that was incredible. Even with Satanic active, he was just taking way too much damage. Viper, man, dishing out the damage here. Not only with that Viper Strike, corrosive skin. I mean, we just returned so much damage here. I played an ability draft game quite a while ago where I took Double Edge. Not Double Edge, what is it? I took Retaliate, Corrosive Skin, and Desolate. And let me tell you, when you have 2 of those 3 and you're playing as a Luna, you're not going to enjoy these team fights. And I think that's the scenario. Even with Satanic, she can't heal through it. That was incredible. Oof.
I don't know. I feel like also leaving the Luna or going in without the Storm available, right, and leaving him kind of behind. What option did you have besides her healing back up with Satanic? Like, even if she did heal back up with Satanic, what do you do after that?
Yeah.
You know, you just burst her down. You have 5 heroes surrounding a single one with the help of the Abaddon, who also was left behind kind of haphazardly. Like, oh no, our position 5 is trying to save our 1. I guess we just leave him behind. Like, I don't know. There wasn't much rhyme or reason. Much like Charlie's play in the bottom lane, though, to be honest. So.
Well,
these mistakes can't happen as often, especially when we get into the late game, because they're going to be too heavily punished. Once it's like 45, 50 minutes in, one of these mistakes means game over, honestly.
Tushara, he's got Blink BKB now. Fresh BKB, that's the new one. Blink isn't. So this will help him get into the fights a little bit easier. Of course, his Blink is still going to be canceled pretty easily by the Spectre. So Unique, I think ideally for them, they would like to be the ones initiating these team fights. I think generally that's a good rule of thumb to have versus a Clockwork. Because a surprise hookshot can really just destroy your team fight. Whereas a reinitiating hookshot, there's ways to counterplay it, right? Just treat it a little bit as an Echo Slam. Don't all group up and give them this amazing 5-man stun. And you should be able to live through it, especially with an ABBA. You should be able to live through it. So we'll see here. It's Unique. It's a lot now, I feel like, in the hands of Petushara, who since before has kind of just been around for Space and initiating. I guess Space. I think like Space front lines, and he's like, haha, I'm so tanky, I have flicker. And then Petushara is like waiting to go in, right? And trying to find the good jump.
I just don't think the Beastmaster, like the current Beastmaster with the Helm build, just doesn't scale as much in the late game as the Axis one did, right? Even the Necros one scaled a bit better because the Necros were such a huge power spike. Well, Helm, this power spike is decent, but you become utility as the game goes further. Like, Primal Roar is great, but it's just the Primal Roar, it's just a single target stun.
Yeah. I think either way, as long as you're blinking in and not letting Ira, hookshotting onto you, I think you're in a good spot.
Yeah,
I think.
I would agree with that.
And I think like if you have someone to tank it, and I think like if you're Era, you might consider hookshotting onto a Beastmaster, especially if he hasn't roared yet. You'd want him to tank that spell. Supreme's in trouble bottom though. Oh my goodness, what is with the bottom lane here, Albo? Did they put like some raspberries down here, some bait for what is it? What do you use in Pokemon? You know, to bait people on over.
Like the Pokeberries.
The Pokeberry, they got like Pokeberries down here, and Chicken Fighters, they were playing too much Pokemon Unite, and they just keep running down bottom into their death.
I'm not sure. I mean, they're chicken fighters, right? So maybe there's just like what do chickens really like?
Usually corn. Yeah, dried corn.
Yeah, they have like a bunch of dried corn in the bottom lane. They just can't. It's in their contract, right? They have to go
Space.
for
He's
it.
going in.
All right, Era. He goes for the hook shot. There's a BKB still on Space. Space TPs. TTPs in the middle of the Winter's Curse. Maybe to bait it out. Space is fine now. No, the Haunt is coming in. They're trying to kill his teammates first. In comes FN with his own BKB. Space had gotten the space he needs to retreat. And they're trying to get back on their own high ground, take this fight on their own terms as they do lose their Abaddon. They forced the Exorcism though, so I don't think you want to continue this any further. You do have the Eclipse, however.
I think you're fine. FN doesn't have mana. You have Eclipse, but no BKB. Like I think we just chill, right? Because next Roche is up in as soon as in a minute, and Chicken Fighters literally threw everything and the kitchen sink at you in this engagement. Like the buyback came out from Era immediately. Like they were expecting a much more decisive engagement. I don't think they were quite expecting Space to kind of just walk up high ground alone and tank spells. And you know what's incredible, Avo, is that Flicker really just allows him to do that.
Yeah, I mean Flicker does allow you to do that. I think that I don't know if he had really tried to bait the Winter's Curse there though with the BKB TP, but that was pretty clever because now you can fight quite nicely. There's the Eclipse. Blade Mill not used yet on the Spectre. In fact, the Eclipse is actually being wasted. Instead, they're going for the middle lane where Era is residing. There's the Cold Embrace.
Space is alone.
And Space is alone as they're killing Era, but I don't think that matters as much as Space dying. He does have a Flicker. Activates Satanic, needs the BKB
He's still
in 1 more
dying.
second. Activates it, but he's going to die.
Dispersion.
He died for the Clockwork.
Dispersion.
I mean, they put in the Viper as well. FN is going further. He's the carry now, but he's out of mana completely. I guess you can now take Roche. What are we watching?
I think, 60% of the damage Charlie did there was just him existing. By merely existing, he did that damage. I guess this still works out for Unique, because you can see as soon as the hookshot is out, FN is just free in these fights, right? He's got the Kaya and Sanj, so he doesn't really care about battery assault. He just jumps in and is immediately into those cogs to get the kill on the Clockwork. That's a dieback for him. I believe perhaps even a dieback.
He popped back.
He popped back?
Usually when you die, you want to take Roche, you buy back immediately. You don't buy back
yeah,
like 30 seconds
yeah.
later, but whatever floats your boat, man.
I think the team was like, Luna, we don't need you to do Roche. And then she's like, okay, cool. And he started, checking Facebook, and he's like, actually, we need you to do Roche, and here they go.
No, what are you talking about? That's terrible analysis. Obviously, he's checking VK.
Ah, you're right. He's checking VK. He was checking VK, pardon me.
That's almost offensive that you said that.
Okay, so cheese for FN. Refresher for FN? I guess for a double BKB?
That is a weird choice, actually. Why don't you give it to the Beastmaster for double Primal Roar?
Yeah, I
right?
wouldn't mind a double Primal Roar, to be honest with you. That's
FN's like, I'm dying too much, guys. I need it. I need it. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, double BKB is nice, but...
He's going for Axe next, so he gets double Electric Vortex. Oh, he has the overload bounces now, actually. He might become the carry now.
No.
Take over the Luna.
No, I don't think so. I mean, Luna, she's the queen of the late game, It's... I don't think so. I mean, it's good damage, right? But...
You mean Spectre here?
Well, Spectre is also a queen. Spectre is more of like the under queen, though, because she's like a demon, right?
But yeah, but obviously Spectre is better than Luna and Lake Game. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course.
So I feel like Storm can... I mean, he's not going to take over, but he becomes a secondary carry that you can rely on, which you need because Luna is not as good as Spectre in the late game. I wouldn't even say Luna is close to a queen. I bet she's like the jester of the late game.
I think we need a break. We need another break, I think. Like,
I mean, Sharpshooter. There's ability on Hoodwink. There's an ultimate called Sharpshooter.
I know. We need another break,
people.
though, is what I'm saying. Like, because Sharpshooter is not gonna... It's not enough to cut it. 40 seconds is good and all, but... And we don't need it for damage anymore, so like just literally just yeet that thing at Spectre, you don't... It's fine. But I don't even think you kill her in that one break duration.
You need to wind it up as much as possible to get the max debuff.
Oh yeah, it's based on time, you're right.
Yep. So you want to at least get it for 3 seconds. Which is tough because Spectre's all over the place, so hitting her with the Sharpshooter.
That's what I mean. That's why I think we need another break. It's just...
Alright. We need a silver edge on someone then,
because Luna can't fight her anymore. is the problem, and Storm is not going to be able to fight her either. Storm hasn't been able to really fight her since like 20 minutes. Even when they killed Charlie up top lane like 15 minutes ago, Storm had to leave. He did all the damage, but then he had no HP, no mana, because he almost killed himself on Charlie. So we need another one, I think. We need something, because this is scary. Yeah, I think this 5 dispersion talent he had in the last engagement, but he's just doing a lot of work here. Again, existing.
And level 25 on Luna might make a difference here with the lifesteal. Oh, they're going to go for her, though. Space should not be the one to initiate this. They actually silence the Abaddon as well, so nobody can help her except for the Force. That Space is just a different place with a Flicker now. He's actually going to be safe. Don't go for the Viper. There's the Eclipse used. Shivan might be the first target. SPigzs does the backline. FN does manage to kill off Pigzs. He got rid of the Winter's Curse here finally. And they have to now go for the DP.
Canceled.
Space. Dude, there's a Spectre behind you, Space. She's being nullified, but they just don't have the damage. As long as you hate the Spectre, it seems like you're fine. Space is capable of being forced into a safe place, as Slayer will be the one to die here instead. They did find Shibe out of position. They find him with a Hex first. We still have an H on Space. He's going to heal back up with a Satanic, and he's looking for something else. There's a dieback on Shibe. Ideally, kill Arrow as well. FN now has enough mana to actually go and reach him, but he doesn't use Electric Vortex in time, which means the hookshot gets him away.
Yeah, so Aegis is on Luna now, of course. It's not on FN any longer, just in case you're wondering why he didn't dive any further. Okay. Again, this is a problem for Space. Like, he's actually, I think, a little bit afraid to hit any targets if there's a Spectre next to them. I mean, just look! He's dying to the tower! Okay, there's the break. Okay, we have buyback. He has to buy back. Or he's going to hold down to it. I mean, maybe you buy back with Wyvern here, with the Curse, I suppose. There we go. Because it's the only way. I mean, you've got a small window, 30 seconds until the break is up again, but Space is going to try and just end the game. There he is. He's going to stand in the middle, and look at Space tick down here with all the all the Moonglaves.
Oh, Charlie's trying to do his best to, like, hit him. Or Charlie's trying to get hit, rather, because that's how he deals more damage here. He gets hexed instead. That's not hit. That's not what they wanted. They might find him. They might be able to kill him with the Winter's Curse. Resets the fight. FN might just die here. Yes. FN unable to get away.
Throne's falling.
Immediately. Charlie is the target, but Throne is falling as well with him, and that's going to be the win for Team Unique. That was such an odd game, honestly. I gotta say that I don't think we were too wrong, or I don't think we were wrong in general about the analysis.
We're never wrong.
This goes. No, but in just this case, I don't feel like Charlie was weak in the late game, nor was Supreme. I feel like their lineup was really good to run in the late game. Obviously, FN did come back online, which is very impressive considering how much he died into the mid game. Very sacrificial at first, but he was kind of free towards the late. But I was just kind of surprised with Chicken Fighters, considering they have a lineup that requires, honestly, no mistakes for them to get to the late game. They made quite a few of them in that bottom lane. So...
yeah,
I don't know.
right.
I didn't find their execution to be stellar like I'm used to.
Because 3 of these deaths on Charlie were kind of just him farming out of position. Supreme got caught once there as well for one of his 3 deaths. You know, Supreme had an awesome game here, by the way. 14, 3, and 10 is an incredible performance on the DP. And he did almost as much damage as a Spectre, which is kind of incredible. Because, again, Charlie deals a ton of damage by just standing there in the fight. So I think Supreme played absolutely out of his mind. But... it's these really, really small mistakes that, you know, allow Team Unique to just kind of take advantage of poor positioning, go for a couple of kills, and all of a sudden, you know, Roshan is theirs, and they're up into your high ground with not much you could do about it.
Yeah. I felt like the late game team fights, though, were looking really, like, Unique played them quite well, and it got to the point where, like, both teams were making somewhat mistakes into the mid-late game, but there was a point where Unique just stopped making them, right? And they just kind of got their head into the game, and they played as they had to, and Chicken Fighters never really got that, and I thought the lineup was not particularly difficult to execute. But yeah, congratulations to Unique. I think they were the better team for sure here.
We'll see if they can be the better team for 2 in a row and get their first win in the Dota 2 Champions League, or if the Chicken Fighters are going to kick off their debut here in the group stage with a reverse sweep. Either way, guys, we're going to be going to a 10-minute break. Thank you guys for joining us on the TEB Dota channel, Single-elimination and Avo Plus on the call. We'll be back for Game 2 of Unique and Chicken Fighters after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back here to the Dota 2 Champions League presented by the Epic Esports events on Teb TV Dota. We are Single-elimination and Avo Plus. That sounded weird, but that's who we are, and we're here to bring you game number 2 between Unique and Chicken Fighters. Unique taking game number 1 through the late game Luna. This time they're going to be bringing out the Terror Blade. Already Chicken Fighters, though, Avo, they respond pretty nicely, I want to say, to this TB. In fact, Unique decide to not, actually, they decide not to ban out the line against this.
Yeah, surprising, honestly. I mean, you ban out... I'm not surprised at the Drow and the Phantom Lancer ban.
Agreed.
I'm surprised at the Void ban, because when I remember in the interview... Yeah, you were there. Remember when we interviewed Melis from PuckChamp in the Eastern European qualifiers, and we were talking about the Void versus Terrorblade matchup, right? And because I've talked to a lot of pro players before that told me, like Hector particularly, for example, and a couple of the American players, that Terrorblade just destroys Void because he just outfarms him, right? So easy to win. Sorry, that Void destroys Terrorblade because Void actually beats him in the mano a mano, right? But he's talking to the Eastern Europeans, like Melis, he was telling us that no, it's impossible because you just can't outfarm him, right? So that's always the Eastern European take, which is why it's surprising that Unique took this route. I don't think Lion is the hardest counter TB, but he definitely makes it more annoying. Like, it's not like Naga Siren, but it is worse to play against a Lion for sure. I'm wondering more where Chicken Fire is going to take their core. Because last time they won the core-to-core matchup, and I don't think this time they can do that against a Chicken Fighter.
10 seconds.
Against a Terrorblade, sorry.
Right. So what are the alternate play styles then around the TB? Are we just going to look for, like, disengage? Or are we look to play a little bit more speedy? Or are we going to look to try and play the tempo game versus a TB, which is honestly a little bit difficult. I don't think TB is the same as a Spectre or even like a Medusa PL, where, like, he needs a lot of time. I think he needs time because he's still a carry. But he can still fight and skirmish every now and then and be quite active in making his own space with meta. So I don't know, like, what do you think then is the strategy Chicken Fighters are going to opt for? Because they only have 5 seconds for this pick.
I'm not sure. I think you'd leave your carry last, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah,
there's a good answer.
Actually, Darkstrip.
Yeah.
That's a very good answer. I thought it was going to be the Viper in the offlane, which sucks because now you get to see Viper Supreme, which... No offense to Supreme, I just think that Supreme is best seen on Invoker, Ember, like these kind of flashy heroes, and Viper is... The only guy I will ever get excited seeing him on Viper is Limp, because he is a Viper player.
What about Lelis?
Every time... Lelis as well, but obviously he's an offlaner, right? So I think he gets less protagonism.
Okay.
But Limp, oh my goodness. I watch with, like when I got to watch with both Thunder and Beast Coast, when I watch, what is his name? Lionscape, that's it. And they watch Limp, they both cringe physically because they're like, oh my god, I'm feeling like I'm playing against him. This is so disgusting. Like, he's so good on the Viper and the hero is so oppressive. And they actually physically cringe because of how good he is, which I love watching, seeing like pro players have these visceral reactions. But Supreme is just okay. Just an okay Viper pick. And I feel like now Unique gets not only an FN hero, but also a really good lane. Because Lina is one of FN's best heroes, I would argue. Lina and DP to me are my favorites for him.
Strong matchup as well. I mean, Vipers, they have counterplays to this. It's not the Nether Toxin Poison Attack Viper. It's poison, or sorry, it's Corrosive Skin in level 1 even. I believe into Nether Toxin, isn't it, for this Viper build when you get a bad matchup like the Lina?
Yeah, I think that's what you want to do. I do feel like you can go... on Lina, the Nether Toxin is not great because she's one of the few heroes that can last it, like ranged heroes that can last in her tower, right? So if you in the Nether Toxin, you do it in lane, it's just useless. So most of the routes I've seen for the best Vipers is you go Corrosive Skin, and then you just try to outlast her. Okay. Because your projectile's actually kind of fast. Yep. So it's not a bad idea, but I do think the matchup is still really good for Unique. And now I just need a good pickup for Chicken Fighters that can deal with Terrorblade. Naga was the best. Hornwarden is meh. Because the hero's trash, honestly. Let's see what they pick up. For Unique, as an offlaner, I would probably just go as generic as possible. Something that doesn't, define me too much here. I usually would say Timber because he's in the pool and I love Pitushara, but I think it's a very bad Timber game, so... Yeah,
the break, of course, is potentially deadly.
Centaur's pretty good here.
I wouldn't mind a Centaur as well. Although against a Clockwork, I'm hesitant, right? Because the combo I'm seeing here, Avo, is something like an amazing vacuum into hookshot, right? It's not as good as Darkseer Nyx. But the reason I think it's strong against Centaur is because you normally Stampede to just run away after this, but the cogs are going to keep you locked in, and we've got a lot of AoE damage already.
This is one of the few good Legion games, actually. Because the shard is great to save the Lina from the clockwork.
Yeah.
Like, you hook shot into her, and then you save her from 1.5 seconds of battery assault, and then she's pretty much good to go, right? So, it's actually a really good Legion game. Yeah, she's solid against Darkseer, has a great lane with the Nyx or the Enchantress if you run her as a 4. I think it's Nyx, by the way. But
What about
what?
What about a carry axe for Chicken Fighters?
Oh yeah, that's actually a good carry axe game.
Right? We already we're all in for the AoE, right? It's great versus TB, nice to have versus the Lina. Ooh.
Okay, Pango.
I still like it's not banned, right? I still kind of like the idea, to be honest. I think Nyx, Pango are a little scary.
Oh,
Spectre again?
You may now select
Not the best core-to-core matchup against Terrorblade. I'm kind of surprised by this.
Me too. There's no break this time, though.
She will cancel Alina. Like, not with Clockwork and Spectre. I don't think FN's going to have a game, even if he's a good Lina.
Right.
But he will fulfill his role, which is I will make sure Viper is not too impactful. So presumably forced to go Trial Boots, Dragonlance build, so you can at least have some time for Terrorblade to farm. And yeah, it just isn't the best Spectre game, honestly.
No, I agree. I actually think it's a little bit weird. That's why I kind of liked the idea of going for the axe carry. I wanted something that's like, hello, I farm for 15 minutes, but I'm like super strong for 10 of those, and then I come out swinging, or in his case, spinning. Spectre needs a lot more time, but we also have some pretty farm-heavy cores, like especially as you suggest. I also think Supreme should go BTs this game, right? Get the travels online. But Darkseer as well is another offlaner who needs items. He's very item dependent. And this gives a lot of time for TB and even Petushara and the offlane Pango to get a couple of items to get ready for these fights. We have the good, as you said. I mean, it's a terrible Lina game. That should be said, but I'm doubtful of the timings here. Nonetheless, I think just I don't really like supporting a Lina whenever, especially in mid lane Lina, when there's a Clockwork in the game, let alone a Spectre. Yep. So I think Chicken Fighters are gonna have. I think they're going to win this one, personally. I think we have a game 3 before us here, but it's going to come down to execution here for Chicken Fighters, because Unique can look to get in here before Chicken Fighters have all their items online.
It was a very weird draft, I'm not going to lie. Like, you have, like, Lina picked up into a Clockwork, you picked up Darkseer into the Enchantress. I'd say the Spectre picked up into the Pango was odd, to be honest, because I was looking at Pango, I'm like, all right, what does he fulfill here? Not really anything. Like, he doesn't do anything special, he's just an offlaner. You know, no big counters, okay with your team. And then you pick up Spectre, you go, oh, there we go, that's Pango's utility. Now you can disturb the Hunt. Great. Pango's happy now, right? I'm not sure. It's just an odd draft in general. For both teams.
I'd agree. I'd agree with you on that, personally. We'll see where this one takes.
I guess I side with Unique just because of the playstyle last game, honestly.
I'm hesitant because I think the break had a lot to do with it last time. I think Charlie, he was definitely caught out.
TB beats Spectre though, like regardless of the break or not. TB does beat the Spectre. It's a very good core-to-core. Like if you fight her head on, right?
I get that, but I don't see Charlie die in the same way this game he did last time. Like that may be true, and in fact it is true. TB does beat the Spectre, and we don't have like really great saves. But like as long as there's a Darkseer nearby who can give you a surge, like you're gone. TB's not catching up to you, even if he's got like Scotty.
That's true. And Spectre, you can play that game that PL or Naga do, where I'm gonna avoid you and go for the rest of the team. And they are killable, especially the Lina. Yeah, that's a good point.
I like the Sir. Like I really like this this Darkseer. Again, it scares me because we need items. We need a lot of items for Chicken Fighters, and then they're looking strong. But like, you know, if you get like 3 items on every single core, then I feel like every single draft has a chance. So at this stage, it sounds like I'm more making the case for Unique, and perhaps I am, because they do have some good matchups here. But again, Lina into Clockwork, man, it's not something that I see ever have too much impact. Let alone the Spectre, yeah, but definitely Clockwork.
No, I agree. I do feel like that's why I was really keen on a Legion Commander, honestly, as the last pick. I do feel like that would have fixed a lot of the issues Lina had this game, because then Clockwork really cannot kill you like you have no save this time or heal. Well, I guess Enchantress somewhat, but I wouldn't consider her a heal that can save a Lina from a clock, right? So it's mostly I would have liked to see the Legion for that reason. I know Petushara also plays it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but not as much as someone like Pasha, for example.
He's a great LC player, too. I think I remember seeing him a couple of times throughout the DPC season.
It might also be that you just forget the heroes in the pool.
Oh,
right? 'Cause the heroes
it's
been
Nether
banned, so-
Toxin level 1 here for Supreme.
Alright.
Yeah,
And you
this
could,
got denied,
yep.
so it's time for him to struggle a little bit.
The range creep deny is the most important thing in this Nether Toxin.
Yep.
If you get that first range creep, you're done.
You don't need to even get the last hit on it. Just make sure they don't deny it, really, is what it's about.
And FN missed not a single last hit of this lane, so the
it's-
whole Nether Toxin shenanigans meant nothing.
Yep. Well,
Alright.
he'll get it here. We'll see.
It's okay, Supreme, no big deal. Like we can lose some games, it's okay.
All right, you got that one. Okay.
Oh, he got it. He did it. But they did deny the melee creep instead. FN is also used to be quite a prolific Viper player, so he knows. He knows how to make him regret picking the hero. Oh, but he's doing the little technique as a Viper where you farm the enemy camp.
Oh,
Yep.
nice. Okay. Almost a great steal
good.
from FN. Almost a great steal. That's the problem, though. Like, Viper, I feel like that's why Corrosive Skin is just so good in this
Pigzs would have
match.
died in the bottom lane. Oh, close. Fairy Fire saved him, actually. Yeah, I don't know why he went for the poison tag, not gonna lie here, because you usually don't get any procs of that on Lina, especially because you're wasting all your mana anyway onto the Nether Toxin.
Yeah. And then even if you, like, get 2 or 3 stacks on her, she's just gonna, like, right-click you and even outrange you, even with the slow. I mean, because of how good Fiery Soul... Like, this lane is... Ooh, this is... I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Supreme is just gonna look to farm as much as
Pigzs
possible.
just dies.
Okay.
Alright. The other thing is special, I don't know if you caught that kill, but it was really just TV chasing after Pigzs with a Metamorphosis on.
Okay.
Pigzs dies.
I'll take your word for it. I didn't quite catch it. I'm too like maybe the plan for Supreme is I'm gonna go BTs. I'm just gonna like farm as quick like the second point in poison attack now. He's not a toxic
What
player.
does poison attack do?
He's not a toxic player, Avo. He's refusing to go for the corrosive skin.
Oh, now, okay, it's all justified. It's all justified if he gets the kill here.
He's
not.
not. It's not. I mean, Lina's too fast.
Yep. He does find another creep camp. Maybe it's to fight these creep camps. That could be it, right? So you could take away the small camp from the Lina, and you benefit that way, and you take away all the creep camps away from her.
Yeah, I mean, or we could just yell at your support to put a sentry in the camp and take another corrosive skin.
No, because it's much better if you can take the farm. Oh, or FN might just die. That's also an option. Maybe just assume FN's going to walk up to the high ground and go attack you.
I think FN is more used to playing against the corrosive skin Viper. I don't know. This is. I mean, it's a weird one. I think it's no one's really playing this one as perfectly as I thought. But Dota is it's like physics, right? It's in theory is a whole different ball game than when you're in practice.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they both come from Pokemon Unite. Like Lina, FM's playing too much Charizard, and Charizard is like melee in Pokemon Unite, so that's why he's getting confused.
Of course.
Who knows?
Of course. Yep. We'll see.
That's the one reference I'll make today. I promise it won't be more. Pex in the bottom lane. Could be struggling here. Rocket Flare though. Bignum. Oh, there they get the stomp off.
Neutral.
Bignum trying to get a bit of space for that impetus. Bignum got too close. He didn't dispel that Iron Shell on Shibe or on Peksu. There were like 3 things that he could have done, and he did none of them.
Yeah, he tried to get the kill instead, right? Because the enchant's got a little bit of a backswing and an animation. She's got a, say, enchanted for sure, right? So he wanted to just kill instead.
Yeah, but he turned around for that kill, right? As opposed to just giving him more space, enchanting him, and just chasing him down when he was slowed.
Tushara is taking a fair chunk of damage. Looking for this lucky shot proc. There was like 4 auto attacks in a row. He didn't get one, so I think there's a hole in his desk now. FN is taking a bit of damage. He's going to pull the creep wave, skip the wave behind the tower, rather. Okay, this is working out for Supreme. This is not what I... Look, he's going to kill him.
Look at it.
He fortified.
He's going to kill FN.
Oh, the counter fortified.
The creeps blocked him.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, that was real scary, though, for Lina, for sure.
We underestimated the power of poison attack, I guess.
I guess.
Also, how aggressive FN likes to play his lanes.
Yeah, Supreme was like, I can do it right. I guess that's something to say, right? I think Lina wins this lane if she kind of hangs back and just farms her camp, but you can't just let Supreme farm both of the mid lane side camps like this.
Yeah.
So
They catch the line in the top lane, by the way. Oh, no, he's actually going to get away. The lucky shot was not long enough. The 1 point in shield crash actually screwed over Tushara from this kill.
Shibe does the same thing down bottom. He's barely going to get away from the Metamorphosis space. I think that's going to be thanks to space created, thanks to Surge. We're seeing now the Ogre Frost Mage here. I'm not sure why, but more armor for Terrorblade is never a bad thing, I suppose.
No.
I guess it's just the only creep you could probably find. He's obviously looking for like the Stampy creep, or just wanting to save enchant to dispel the Darkseer. But who knows? Rotations was coming mid, but it's just for a ward from Pigzs.
He might have just, he was like, oh, I died because I didn't have enough armor there. Should have just had more armor there to save myself from the Clockwork's auto attacks.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's okay. I mean, the early game is going well for Unique, so I don't think they're too sad about this. Like, FN is winning this middle lane in the end, because at the end of the day, Alina does outfarm a Viper no matter what. Even if the lane went well for the Viper, which I would argue it did for Supreme, so congrats to him. And he is going to be going for the Boots of Travel build. Ideally with this build, one of the advantages we should have mentioned earlier is that Supreme can now gank and get kills relatively easily. Even if his lane didn't go as well. Era does get a Hex off, nice. The Spike Carpus prevents the Earthquake, and that allows FN to get the kill with Dragon Slave.
Very good. Very good.
That was very good.
Effect, down bottom, Shibe. Okay, we used Surge a little bit, or sorry, we used Enchant a little bit too early, so Shibe just runs away there with the Surge as soon as the Enchant comes out. That was a little bit of a mistake. I think maybe Shibe juked him with the animation and was able to escape then. So Bignum not having quite the impact he'd be looking for. At the very least, it's stopping Shibe from getting too much farm in this lane. And Space has been taking this time to get plenty of denies on in. There's the enchants. Very good. That'll say Bignum. Top lane. No, it's just Petushara exchanging some kind words. There's a rotation bottom. Era, I suppose, is no longer needed top lane, they feel. So he actually TP'd down bottom after he ran home to try and find a kill, but he's not going to get anything here. There goes Pigzs yet again, but Enchant's ready to go in a second. Era nearby, lingering in the area. We'll see what they can get. Oh, Bignum, he's come out, and I think now he's going to have to die for this. Can't get the Enchant off if you're stunned.
Alright, well, that's another solution. Bignum is dead. Bignum is dead yet again. And the TB's starting to be a bit harassed in this bottom lane. He's still being the Spectre in terms of farm, though.
Supreme's got some mega stacks going, by the way.
Supreme? Oh, he does. Oh, my goodness. Okay, that was the plan all along. That's why you get the poison attack. Whoa, whoa. I watch him take these stacks. Petushara can't really do much against it, but he has been able to route Charlie out of the game. Or out of the lane.
Yep.
So I think you're pretty happy with how the lanes are going in general for Unique.
Yeah, right now, of course, with Viper missing. Oh, okay, Shibe. Oh, no, once again, he got the Surge off.
He used the enchant to get rid of the Iron Shell. I think you should have waited there probably for the Surge, honestly, but it's okay.
On mid?
FN. Yep, they have the Hex as well, and the Earthquake. There's no Nexus in this time to block it. I'm pretty certain that's going to be a dead FN. Oh, maybe not. Actually, Laguna Blade responding back. Pigzs is the target. FN for now still surviving. Still by the Rolling Thunder. FN with 18 HP. Wow. He survives. Rolling Thunder keeps the Lion at bay. Pinball zone for you. Petushara was waiting for the opportunity to show off his Pango skills, and he got it. And they even saved FN. Great job.
Lives on a stick charge there, basically. 15 HP or so is the difference between life and death. So yeah, that item's a good one, folks. It makes quite the difference. Turns what should be a kill onto Alina into a counter kill. It gets Petushara as well to rotate away, frees up space for the TB, who's actually already moved into the jungle, as he is looking to try and complete his first item, being, of course, the Dragon Lance. Boots of Travels, though, finished for Supreme, so he's had an excellent start to this game. But FN, man, he's also been farming. He's almost got full Yules already. First item Yules for FN.
I think it's the right choice this game, right? Because I was thinking if Yules is that great against Clock, though, honestly, maybe not so much. Maybe Force Staff was a better option here. But I don't disagree with the Yules choice too much either, because you can at least stop the Darkseer, which is very major here. So, okay. I do find that you need to rush the BKB very much so as Alina this game, though, no matter what. Like, Yules right into the BKB. And if you're not going to go Boots of Travel, this is the only choice. They're going to go here for Supreme, Lightstrike Array. They do have a Laguna, but not too much damage. Just Laguna used. Now the damage finally came out from FN. And that's going to guarantee the kill and the Yules for FN.
Wow. All right, so super fast Yule Scepter at the very least. It's going to equal the timing of the Boots of Travel. Yeah, I don't mind this whatsoever. I think if you get it this early... Oh, bottom. They're fighting.
Yeah, the Pango didn't want to get caught in the cogs. Instead, just wanted to kill Pigzs quickly as he's going for Shiba next. There's a Swashbuckle available, and Shiba won't be able to live too long. Bignum has also discovered that Purging is great, and he's even gotten the Banisher.
Yep, I was about to say, yeah, it's a great one. Vacuum level 1 is suspiciously on cooldown, which means he probably tried to pull Space into that wall of Replica, but that thing's got a pitiful range. It's It's like your first college dorm room, you know, vacuum cleaner. That thing's not vacuuming up anything. You might as well just pick up all those chromes yourself with that vacuum level 1. So,
what are you talking about? Like, what vacuum cleaner? Dorm?
yeah, you know, when you move into, it's very American. You know, when you go to your first flat and you get a really crappy vacuum cleaner, because you're like, I don't need a good vacuum cleaner.
I had a broom. What vacuum? What posh lifestyle did you live? Vacuum cleaner.
Vacuum cleaner.
Oh my goodness.
Dirt devil, you know.
I bet you even had a Roomba in your house.
Yeah, I had a Roomba for my dorm room, college room. Could you imagine? It'd be so stupid. The thing would constantly be running into walls. I couldn't imagine that. It'd be so annoying. FN, though, taking down the walls as he's going to be able to demolish the tier 1 tower. Mid lane, not much pressure here for him. Full mana HP thanks to the regeneration rune, and he's going to look to bottom lane now, where there are currently 3 heroes from Chicken Fighters. Make it 4, actually. Supreme's down here trying to push. It'd be a great opportunity for Unique to continue to just break down this early game from Chicken Fighters.
There's a Rolling Thunder ready. He's gonna start. Gonna go. Oh, the Hex actually found the Nyx Assassin, but the Rolling Thunder will stop this Lion from doing anything further. The Haunt to counter-initiate as FN is trying to get some space. They will kill Era. They still have FN's Yule Scepter. Should be fine. They did land the Wall of Replica here as the Magic Wand. That's not gonna be sufficient. Someone help FN, please. He is going to fall to Shippe and Charlie. They did get Supreme in turn, but the lack of a Terra Blade there did give a little bit of an advantage to Chicken Fighters in the fight, and allowed them to get 2 valuable kills, even if they lost 3 in return.
Arguably, though, TB doesn't do a whole lot here. Meta on cooldown for 30 seconds. He's full farming mode right now, right? Conjure Image, he does his best and split pushes top lane. Almost gets the full tower even, before he's forced back now by the Darkseer. What was it? It was a 2 for 3 trade. Would have been a much better fight if Chicken Fighters were not prepared for the rotation from the Nyx Assassin. Obviously, they've got sentries down, you know, 3 heroes, 4 heroes down bottom. They know they're playing against the Nyx. They're not willing to risk anything too big there. So, nice job for Chicken Fighters. I honestly thought they were going to get wiped off the face of the earth there, but they actually end up getting a few kills for themselves.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that they did a pretty decent job, all things considered, right? I agree, though, that obviously not the best fight because Unique still won that overall, and the TB point you mentioned is really true. It wasn't a criticism towards him, it's more praising the ability a Spectre can have in the early game to engage in fights and taking advantage of that, so well done. But Space will soon, like, he did push a tower somewhat. He'll be able to take it in the next round, no matter what. In fact, they're going to actually rotate heroes to accomplish this. And I think once you get that Manta style, you're good to go and join fights, which Spectre won't be able to. Not yet, anyway. Spectre going for that farming item with the Echo Saber. Slayer. You want to get the Spike Carpus there. There we go. Vendetta damage into the Impale. A support kill. FN's coming in to steal it, though. Dragon Slave, he has a Yule Scepter ready, and there's the enchantment. Laguna play just in case, because why Yules when you can kill? He's got to secure the kill, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, it's his kill. He did the most. It's his kill. Right? He missed the whole Dragon Slave. That's not easy to do.
All right, so they're going to do the tier 1 trade now, tower for tower. So still, we've got an advantage for Unique, of course, as they do have this mid tower. Still very healthy as well. That's just going to be the result of the Lina versus Viper matchup. Space is now going to go ahead and walk over and make sure he can farm this mid lane, not really giving too much of an opportunity to the Chicken Fighters to get recovered in this game. And having this mid-tier 1 tower up when you have a pretty predictable, heavy farming hero like the TB, Luna, Spectre, it's a pretty big deal, especially when we have ways to like gank the jungle and the triangle, because it makes these smoke ganks and it makes these attempts to find space in his triangle very difficult. This thing acts like a big stop sign here in the mid lane when you're trying to sweep across the map.
That's true. So now you are, as Unique, I think you're capable to easily get some pickoffs on the more vulnerable targets. I think Darkseer is actually your prime target here, because as you said in the early game, there's a lot of cores that want to farm here, and I think Darkseer is going to be the one that falls by the wayside.
He has to,
And that just puts him in a really precarious position, easily hunted by Unique.
Another thing here, I just want to highlight another difference here. Just look at the way that Seam of the Slayer, he's a position 5, of course, but look at how, actually, no, he's the 4, I guess. Look at the way he is going to be able to play this game, farming a little bit, compared to how the Clockwork's able to play this game. You know, he's fighting the illusion, or sorry, the enchanted creeper. He will get it at least before it times out. But, like, these heroes kind of have the same ideal playstyle, where they're moving around with their team, smoked or invis, you know, kicking off some fights, using their abilities. But Pigzs just can't play like this for now, and that feels awful for him.
They fight Supreme. We have an Impale here, and the Rolling Thunder as well. This chain of stuns is awesome. And yet again, this bottom lane is just a graveyard for Chicken Fighters.
It really is. It really is. You know, it's a little bit of a history about chickens. Why not here while we enter a farming period? Because it is going to be relevant. So chickens, basically, the way it works is that they were kind of they're thought to have kind of grown up or evolved in around the Asian plateau kind of area, Southeast Asia, Asia general. And basically, they would feed off of like bamboo shoots, but their populations would explode like every 100 or so, every dozen or so, a couple of years, because bamboo shoots, like the way they grow, they take a while to grow, and then when they all grow, all the bamboo shoots fall, and then the chickens would you know, repopulate like crazy because there was a ton of food, and then they would evolve a bunch. Chicken fighters, I think they're just trying that one down bottom lane. They're trying to go through some natural selection, some evolution in this bottom lane, and we'll see if they can level up, because they really do need to. They're down 7k here, already 15 minutes in. Lina, I think, yeah, has BKB.
Level up here.
They got to evolve.
They got to evolve, which of course the Dota world when you level up. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
You know, I did hear that there's old SEA mythology, right, where it goes, I once saw a level 15 chicken, and it was very scary.
No,
almost had 3 points in its ult.
Yeah. So what happened was I was fighting him, and then a great white beam of light came down from the sky, highlighted him, and he then all of a sudden used a brand new ability I've never seen. That's what we need to do. Era is in trouble. And again, see, this is how Seam of the Slayer can play. They're going to haunt in, though, because they're looking for fights in the river. FN with the BKB, still caught by FN here, so they're going to have to choose and chase down Bignum first, but Space this time, he's showing up, and now Charlie's caught in the river, in the pinball zone. FN still alive, will mop him up there with the last little Dragon Slave. Turns into a 3-for-1.
But Tushara wants more as well, but this team is not following after him, which is crazy because they could have gotten as much as they wanted there, honestly. They had enough mana to actually go and kill the Viper, but whatever. They already got rid of Charlie. I think that's a win, and you can go for the power of the BKB on Lina. Yes, Lina gets countered by Clockwork, but a good lead. And in this case, I do feel like Unique has the tools to deal with chicken fighters, because they just didn't have enough of an early game for Clock to constantly hunt down the Lina and make it a freebie. And with the offensive dispel of the Enchantress, even though I was looking for a defensive dispel in the draft, the offensive dispel is already good enough to make sure that you can't ever initiate with Clockwork and his Iron Shell on.
Yeah.
The Enchantress will always take that off him, so and Unique is just playing this better, honestly.
They are, and what really sucks for Pigzs, like, he's playing his game the way he's meant to. Normally, in most games, when you have a Clockwork versus Lina matchup, she doesn't have a BKB at 17 minutes. So he hook shots onto her, and then he just dies anyway, right? Because it's not just about the hook shot, it's a lot about the battery assault. And if you can just have magic immunity during that, you don't care about Clockwork anymore.
Yeah, I would totally say it's mostly about the battery assault, honestly, because the idea of you, like, yeah, you get close to Lina, but it's afterwards you making sure that she can't get away unscathed, or she gets away with very little HP.
Can't cast
but
spells,
if she's just capable of BKBing and attacking you, you're done for her. So the chicken fighters need some sort of recovery strategy, but with a Viper, Darkseer, Spectre, you're not really made to recover either, much like last game. You're lacking stuns. It's really just Lion and Clockwork that bring it to the table, and they're your supports, so they're easily killable by Unique.
Yeah, and again, I mean, they're falling so far behind because these are not farming supports. This isn't a Grimstroke, a Coddle. This isn't even a Wyvern who can clear waves, right? These guys struggle to get farm, but they've got very powerful team fighting and ganking abilities to make up for it. When you're 3 cores, when they go, you know, this is like when you're like, Mom, Dad, can we go to the store? And they're like, yeah, after dinner. These 3 cores are eaten. They're still eaten. Now they're going to try and eat a bug here. Petushara has a Blink Dagger, but it's been put on cooldown, so he can't traverse across the cog. So they will at least be able to pick off Seam of the Slayer. 400 more gold for Shibe here to try and get himself online, because he wants this Axe, right? Eventually they'll be able to go to the movie theater or go to the park, but for now they're too busy at work. And that means these supports, especially when you fall behind so early, are really, really struggling to find farm and relevancy in this game.
Where are you going?
Yeah. And now, just a bit of a... Oh, there's going to be a little bit of a fight where the supports get taken down first. Bignum might die as a result. Bignum's too hard to kill, actually. FN's going further. They have broken Bignum. They have the damage of the illusions. They will accomplish it as FN takes the long route for some reason. They still want to play this aggressively. Pango's joining them soon. There is no Rolling Thunder though, however, but they do have an Nyx Assassin that's joined them again, and that's going to be Shibe dying on top of the 2 supports. Not a huge win for Unique, but, you know, little by little, they're increasing this lead.
I don't know. I think it's pretty big, Avo, because we still have Aegis. We just use Haunt, Wall of Replica, and FN. I mean, he BKBs there to live through. I'm not really sure why, because I think he could just afford to take the death, but he wants to kill. And now they can kind of just do whatever they want here. They don't really have to be afraid of the Spectre. TB can be free to join these fights. He did use meta for that, so he's just going to keep farming, but that felt like, I don't know, that felt a bit too much. I thought that was just going to be like a simple little kill onto the Enchantress, and it turned into a whole lot more as soon as Charlie decides to haunt in. They're not really ready for a fight of this caliber yet. I don't know. I guess they're not going to lose any objectives off the back end of this because Roche was already taken. They're not really interested in pushing for tier 2s yet. But it's just going to be more time where safely Unique can farm basically wherever they want on the map. Like, FN does not push like this, even with BKB Aegis, if there's a haunt, if there's a wall, if there's, you know, everything's still up. And that's kind of what I mean here. They get a lot out of the map now.
That is true, actually, yeah. And also you're further sinking Darkseer into this pit of misery which he's starting to be in, right? And I don't think he's gonna get out because right now he's like, guys, I really want farm. I'm so close to my Ags, but Spectre's like, no, I need it.
What's wild, and it's not that wild really when you have so much lane push, right, for Unique. That's something to be said. You like to call it ghost push or whatever, but like
I don't like to call it that. 143 made that.
Okay. Well,
sorry, AUI made it.
You split push, right, with lanes basically with illusions. Okay, they're gonna catch a kill here. By the way, it's underneath the tier 2 tower. Supreme, oh, they need a little bit more. Oh, the stick keeps them alive. Dragon Slave will pick them up though, as they will have to lose the Nyx Assassin in return. FN hits him with a little stutter step there to avoid the hook shot. The wall vacuum combo is going to be dropped here. Pigzs still continuing to run down this Lina. Aegis is still up for 40 seconds, so they're going to have to drop her and drop her a second time now, as they will be able to dispatch a big num. But Petushara joining the fun. Blink Dagger ready now on the edge of the map. He's going to need to get a good bounce off the wall, and they're going to be stunned long enough there to pick up Shibe. Pigzs. A nice movement here through the trees. Petushara still searching. Ooh, just missing. Actually will lose his courier. Era with the Blink Dagger, though, back on in. BKB active for FN, as Charlie now is going to pop the haunts. FN, though, is going to BKB and try and run away. Charlie, though, with no Desolate damage thanks to the range creep, means he does not going to have enough there to nuke through the Lina. A better fight for Chicken Fighters, actually.
That was a very good fight for Chicken Fighters. Obviously, an overextension, I would say, by Unique, where they didn't play that incredibly well. I mean, you can see by the fact that Space still has meta, right? Clearly, wasn't the moment to fight. They did take a couple of cores with them, so overall, not bad for Unique either. But at least Chicken Fighters got the Panko, which at this point is a win, considering your position.
Yep. And oh, FPS. Real quick, the only thing I wanted to mention is when you do have this like split push, this illusion push, this Lina with BOTs now, you know, moving around the map, constantly shoving out lanes. The thing that does is it does make it a lot easier for the enemy to farm waves a bit more safe. I'm not going to say super safe, because obviously the way that the fight starts is with the kill onto Viper, when he's farming literally underneath the tier 2 tower, and then all of a sudden a Carapace stun kills him. So Unique still have ways to capitalize off on this, but we're still finding a decent amount of farm on all of our cores. They're not exactly being choked out of this game. Supreme now has just finished off his BKB. That's going to be now Manta style finished for Charlie at the tail end of this fight, and now Aghanim Scepter for Shibe, despite his death. So we've got items. It's a lot later than we would have liked to have these items online for Chicken Fighters, but now, despite a 10k net worth deficit, I suppose I should say, they could get back into this game here. They need a really damn good fight, though, and a really, really good initiation from this Clockwork Lion. But they could get it done.
Supreme?
That's not... Yeah, that's not the way...
What do I have to say? Just check where the lane is. Oh, is it bottom?
Bottom.
It's death lane.
Yep.
It's death lane. Yep.
The death lane. Down he goes.
Maybe Chicken Fire just watching this replay and they'll go, guys, I know our mistake. We went to bottom. That's just
bottom. Yep.
Clock is also close to bottom, so I guess he has to die, right? Yeah, that's in the script. Okay.
There he goes. Got a ward up. He got a ward up at least, and they're actually Charlie's a bit too fast here, or at least they can't catch him because of the free pathing. They're going to go top lane now for Shibe. Shibe sees the BOTs on it, and he's like, maybe not. This ward is giving a lot of vision here to Unique. It's a really weird ward. Normally, you wouldn't place a ward this deep unless you had like a Brood Mother or a Beast constantly pushing your lanes. But again, with the illusions and with FN, this ward allows you to scout people who are like looking for the scraps of farm that come underneath the tower, and it gives you the heads up here to try and pick them off. So I like that ward quite a bit here, actually, from Unique.
Alright, Unique, they will deny that rune for some reason. Supposed to be Chatter's picking it up, and then stun the Viper, as they also found 2 heroes down bottom. Okay, so Chicken Fighters, they tried a different approach now. They'll bring everyone bottom at the same time, and they're strength in numbers, so hopefully they don't die here. We have a Rolling Thunder in 3 seconds. First a roll up. They should set up for the Rolling Thunder. There we go. But where's your TB? He's not there, so Unique was never intending on fighting this. SPigzs is having that moment of like a pub carry where he's like, guys, I just want more item. I swear, it'll be the last item. I swear, guys. I'll be right there with you guys. I'll be right there to fight.
I mean, he is not ready yet, though. Scotty is a game changer if he can swing it versus FN. That's a big one. Meta TB, you know, it's back in the days when he did have that Metamorphosis move speed slow. I think it was like 20% back then, wasn't it? Like you would pop meta and you would just crawl around the map. So Scotty's gonna kind of bring it back to those days for Terrorblade, and those weren't happy times for him. We didn't see him all that much until that buff got removed, or the debuff got removed, I should say. So he's still far. But if he can get this one last item, maybe that is the time he actually comes through. You know, because we all have those friends who's like, yeah. You know, let's go out at Friday night at 7, and then you roll up to their place and it's 7, and they go, oh, okay, hold on, just give me like 10 minutes, I'm getting ready. And then, I
don't have a single friend.
10 minutes later, they're still getting ready.
Or 7 a.m. What? Who goes out at 7?
7, you know?
Is that what Americans go out at?
What do you mean? What the heck is wrong with 7?
I usually leave my house at 11 if I'm going out.
Oh, you
7?
Get some dinner, dinner plans. There's FN. Okay, so now, BKB though, but I think they still have him. The Yule Scepter to buy a little bit more time. Supreme's at a BKB up. There's the Viper Strike applied. They're going to cancel the TPs because they're actually going for a counter kill in the middle lane onto Shibe. They'll focus here. Space has Metamorphosis, might not need it. They get the kill onto Bignum, but who cares about that guy? As Shibe is going to be the bigger kill. Pigzs then, trying to avoid the Rolling Thunder, does successfully manage to juke him up the high ground. It's going to be then a 2-for-1 trade, but still, I would say Shibe is happy to trade his life away here for the Lina. And in fact, they might get the tower?
No, not if Space can prevent this. He's definitely trying. He's got a Scotty now, so I think he's online now.
Yeah.
I think it's time for him to fight. Yeah, that was. I mean, I thought the Yule Scepter actually, if it was used on the Spectre, might have been a bit better. But the point there was that you had to turn around, right? So I think that's why there was just not really a solution there for FN. Once he used the Yules, it was more of a bait Yules, hoping to just get away. Not much he could have done, honestly. Huge loss, though, of FN there. And a really big kill for Chicken Fighters. Even if with the counter kill mid of the Darkseer, it just isn't as worth. You really, losing Lina is major here.
Yep.
But I'm expecting Unique now to go for a smoke or something of the sort. Try to sweep especially the top side of the map. Or if actually Chicken Fighters sweep the bottom side, honestly.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. I think Chicken Fighters, they've got no real interest in their top half of the map for now. And I think that's kind of noted by these wards. I mean, hey, with these wards now, I think Chicken Fighters actually can play the bottom half of this map, right? Because this is like cuts the map basically in half. So you're going to know if anyone crosses this line, which means that this area is going to be safe to farm in theory, right? We'll see though, because this is also a pretty good ward from Unique. Lets them know if anyone actually goes bottom through the triangle, and might give them the heads up play so they can smoke and get across those wards that Chicken Fighters have. So we'll see how this one goes, but they are going to just play aggressively. Seems the Slayer has Aghanim Scepter now, by the way, so expect to see him burrowed up in these fights. Ira has the Aghanim Shard, so he's going to be able to dispatch of a lot of these illusions that the TB offers, perhaps even be a little bit annoying to FN, as he's going to be able to go magic immune at the drop of a finger, basically.
Yep, it's a very big deal. Let's see what they find here. It's going to be a counter for now. Rolling Thunder. Pigzs is going to die first, so at least they got one kill, but next for Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, it was a good hook shot. He does that to cancel Blink Dagger primarily, and the stun, of course, but definitely the Blink to make sure that at least the Lion can escape. Because with Lion here, you can get rid of these illusions off the tower. So you can see now that Scotty's online, they really struggle to kill these things because they're so tanky. But now without hook shot with the Clockwork, oh my goodness, they are going to obliterate Roshan. Goodbye.
Who did he give the shard to here? I don't think it's that great on space. Okay, I guess he's the carry. I think Demon Seal.
They did this the other day.
Oh, they didn't give it to Sima.
Sima? Really?
Was Sima?
Yeah, Sima the Slayer take us it. No, he passed it off. Oh, okay, Bignum, more heals.
What is this hot potato game?
Yeah,
Why?
I mean, all these shards are like just okay. I mean, Pangos is great, but obviously you buy that if you go for the Blink Dagger.
I think Lina's can be kind of decent.
I would normally say so, but we just don't have any like AoE like control or forced movement. You know, like if we were playing with the clock, or if we were playing with the Darkseer, I think 100%. But like
yeah,
it's a bit awkward. I'd probably still personally I'd still probably give it to the Lina over the Ench. You know, but I'd also probably still give it to the TB over the Lina. I think Demon Zeal is pretty good. I think it's even maybe a little bit underrated. Because it does give you a lot of move speed, and I think to me that's what really helps TB. Because a lot of the times we see TB like just a little bit too far from the fight, or his team will start fights a little bit before he's ready. I think Demon Zeal just helps you close the gap. 20% HP is a lot, but you've got Sunder, so you should be fine.
I mean, I only see Demon Zeal being decent when you really are ready to fight with that meta, and that's what like when you're dominating so much, you feel I can't beat him with that meta. I think with Spectre you really do lead meta every single time, because as you mentioned, she has Scotty now. So
yep. Oh, she does. The big one.
So she's ready to fight you. Yep.
The big one.
FN is going for his Titanic now to get a bit more tank.
Oh, they're gonna kill Supreme. Here they go.
They're trying though. I don't know. They have a BKB on FN. Oh, that's a huge amount of damage from Daedalus.
Yep.
Never mind. FN's fine. Yul Scepter, he still has an Aegis, so he's just trying to gain a bit more time.
He's gonna lose it though.
Array, keeps the Spectre stunned, and then get Charlie. This Aegis is used for efficiently, I would say. But instead of going for Era, Charlie's still alive, but he's trying to kill FN a second time. They need to save their mid laner, Slayer, coming in. But Charlie is capable of getting away as he uses the illusion on the Pango to retreat. No lucky shots there. And in the end, they'll use the Aegis just for a kill on the Viper, which is okay. It's acceptable.
It's acceptable. I'd agree. I'd agree with that assessment. I'd say acceptable. Meta was popped, so I think Unique are going to look for maybe a little bit of tower damage here. But the buyback's relatively short cooldown. We don't have Haunt. We won't have Wall and Hookshot, I think most importantly, for about 20 seconds. So they can get a little bit of chip damage in here, maybe even the full tower. But the fact that the respawns are still relatively short duration are a little scary here for Unique. Maybe it's a tower in the back. Unique's actually punted, or sorry, Slayer's on the high ground, so maybe they look for a kill. It's a really great range here on the Impale. They don't scout that TP though from the Viper. And there's a nice vacuum. Okay, into the hookshot. This is what we were looking for here from the early game. Space trying to fight through this one. Good damage here, especially from Bignum. Pumping it in with the impetus. That's going to be Shibe and Pigzs both taken down. They did lose FN though in exchange for that, and now they're going to try and get through Sima the Slayer, who is just as annoying as ever. No Blink Dagger for him. He's just going to go ahead and re-burrow. He likes this spot to die in a little bit better, as that's where his grave will be. He's taken down. It's going to end up in a 2-for-2 in exchange for the important barracks here in the mid lane.
I think the mid-rex are worth a not-so-great team fight, but we are getting to the point where it seems like FN is now huntable by Chicken Fighters, so at least they've solved one of the issues. And it seems like we're watching Unique just, like, it plays super defensively on Terrorblade. Just, yeah, we have him as a potential late-game option. We want to be fighting primordially. He's playing only with Metamorphosis. It's very different when we saw Space playing on the Luna, which was a much more aggressive carry. So as long as Chicken Fighter has no solution for him, I think they're fine. But they are losing a couple of potential opportunities playing this extra defensive, which I think is justifiable as long as this doesn't go too late. You understand the game.
Era's got quite the item here for the line as well. Ceremonial Robes is huge. He did like almost listed damage with the Finger of Death onto the Lina because of the reduced magic resistance she had. Plus, of course, with so much magic damage on your Viper, it really just chunked her down there for FN as Pigzs on the hunt. They'll take a kill onto Bignum. It's not the ideal one. FN's up in a second, though, and we have a tier 2 to TP to, so this is a little bit spicy. Vacuum Wall into the haunt now is a good start, though. Space has Metamorphosis, but not going to pop it quite yet as Petushara bouncing around the fight, lands some big stuns, importantly onto Charlie and Shibe as he's taking down. The Sunder, though, is going to be onto Charlie. Can they burst through him here in time? Lina with the Laguna Blade will eviscerate here Charlie off the map. Supreme trying to TP away is going to be allowed to do so, which will leave Era high and dry. Now marooned up on the high ground, but he's actually going to use that to his advantage and TP away. Again, Chicken Fighters, this reminds me of the fight last time, or even earlier in the game, where they look for like the one-off kills, and then they just get dragged into these really long fights that they're not ready for.
Yeah.
They get TB though. That's pretty huge.
I would agree with that, but this is similar, like, we were talking, or I was just mentioning how it's difficult for them to deal with TB, and I think here they just wasted all the resources to deal with TB, in exchange, well, Lina decimates them, right? You don't have a solution for both of them that doesn't put you in this precarious position, where the other one wipes you out. And this is with Pango still not coming online, because slowly but steadily he's going to the pasture, his Enchanted Quiver, he'll become that like, tertiary carry eventually, and definitely stronger than a Viper or a Darkseer, I would say.
Yeah, Viper's not going for like the full like scaling damage builds to that note. He's going instead for the AC, which I still like. I still think it's a great item for him, of course. But, I mean, and I guess if you already have an Eye of Scotty on Spectre, it doesn't really make sense to get one as well on the Viper, especially with Haunt, right? So, yeah, that's I think, actually wise. I think that's very wise for Supreme here to go for this one. Okay. Basher now for Petushara. I think he's had this for a while, considering how much gold he's already amassed.
As I just mentioned as well, this is the start of his transition into a carry role on the back. That's what you're looking for here. Because with him becoming that tertiary role, then as Chicken Fighters, we mentioned this, they don't really have burst. They just don't really have any lockdown either to be able to deal with all these cores. So they just have to go one by one and hope that they get overwhelmed because their core-to-core matchup is bad. And that always puts them in a precarious position because they know that they can't just let Spectre loose and Spectre will win in the game. Terrorblade will always make that an impossibility.
Okay,
so they have to be sure to deal with Lina and Pango first, and it's tougher the stronger Pango becomes.
FN's just picked up the Aeon Disc on top of a Satanic. So he's got now 3 Dispels for him even, BKB, Yules, and Satanic. And a 4th, actually, with Aeon Disc, I suppose, that he can use. But he's got to be careful not to get that procced mid-Laguna Blade, otherwise he's going to lose out on a lot of his burst damage in these fights. Force Staff now for the Nyx Assassin. Chibe, his head Ags. He almost has a BKB here, actually. No blink, but just looking to make sure he can get off the wall vacuum combo here. Because I think if we can get Unique all in an AoE and allow Spectre and Viper and Lion especially to do their damage, these fights are not looking half bad for Chicken Fighters, despite what is a pretty big net worth deficit. Oh, they got Supreme again.
Yeah, they did. Now the stuns for him. Rolling Thunder, he's in somewhat of a pinball zone, but they missed a second stun, so he's capable of getting away. Pexu instead,
quick little bounty.
With the one to die. Petushara also messed up there, died by the corner. So, okay, you only get Pexu, not that big a deal, especially if you use meta for that. I don't know if you can get any objective as a result. There's no tier 2s left. I mean, there's a tier 1 down bottom, but there's that being protected.
Yep, yeah, good split pushing. So they're going to go top lane instead, where they don't have creeps, but there's a big old creep wave coming here into the mid lane, and you just need to get them past where the tier 2 would be, and backdoor is going to end, yeah.
Okay, so hopefully vacuum into the
nice BKB.
spike.
That's huge.
And they did stop the BKB, you're right. At least they can take a tower, but that's going to force him to retreat.
Yeah, that's a really important BKB for FN, because he doesn't have Aegis. He's really hard to kill here, don't get me wrong. But even with this plus 150 talent here on the Lina, because she didn't go for Dragonlance, and Vacuum AoE is just massive. Did he take the talents for Vacuum here this game? He did not, okay. He went for the Wall of Replica damage, which I think makes sense versus a Lina TB. Don't blame that. But Lina still gets caught by this mega Vacuum, so FN's got to be careful on these, because he'd hate for Aeon to proc just because he got stuck by a Vacuum and didn't get BKB or Yules off in time. This tower's like, what, 1 HP? 21 HP? Gotta, if they can hold on to this, that's a pretty nice grab.
Yeah. It's actually huge that they still have the tier 1 alive mid 38 minutes in, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
This really stops. Oh, wait, they're going here for Tushara. They used the Haunt as well for this. So they're coming into this fight. There's no Metamorphosis. Might be a good fight for Chicken Fighters. They also triggered the Aeon Disc, and they caught Slayer in a precarious position here. Really far ahead. Gets a Spike Carpus onto 2, but they can't save him. So it's just going to be Slayer dying.
And we look for any kind of re-engagement. No, Pexu's going to stop him from looking back. Petushara now going to go for the Rolling Thunder. Vacuum not going to do anything here against the Magic Immune targets. And in fact, they get the kill into Shibe. He had BKB, couldn't get it off. And Supreme is getting chunked by the damage out from FN. Down he goes. He's hexed up, but gets the force set from his allies. And TB's doing the work now. Even without the Metamorphosis, they will find the kill onto Charlie. Pexu can do nothing but throw up the cogs and TP away. As the rest of the Chicken Fighters, it might not be the bottom lane, Avo. That is now a brand new Chicken Fighters graveyard.
fall.
Losing without needing to use the meta was huge there, because now you have 10 seconds ready for these towers. This might be it,
That's
honestly.
game. There's no buybacks.
There's no buybacks on either of the cores. There's 2 support versus the world.
Three of the
Era.
cores, yeah. Whew.
Yeah,
Oh man, Shibe not getting BKB off there. I think he must have gotten bashed by Petushara before he did away to go, unfortunately. As the GG will be dropped, they're going to try and blow up Petushara, but they don't even get through the Aeon disc. And that is going to be then the 2-0 for Unique.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I didn't really see Chicken Fighters in the best of forms, at least not today. I think their draft this time was definitely lacking compared to the last game. I feel like last game their idea was a bit more clear, where here they seem to be mixing and matching things to deal with TP. I was not very convinced last pick Spectre, but maybe there wasn't any better last pick, honestly. So it's hard to say, because it's not like I saw a great last pick against TP. Spectre certainly wasn't it, in my opinion.
I liked the Axe still.
I like the Axe. Okay, yeah, that's true. I like the Axe. But besides that, besides anything that's, let's call it a bit weird. Maybe they're not comfortable
Okay,
with it. I'm
sure.
not sure.
Traditional carry.
Traditional carries,
sure.
I didn't say anything that was incredible, so maybe there I could give some slack, but I did think this time Unique did have a better draft. Their execution was also much better this game, and I feel like their laning is incredibly solid. They have good players, and they're showing it. Sometimes the team synergy is not necessarily there, but that's okay as long as the enemy team doesn't have it either. So good congratulations to Unique. I'm seeing some improvements here. And Space, I'm a fan of Demos, but I think Space is playing some good Dota.
Yeah, Space is what he's really great at. He's an excellent farmer. I think he is top ranked 125. I think he's around there when I did get to look him up. But a very, very talented player. And I think what's most impressive is that he's never really getting caught out in a bad place to be farming, which is something that I think is commendable when you play these heavy farmers like the TB. What did he play last game even? It was... I don't quite remember. But I think that's commendable, because I think it's really easy to get into like the Tetris zone when you're farming as a TB, especially when you find like Illusionist Cape. You're like, heck yeah, let's farm the entire map. And he was only late to fights a couple of times, but even then, I think one could argue, well, from his perspective, he was doing his best to farm here, and Unique were taking a fight a little bit too far. Like, those are normal things for TBs that they normally get flamed for. I think he's an excellent addition here to this roster, whether it's permanent or temporary. I think only time will tell. But either way, for this tournament, I think he's really impressed me here with his plays, especially in this series. So well played to Unique, as they'll take the 2-0.
Yep,
and
congratulations.
Avo will send us to a bit of a break, as this is not a rolling schedule here for the Dota 2 Champions League. This will send us to just under an hour break. I think we got, about 40 minutes or so? Yeah, about 45 minutes or so. Our next series coming up will be the SPigzs taking on the Open Qualifiers team of V Gaming. SPigzs have yet to find a win. V Gaming got the win over Winstrike, but have yet to been able to best Nemiga yesterday. They kind of got crushed 2-0. SPigzs still not playing with LeBron, though. This is going to be the last series with their coach/manager Mitch standing in for them, and of course they're also still playing not with Dino, but instead Merlin, their new position 4, and Lightless. So a slightly different SPigzs here taking on V Gaming. Should be a pretty close one, and we'd encourage you to make some tea, stretch your legs, get a meal in, and come back here and watch in 40 minutes here when V Gaming take on the SPigzs. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. We've just played the bumper and we've resumed live in our draft. This one was getting speedy, and then Oliver and I had a heated discussion about some cinema. We won't get into that now because, honestly, it's just much too boring and a very confusing discussion. At the end of the day, though, last game, a bit of a short one, 18 minutes for the SPigzs. This time around, we're going to get the same exact mid lane matchup, but we've got a different carry here. The TBs come through here in the first phase for the SPigzs.
Yep. All right. I think this draft is looking a little bit better for Spider. I mean, no, I like the last draft too. I have no issue.
It's got problems.
Okay, what is? I mean, TB versus Lion and Mars actually.
Yep, that's basically what I was going to go for. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's going to struggle.
The fact that V Gaming picked a Viper against Lina, wow, the disrespect, huh?
I don't think it's disrespect. I honestly, I think, again, this is now the 6th game for V Gaming. They just won their first game. Hayes is
just picking a bunch of Viper.
Yeah, they're just picking Viper. I don't think it has much to do with disrespect, to be honest.
I mean, it's not disrespect. It's more like Hayes is confident he can beat the
Lina
again.
Yeah,
I think he played a great game 1, so I think it's justified to think that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Besides the counters to TB, which I agree are there in V Gaming, much like last game, I don't think SPigzs is like particularly a bad draft. The Clockwork Snap combo works nicely. Lina, once again, seems untouchable. I don't think V Gaming is too concerned though, because they just trust Hayes to win that game or that lane, and the TB is still powerful. Do you have any good carries left against the TB? They got rid of the PL. They got rid of the Morphling. You don't have any of the illusion carries, do you? No. You know, CK is not too bad, actually. I don't know, Eve does like playing though. CK is not too bad.
I like it, actually. Illusions can close the gap. I mean, you're relying on
murder Lina so easily.
Yeah, and I like it for that. But you're relying on, at the end of the day, physical damage to kill a TB, and it's good bursts, right? But
you have Lion, Viper, Mars though. I think you already have good magical damage. That's why I'm saying that I think you can get away with having just a solid carry. I mean, okay, final pick is Centaur, so the lane is gonna go meh no matter what happens, right? Against the TB or against the Centaur. Centaur Snap or Centaur Clock. Actually, Centaur Snap is pretty strong. What else is there to deal with terribly? Do you go for like? I think Gyro's a bad matchup.
10 seconds
I don't like
remaining.
the Spectre, even though I know they're considering it.
5 seconds remaining.
Wraith King is not bad actually this game. He does have a pretty good matchup against TB until a certain point of the game, and you can play this kind of fast. And he gives you that push that you might be lacking a bit.
I like the Centaur. But you know, Mars presents difficulties. Dusa again versus TB?
Not the biggest fan. I mean, your lane is good, right? I feel like Dusa was already weak against Lina last. I mean, I don't know, because last game I feel like SPigzs lost just because of execution. So once again, I actually think I like SPigzs draft more. But last time their execution was very much lacking.
I don't know. It just... I was surprised because Lightless wasn't farming like incredibly fast as a Drow. Not that I think you expect to versus a Deucer. You're not meant to keep up, especially that early on. I think you need some more items, attack speed to get your procs and whatever. So I like this draft a little bit better because at least he'll be able to fight a bit more. But again, we still have pretty big problems, basically straight out of the gates for the TB to nullify him. Lion early on, even just with a point in Hex and the mana drain, it completely destroys all your teamfight damage. Even if he wasn't there, destroyed Erex the arena, that completely destroys your team. Like, I do like this V Gaming draft a lot more, if I'm being honest. They might have a 2-0 here, which would be surprising because I honestly thought...
I think it's a 2-0 too.
I thought SPigzs were the better team, especially after yesterday. V Gaming had a really good performance the first time we saw them, Avo. Yesterday, they didn't look nearly as good versus Nemiga, and they really impressed me here again. So maybe, hey, when it's on, it's on. I think late game, like a lot of up-and-coming teams, is where they do tend to struggle. So maybe that's where SPigzs can try and take this against them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I do feel like I see your points. I particularly don't love the Centaur pick, honestly, with like a Mars, because the arena just cancels your Stampede completely. So to me, that's the biggest issue with the Centaur. I don't actually love the Centaur in general. I think there are better picks here. Against Viper, against Mars, I feel like there's a lot of weaknesses here. Even Lion can kind of annoy you with her spike. But I do find that overall, again, I just feel like the Lina shouldn't have too difficult a game. You don't have anything to really catch up to her, but Mars, Melody, what are you? Okay. They knew this was going to happen, so that's going to be first blood. But
that's something that Malady's always does. He likes to check for the early ward, and I think SPigzs recognized he did it last game, and this time they're ready for him. It looks like a feed, but normally it's actually pretty good at detecting an early ward, because not everyone, especially versus Eastern European teams, they'll usually wait like here if they're Radiant, here if they're Dire, or like, you know, they wait in the triangle basically, right? For these 5-man incursions, but SPigzs are not an Eastern European team. They will they will look to get you in the mid lane.
Yep, exactly. I like this. I mean, it's a good start for SPigzs, which they certainly need. I'm just hoping that Lina just like Noob has the performance I'm expecting from this game, and they can just keep the Mars in check, which I think they can. I feel like Noob will be the true carry, with Terrorblade just being the late game threat that they need. Let's see. Lightstrike Array does catch Melody, but they're going for the kill here on Naive, it seems like. However, Mitch has realized that that is not the kill he should be looking for. Instead, he could be in trouble. Mystic Snake is available, but they have nothing else to follow up, so they're going to just let Mitch go.
Yep, he is too fast with the brown boots. Oh, actually, just the windlace, mind me. Anyway, so he'll be off and away. This is going to be a cool lane to see Melody support, and I have a feeling we've seen a lot of ABBA support. It's him and G that are really eager to pick this ABBA, position 5. Even in some pretty tough matchups, of course, you don't usually get that luxury. It's usually ABBA in the first phase, so you just have to deal with it. But he's actually started off with the Aphonic Shield and the Orb of Venom. I really, really like this quite a bit versus the Snapfire. The Snap, though, made a good adjustment. I love talking about support matchups, especially because it's so exciting early on in the lane. Normally, you go Little Shredder first, right? But, of course, Melody's here to just dispel it anyway. So I think Cookie's the better choice, especially with Centaur having Hoof Stomp leveled.
Yep, and upon seeing that, as Melody, you just go and decide to use your Aphonic Shield as much as possible, because why not?
Yep.
Because there's nothing you need to dispel, so I agree. But Melody did still, or sorry, Maryland still did go for the Blightstone, so at least you'll have that possibility of veering into the Wool Shredder later on into the lane, which I think is definitely what you should be doing.
100%.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it should be a pretty good matchup actually for Mars Lion, but they need to get through these first early metas, and then once they do, or maybe once you get the arena, maybe that's the big turning point, that's when you can start killing TP constantly. The thing that Clockwork can do that's quite annoying for a Mars is that if he gets caught in the arena, he just clogs in the middle of it, and it's really difficult for you to spear someone against the edge of the arena. So that's always a possibility.
All right, let's take a bit of damage. We do not have a spear yet, only level 1, just the bonk, and actually Destroyed might just be dead here. Yeah, Mitch is going to be able to run him down, and Lightless has the kill. Arrow could be next. Into the cogs he goes. Auto attacks from the Lion. The stick charges. 1 is enough for the TB. He's going to live through it. Funnick top lane gets the kill into Malady in the meantime. Looks like they turned with that little Shredder and the Snapfire Cookie as you spoke about earlier. So a much better start this time for SPigzs.
Yeah, I think that there was a mistake that even Destroyed recognized there, right? You should have just waited to your level 2 to play aggressively against the TB. Like once you get, there's so many creeps around. First of all, so you actually are taking a lot of damage from the creeps, and that's also denied you a lot of experience that's just sitting there in the lane that you haven't been able to gather. So once you get the spear, you can actually play super aggressive against this TB, especially if he misplays like that. But you can't do so on level 1. And I think to a degree, Lightless baited that, acknowledging that this Mars wants to play aggressive, and he can't, as long as he's level 1 and went for the God's Rebuke.
Yeah, I wonder, because Funnick took the point in Double Edge, I assume to get the kill and also secure whatever creeps he can. But that means that Malady is basically just free to right-click him. Retaliate isn't like a complete get-out-of-jail-free card, because of course he just hits you until the shield pops and then puts on another shield. And then this happens. But it doesn't really allow him to take any harass from the Dusa whatsoever. And he's actually really having a tough time in this top lane. That's concerning. I wanted to point out mid, by the way, Hayes has gone for the exact same build. It was in order, the Nether Toxin, Corrosive Skin, and now 2 points in Poison Attack. Same exact strategy as before, except he's been unable to so far block the Lina side camp.
Which is important because Lina has been able to recover nicely, and I think Noob has acknowledged how Hayes likes to play this lane, so he's actually doing much more side capping, going to the jungle much more often. He knows he wants to deny the lane away from you, as opposed to take away your resources, and he wants to farm as much as possible. So instead, he punishes him all the time, plays super defensively in the lane, and we're seeing this. Like, yeah, Hayes, you got a couple poison attacks off, sure, but you also took a fair amount of damage as a result. And Lina has managed to keep up her farm thanks to that small camp.
Okay. And this is good, yeah, because I think this is kind of where Noob fell a little bit behind. He had like a good early BOTs. The BOTs versus Viper BOTs, Vipers is a lot scarier, and he's going to get a couple of stacks up here. He's actually fortified the wave to make sure he can go diving, and that will net him the kill here onto Noob. So Hayes, man, Viper specialist here. And out comes the tip even. Whew. Well, that's a friendly tip, actually, friendly tip.
I mean, they just admire Hayes. He's doing a really good job. I guess that's why they keep picking him Viper. He even gets the ultimate farming dream of a Viper, where you actually get the creeps near the small camp, and you get to do both at the same time. Oh, great.
Did he scout? Oh, there's no stack, sorry. He's gonna go ahead and pick up water. Like, he's totally good to go. This is such a crucial kill. Now, if Lina comes back, he has Viper Strike. Like, he is not scared of Lina right now.
No. If you punish the Lina now while she has no TP and you kill her a second time, it'd be game. Spear in the bottom lane, by the way. They're looking for Lightless, but they do lose Melody in the top lane. And in fact, Lightless has a Metamorphosis, so Destroyed could be in trouble himself. Doesn't have a ring of health. That's not gonna help him against all his burst damage. In fact, with the Cogs, he's closed in. They'll help from the line. Destroyed, push back. There's the Earthspike finally coming in, and they still have a spear, but Destroyed is keeping it in case he can punish someone being a bit too aggressive.
I think Arrow remembering at the tail end of that, oh yes, I forgot I can mana drain these illusions. So that's not a big deal. A little bit of extra damage here onto Destroyer, but the healing salve and the Ring of Health will get him topped up here in no time flat. Noob might be in for some trouble as Arrow is actually going to catch him trying to steal the rune. Doesn't have enough mana for the Earthspike. He's in a turn now as here comes Destroyed then to close the door. We have Earthspike in just a second here with the mana regeneration, so I don't think Noob is going to be able to escape as Hayes is going to rotate over from the mid lane to make sure they can get this kill. 2 deaths straight now for Noob. And here come the aggressive tips.
Nah, these are the tips. I love that Melody was the one to set, and Hayes like, I guess I'll tip him too. It's just at the end. I've been in that position, but you know, if my team's tipping him, Melody the most toxic player.
He's doing it now. He's taken 3 deaths top lane, but the reason that SpiderPigzs aren't tipping him is because look at how much farm this has given Naive. Naive is cruising in this lane. 35 and 11. We're getting nothing for Funnick, and that's all thanks to these 3 deaths that Melody's given. Funnick would gladly have 20 more CS than 3 kills onto an ABBA at this stage. Those are not meaningless, but it's not equal by any means.
Like, seriously, Melody's not even getting close to the lane. He just chases wherever Funnick goes like a dog, like a rabid dog chasing after a car. And it makes sense, you know, because centers are close to cars, what people used to ride on back in the day. And Melody, are we going to get the Cursor of Harness off? I don't think they have enough damage, though. So Funnick is just trying this new strat of I will ignore Melody and try to play my game. It's not really working out for him, but Melody actually deals too much damage. He has the Magic Wand ready still. The creeps are hurting him a bit. Melody's now his business in denying.
He's got to be careful, though. He doesn't really have that much damage, right? Because we got Ring of Health and the Ring of Protection. And Retaliate hurts him now a little bit more than he's hurting the Centaurs, as he's quickly realizing. There's the Lina to... sorry, that is Merlin who's rotating over, as Arrow's going to come through and sweep from behind them.
Since Hayes dominated the mid lane so much, so it's not that bad. Oh, nice dodge by Melody. They're in line for an Earthspike. Oh, and the answer is going to be an Earthspike for Funnick. Funnick is the juicy target, and they will get him. They have enough mana for the Hex. If they use the Magic Stick, there we go. Immediate Hex, taking advantage of that TP for the last hit. Or Naive.
They just wanted
2 kills for Naive.
They wanted to give him hope. Yeah, that's the 3rd as well, right? Because
bottom, sorry. Destroyed. He's in trouble. He has the God's Rebuke, but he's going to be killed by the Metamorphosis. And Destroyed suffering as much as the Centaur is, as he's being left alone constantly against a scary, scary TV. No arena yet.
Yeah. So I will say this time around, SpiderPigzs having a much better bottom lane, and I think on a better hero who can actually take advantage of it. Because you can see he's already like pushing and getting a little bit of tower pressure. And yeah, there's no way I think V Gaming. Actually, with 3 heroes, you might look to contest this stack, especially with Vision here on the Lina. Arrow's a little bit shy of the mana necessary for an Earthspike and a Hex, but it's okay because Naive's going to rotate through, and they will be able to at least stop Lina from getting the full efficiency out from that stack.
Okay, I mean, at least the Lina has managed to, is going to manage to recover a bit thanks to the DT as well, helping her out. So, not too bad, right? Hayes has good farm, but he still hasn't completed the Boots of Travel yet, and he hasn't denied Lina as much as he did last game, where she did actually falter a lot into the mid game because the lane was worse for her. But as you mentioned earlier, I think Naive is having a really good game, and to be honest, Destroyed, despite the few deaths he suffered towards the end, he is doing well compared to Funnick, who is going to be really, really cancelled this game.
Yeah,
So Funnick might even lose his courier. No, oh, where's the courier go?
And
send it back home.
The bad part for Funnick here is that even though he's got Vanguard and he'll start to recover, you know, passively pushing towers by just tanking them. We've got like a couple of really good abilities at making the Stampede, which was otherwise like a saving point for the Centaur. You know, oh, my lane went bad, but I have Stampede. Not in the Arena of Blood, you don't, or at least it's not as useful. Maybe you dodge a spear, but it doesn't give you the same amount of disengage as it would normally versus most other offlaners outside of just an ultimate. So it's a bit brutal for him this time around here, but he's doing his best to recover. Noob as well is on this recovery train, almost has BOTs operational. In fact, after he farms the cap and bottles the bounty, he'll have them. So he's good to go. Stampede, and off and away he goes, at least this time, without the arena to stop him. But these arenas aren't going to be up too early here either, Abo, because, again, the one good lane SPigzs had was definitely bottom, so Destroyed is still trying to get these phase boots online. He had to go for a couple of, like, just laning items to keep himself alive with the Ring of Health and the infused raindrops, and there's no one here to fight him anymore, so he's at least able to get some recovery farm going in this bottom lane.
Hayes. He does see Mitch, and I think they want to go for it, but Elias has
There's a meta.
So you have to be careful. Arrow, after these DRs to get away, nice Hex, but it's not going to stop him from the cookie. That's going to be Arrow dead. At least Melody gets the kill on Mitch that he was looking for, but they don't rotate Mars in time, so they can't really answer appropriately. And this is something we didn't see last game from Lightless on SPigzs, but he's rotating early, trying to take advantage of this meta to give his team some space, which they sorely need.
Yep. Hayes. Oh, yep, uphill. He's going to kind of find Merlin with that one, who's going to try to run, but hopelessly, as he will still end up dying. We have the threat of the arena here, which, again, is going to force TB top lane. I think he wanted to help Funnick push this tower anyway with the wagon. So it's going to be a mid-tier 1 for the safe lane tier 1 tower. It's Naive with a Mask of Madness. Okay.
Hey, we're seeing Hayes
and Arrow. We have Finger.
Hayes in the top lane. Yeah, you're right. They have Finger. I think he should be dead here to the Finger. He has magic resistance reduction as well. Oh, there we go. Hex plus Finger. That's going to get through the trick as Hayes tries to outrun the Terrorblade illusions and keep himself alive. This time with a lack of push on DK, it's harder for them to take towers, unfortunately, so they couldn't take the tier 1 bottom, but it's still a good trade, the mid-tier 1 for the top tier 1.
Yeah, especially because Naive's just moved into the enemy jungle, and he's going to pick up some farm. Really, really great wards out from V Gaming at this stage of the game, protecting their own triangle, basically protecting where Dusa wants to farm, right? There is a counter ward here from SPigzs watching over their own jungle, so Naive is not completely free and away here. Pardon me, sorry. It's I got distracted by some light outside, Alvaro. It's just some lightning. Everything's okay.
Oh, is the world buffering again?
The world is buffering outside. Yes, it's very confusing.
Oh, God, I hate when that happens. You know, God really needs to buy a better GPU, honestly. Same. I mean, it's just the shortage. You know, it's a bit difficult. You think there's cryptocurrency in heaven as well?
Yeah. Nah, probably Doom. You know, he's got like where do you think all that heat from hell comes from and all scorched earth? It comes from, that's how he releases all the heat from the graphics cards that he's using to mine cryptocurrency down there.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because when he devours a creep, that's actually how it gets gold from it. Is users using it to mine cryptocurrency.
Yeah,
he puts it into this meat grinder that's a GPU, and out comes Bitcoin and Dogecoin.
Bitcoin, Dogecoin, and lots of excess heat as a byproduct, which he's then in turn
which he uses for scorched earth, of course.
Yes, I already did. That was the joke. I made it before, and you remade it. It was even funnier that way.
I know. I do it the second time. You know, I do the American style where I take something someone else said and rehash it.
Very good. Yeah. Yes, I like it.
There's a Stone Gaze on Naive, by the way, so I don't think the skill's going to be... Oh, sorry, there is no Stone Gaze. He didn't put a level into it.
No,
so
not
he
yet.
might be dead. He might be dead.
Could be.
Hook shot, there we go.
Yeah.
Case is nearby, no Stone Gaze. Mystic Stick not going to help him. Laguna played, and they were like, yeah, Naive needs to die.
This is pretty good, though, because V Gaming, they're not really in a position, because they already have the mid-tier 1 tower, to like push anything else. So they just have to back up and do a little bit more farming, while SPigzs are able to defend an objective successfully. Sure, they might have brought 4 heroes here to do it, but that's fine, because the one important missing there is Lightless, who's continuing to try and accelerate his farm.
Yeah, it's true. But at the same time, Deuces and Viper are both still beating him. So for now, it's not too concerned to Viking, especially if they can get the skill on Funnick, who I think is going to die to the Viper Strike alone. Yep. They even have the arena if they really want to go for Merlin here, or might just clear the trees here for Destroyed. It's not a bad choice. There we go. Arena of Blood. Merlin against the wall. Merlin underground.
Yep.
And now it's time for the tower to fall.
Bottom tower.
Wait a second. I was promised a round table, not a round arena. But he is going to fall regardless.
That's Arthur. Merlin's just the guy who helps him find the sword.
Oh,
dude.
yeah, so Merlin wasn't there? Merlin wasn't at the round table?
After he
Wow,
gives him
Alvaro.
the sword, he just goes away.
Name the 12 knights of the round table, Alvaro.
Arthur,
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Lancelot.
Okay, not bad. That's all that I thought you would get.
I don't have any more.
All right, that's what I thought. Merlin was there. How could you already forget Merlin?
I don't know. I'm not very fond of British mythology.
In they go here. Divine power may not be given out through some quote unquote lady in a pond, but it is given here through this third ability for Metamorphosis, because TB just completely took over all your stacks. So that was at least a pretty nice play for SpiderPigz. They're going to lose bottom and their position 4, but they do get a little bit of farm stolen out from under V Gaming. Very important here, right? Because we just killed the Medusa and now we take her stack. She's going to be a little bit upset about this.
And you've been capable of opening up the map as well by kind of mirroring their rotations while also ignoring them, right? Last game we saw V-Game being the one that's proposing constantly, and after getting a kill, they would go and take a tower as a result. But here, it's not really that they're taking a tower as a result of a kill, because the enemy team has enough time to go and take your own. So it's more of like, oh, we take a tower when the opportunity presents, but since they're so slow at taking it, the enemy team has enough time to respond appropriately, which makes it easier for SpiderPigz to take this to the late game. And here's where we see SpiderPigz hopefully winning. I mean, that's the win condition. I still mentioned that I think their chance is good. Terrorblade and Lina are strong heroes in the late game. The only reason why I thought the execution would... the only reason why I thought V-Game would win was because of their execution, but right now SpiderPigz is doing a much better job than last game.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's pretty close here. It's pretty close, just about even. There's another item. So now, like, when the execution is a little bit 50-50, maybe still favoring one team, we look towards items, right? And this is why I was a little bit doubtful of Naive's decision to go for Mask of Madness. I feel like this item, and not even Dragonlance, I feel like it's a bit of a different item. He's going to be going now basically for the full Hurricane Pike after this, but he was expecting a lot longer of a period where he'd be able to free farm it. And I think versus TB, I don't really know if you're allowed that. I don't know if really versus any hero you're allowed that as a Medusa these days, to be completely honest with you, now that I think about it. Melody, he's not allowed to walk up that hill. Maybe he is, actually. He's got borrowed time. Not getting too much healing back. Yeah.
Oh, they commit a Stampede for this, actually. I mean, can they turn this around?
They Laguna
Stone
him.
Gaze, Malady. Okay, they used Laguna and Stampede for him. Funny will be turned to stone, so Funny is definitely dead.
Why did they finger him? Finger stacks, I guess.
I don't know.
That doesn't do any damage.
All right. Oh, they found Haze as well. No, it does do damage. It goes through the stone.
Does it?
Yeah, they changed that a while ago.
Ah,
where
okay,
teammates
okay.
do go through it. But it was
Okay.
still a weird finger because I think he was dead without it. But
Oh,
anyway,
it's
they have
just
Arena
bonus
Blood, by the way,
physical.
for the Mars.
Okay.
But he has to walk into the mid lane, and oh, lo and behold, he might just die. Oh, maybe not. Nope. They didn't quite stun him enough, and Detroit's okay.
Yeah, he's hard pressed to get that
All right,
kill.
There was a moment where like both teams just forgot that we're playing a match of Dota, but now we're back into normal Dota again. That was a really weird fight down bottom. There's so much commitment for Malady as well. They really wanted to kill him.
There's a lot of hate there. I think that's one of those where like Noob is making a call. He's like, kill this unpleasant invader, I'm sure in much more harsh terms, and the team is okay, and then they get rid of him very quickly. I think they realized, like, with the threat of the arena and Stone Gaze, they didn't really want to be caught in a terrible position there, especially in that choke point, even with vision, because Mars, they weren't sure if he's got a blink or not. Luckily, they've shut him out of this game for so long that he's still actually on the road to that blink. 600 more gold than he's got it, but this buys enough time here for SpiderPigz once again for a triangle incursion.
This time, though, I don't think it's a good triangle incursion because not only are a couple other valuable assets on gold and Stampede and Primordially, but also I think now V-Gaming can answer with the Stone Gaze or the Arena. An Arena, by the way, which we haven't seen at all this game. We've seen like one or two, but not very impactful ones.
Yeah.
Oh, one actually.
It's hard without the blink, right? Because
the Arena. Oh.
Okay, well, they're going to walk up this hill again.
There we go.
There we go.
Used it, but he only cut the Snapfire. Apparently, arenas are only allowed for Merlin. He really liked your joke, so he's really, really committed to this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's, more Knights of the Round Table,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, what knight would Mars be? Is he Lancelot?
Oh my god, there's so many Knights of the Round Table. This is
Lightless,
ridiculous.
X. There's the poke shot as well, but they had to concentrate instead on the clockwork. Because why kill a Terrorblade when you can get a clockwork instead?
They were trapped in cogs. They couldn't get out.
I know, I'm just... It's just because I thought it was quite funny that we saw Destroyed walking close enough so the Terrorblade can just under him. It's just barely in range, but then proceeding to do nothing afterwards to the TV.
Okay. Yeah, there's okay, so the figure apparently ranges, just to let you know, there is anywhere from a dozen through an astonishing 1,600, and that's a quote from Wikipedia. I almost said Liquipedia. Yeah, astonishing 1,600, which is just hilarious.
Can you imagine if when you asked me earlier, I mentioned all 1,600 games?
Nah, I don't think you could. I don't think you could.
I'm gonna work my whole life to be able to accomplish that.
Please do, because some of these are like old English names and they're very funny.
It's better than learning the digits of pi.
You know what's interesting? There's a couple of like, there's like Hector in here.
Oh yeah.
Fascinating.
Everyone knows. Héctor, el vendedor salchipapa. Caballero de la mesa redonda.
Dire are scanning.
Hayes.
There was oh, who's this? Don Quixote is here? What did
What did he do? Well, let's see. I mean, right now SpiderPig, I think, are getting back into the game. And, in fact, I would say they have control, which is why they can go into the triangle so easily, kill Arrow. But the Arena, this time successful, will actually catch Noob. Can they kill him in time, though? The host time is actually saving him. They cookie him, but he's still in the arena. Here comes the Stone Gaze from Naive.
Lightless is farming
creeps. It seems
creeps.
like Lightless is just hitting creeps as opposed to the enemy team. But it's okay. Lightless is now being routed by Hayes. They managed to kill off Merlin as well. We don't have any more borrowed time from Malady. And he's going to die to a double edge instead. They're going for Funnick. We do have a spear, and that's going to send Funnick away. And Funnick is going to go down to the graveyard, but somehow Lightless will still be alive, despite the ultimate sin of hitting creeps in the middle of the team.
I can't believe he did that. I'm sorry. It was very funny. He got the Stampede buff, and the arena was still up, so he's like, I don't really know. So he kind of just like ran a figure 8, and he went into carry base instincts as he panicked. That was a panic, basically, what happened. He wasn't sure who to hit because he didn't really want to go onto anyone. Lion was a bit too scary for him, right? Mars was focusing someone else, but he didn't. Yeah, so he just went to his carry instincts and right-clicked one of the ancient black dragons, and the Drake's like, man, what the heck did we do to you to deserve this? I can't believe this.
It was so odd because Clockwork even hookshot and cogged someone in, and he's like dying to the Medusa. And Terrorblade's like, I need farm right now. Thank you for giving me this space so I can take an ancient.
Good
that
jump,
was
though.
odd by Lightless.
Good jump on the noob. I will say.
It was a good jump from Destroyed. It was a good jump originally, I'd say, from SpiderPigzs as well. I thought they had the edge, but they just chose not to really fight that properly. And now you're seeing I think Mars revitalized with much more purpose in his life, and a Hurricane Pike on Hayes as well, plus a Grove Bow that allow them to get a kill on pretty much anyone. Ideally Noob. It could also be Funnick.
It could be Funnick, but maybe both?
Blink, that's both, yeah. They got Noob, that's perfect. Hyper with another Toxin, they gotta hit Noob first. Noob should die once he comes down.
Yeah, he's probably dead. I thought that said Lena for a second. He dispels the poison attacks, but
he still has Nether Toxin.
He's got Nether Toxin to come down into. Destroyed's not gonna have a bonk, but he'll have a right click. I mean, I think he's dead. Because Destroyed's got over 100 damage right now. Lena 8 armor. Yeah, I think he's dead. Because I mean, we've got Dragonlance. Look at this attack range. Hayes is hitting him from outside the arena. We've already used Hoof Stomped. Like he's a goner, unfortunately. They may even be able to catch Funnick, or at least force out Stampede. He's got it in 3 seconds with Hooded Defiance up and a Viper Strike at the ready. Though I don't know how long he lives, so maybe he gets it up. I think that's the better question. Does Funnick live? Because I think Lena is condemned, especially without.
I don't think Funnick lives either, to be perfectly honest. Like I think right now, if you assume much like us that Funnick is already that Noob is already dead, you now change your target into Funnick and you just start piling on.
Yeah. By the way, Arrow has a Blink Dagger, so there's no way anyone lives here.
Oh, no, okay, I didn't even actually check here. Yeah, everyone's dead.
Yeah, everyone is dead here. And this is quite
the question
impressive.
Is Merlin going to die as well? Will he join them?
He could. No matter what happens, really, I just want to commend V Gaming for actually finding these kills. The way they sweep through the map here was incredibly effective because they've got some wards in the jungle here, kind of scouting out where enemies could and could not be. They know that TB is somewhere top, probably in the triangle or farming this hard camp, right, with the conjure images. No vision on Mitch, but as long as TB's not here, you're not really too scared of what you can find. So they just sweep through the jungle, checking all of the camps, finding a wake of dead creeps in their along their journey, and this is just a great arena. Like, this is pretty crushing for SPigzs here to lose Noob again, because he's really getting close to finishing up this BKB, and quite simply put, you give him an extra minute or two, and he just doesn't die to this anymore. Like, he's so close to being out of like this kind of really annoying period. And mind you, Destroyed 4 minutes ago when we were joking about the Knights of the Round Table, he was really struggling to find relevancy in this game, right? We're like, oh, we've only seen one arena, then we had a second one, but it was really only onto the Snapfire. And from Blink Dagger, it's all uphill for him. I mean, this is just amazing. Yeah, Noob's like, come on, let's get it over with. Can you kill me, please?
Yep.
Here we go.
Let's go. Noob will die, we think, here to the auto attack. There we go. Laguna Blade before he died.
Yeah, but it's
and
for
actually,
arrow.
Funnick will survive.
Yeah, he didn't commit the Viper strike though. Yeah,
No, he
so
didn't. He just let Funnick kind of go there.
well,
That was one of those cases, I believe, of, oh, what were we doing again? They didn't even use the finger on him.
yeah, they got Stampede. Yeah, they just, I think they were primarily there for Noob. I think they recognized, like, Funnick, you have Blink already, you know, you got your power spike, quote unquote, out of the way. We're living in a Mars timeline right now. You know, he's very in fashion. You know, Mars to the moon, haha. Yeah, Funnick is just really struggling to find relevancy at this game. Now, it's onto him now to see what he can make of this Blink Dagger, of Stampedes, and Noob needs BKB. It's the same thing as last game, but there's a difference to last game here, Avo. He actually decided to go for the Yule Scepter instead of straight BKB. This is something that I've heard people kind of argue about in terms of whether or not you should go straight BKB after the BOTs, if you can afford to go for the Yule Scepter, because Yule's is a pretty expensive item, 2,800, which would otherwise be a completed BKB already. Oh no.
This kill is huge. This kill is incredible. On DB, even better than the Lina kill. Okay, that Stone Gate is completely unnecessary.
They were expecting probably more heroes here, to be honest, but the rest of SPigzs are setting up vision in the enemy jungle. That's at least the Ogre Axe for the BKB out of the way for Mars, but that's only 200 HP he's missing. He's not going to be able to finish up the BKB in the next 2 minutes by the time his courier respawns. So, oof.
And the kill on the Terrorblade is still worth it. You did lose Stone Gaze now, so you can't really do much with this. So that's why I thought Stone Gaze was valuable. But if you kill Funnick, I mean, that's perfect. Funnick in the wrong position here in the mid lane, punished hard from V Gaming. And we're starting to see, in fact, Snapfire, Merlin could be in trouble as well, as we see Lion, Arrow, just wondering how long is he going to actually stay here. Apparently very long, as he gets the Hex off. It's only 2 supports, though. It's only a support, I guess, so he doesn't deserve actual cores going for him. Oh. And he's a sentry for vision.
They found him, but now he can TP. Because, yeah, okay, whatever. They're not going to get him. I think...
He's found Noob, though, on the bottom lane.
Okay.
Or yes? Haze?
No stuns. No stuns. Yeah. So I think a kind of minor deal here as well is that SPigzs, when they go into the enemy jungle, they place 2 fresh observer wards because they're like, guys, we need to change the game. Let's get some deep vision. Let's play aggressive. And now they're not really going to get to use those wards really, at least for the first half of them, right? I don't really think that the tempo or the pace of this game is going at immediately for these next 3 minutes. They're not going to get much out of these wards. Perhaps what they do get out of these wards is information that if there are heroes there or not. I don't think they're in a position to gank heroes in the jungle, but they can at least use it to read the map and then look elsewhere for their movements and find farm. So they're not useless wards, but I don't think they're going to quite accomplish the goal of you know, getting these aggressive picks in the enemy jungle like I think they set out to do.
I would agree, because with these wards, when you put 2 wards in the same area, they're no longer rotational wards.
Exactly.
Right? You already have overlapping information about the enemy team's position, and when you're doing this, you're fighting around this area, but you're not strong enough to fight. So I do agree with that notion. That I think the idea, like, I would rather see rotational wards that apply for pickoffs, which they could accomplish rather than trying to force a fight. But hey, now they just got Scotty and Terrorblade, BKB also on the Lina. These are 2 big points of inflection.
Maybe they can use it then.
Yeah. I mean, if Lina now is no longer a target for the Arena Blood, if actually they mess up and they use an Arena just for the Lina, and they get surprised with the BKB, that could be a huge turnaround here for SPigzs.
Okay, I immediately regret my decision. I didn't notice these items were so close.
There's Stone Gaze available, though. Yeah, I think the Deuce is fine. In fact, they actually caught him with a Earth Spike. Stone Gaze been used. Hyper start hitting. Not going to be enough to kill Lightless. There's the arena, but just
though.
for Funnick instead, though.
But it blocks the illusion.
It's actually going to work out. Funnick has no BKB. They use Noob in the middle of this, but Noob, is he going to survive this? Yes, with a 4-man Light Strike array. That's beautiful. Funnick will die as a result. That's okay. As long as you can get the Dusa here, but can you actually? In fact, it's actually
No,
Hayes that's
it's-
routing all of Spider Pig's. Noob still in trouble.
Oh, they got
he actually gets stopped
Noob.
because of that Spear of Mars. Lightless trying to bait out that Sunder, but Hayes no longer has HP. He finds Naive instead. Hayes will die as a result, or not with
Bulwark?
Quality helping him out. In fact,
Wow.
everyone on V Gaming but Lion will survive. That's insane. Two times there, I would say Hayes was dead.
Yeah, and really, I almost corrected you mid-fight, so I apologize about that, but it was actually a really nice arena because there was only a TB conjure image inside of there, and TB, once again, he kind of just does a figure 8 on the stairs because he has nothing else to do. The arena's blocking out all of his damage. He has Scotty. He wants to use it. He wants to kill, but he can't because the arena just keeps bonking away all of his projectiles. They catch Merlin, hook shot in. Mitch, gonna try and steal Aegis. Oh, it's gonna be Naive though. They get the kill, but unfortunately they aren't able to pick up the Aegis. They're gonna lose Merlin. They're gonna lose Mitch. At least getting the bounty off of the Roshan, which is not insignificant, but they're not gonna get any of the prizes here or the spoils.
Dire's top tower is under
Continue
attack.
onwards, hoping to maybe catch out the Lena here. All blind and surprised by the Yule Scepter, but they save him. Arrow gets the Earth Spike as well, just in case Funnick had
Funnick's
any
on the high
weird
ground.
ideas.
Oh, now
there's
he's
the
on the
Arena
ward.
Blood.
He's
The
getting
BKB's been
poked.
used immediately. Malty does not have. I don't know what he's hitting Funnick, but he was dying there
the
for
arena
a
wall.
second. There's the Earth Spike with the Finger of Death. Yeah, I don't know how he was hitting the arena wall.
I think it was like a weird parallax thing, you know, because he was so high up. I don't know. That also seemed a little bit silly. He just he kept getting bonked against it. Kind of unfortunate.
I mean, this is now looking really bad for I feel these last few fights were not ideally played by them. I also think that, honestly, Destroyed deserves a medal with how he's playing this mid-game. That last fight, choosing to cage in the Centaur as opposed to the Lena, I don't know if he saw the BKB or what that was, but that was actually what saved him that fight.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I'm so scared about, right? Is we do have two really big items for Lena, and for the Eye of Scotty, right, for TB. But against Mars, like even if you have BKB, it doesn't necessarily make you super safe versus this arena because it stops all your damage. And you can BKB and walk through the arena walls to hit people, but V Gaming are free to as well walk through the walls and complicate the issue even further. So like it's just this is why usually you end up banning or picking the Mars if you play with a TB and a Lena or like a Drow even, because you have nothing. I've harped on this issue before previously in a safe lane TA versus an off lane Mars matchup because it's the same exact thing. It's a really, really big problem, especially in this current Dragonlance rich meta when the attacks are coming from so far away as there's a hookshot down bottom, taking it far away. Mitch, though, he's yeah, a bit hard-pressed to find this one. Hayes is just too tanky. Turns with the Viper Strike. We'll get the kill through the Battery Assault. They're going to turn next from Merlin. And back to the table for you.
These are not the pickoffs that you're looking for whatsoever. Like, you need to get pickoffs that are far away from objectives so they can't just respond like this. You don't have enough burst damage to be able to afford this. And Noob, not going to find him. He has ward. He's a ward here, so I don't think he's going to be caught out.
Oh, he's too fast. He's too fast with BOTs.
He's too fast.
Yeah.
But it's still scary though because you see these.
Oh wait, sorry,
these are the
real quick. V just smoked under a ward, so this isn't going. It should not go anywhere, is what I should say.
Oh,
but
hopefully they don't catch a noob.
but
That's a good ward.
Ooh.
Nope. You should have seen the smoke.
Yeah, he knows this is coming. Okay,
Oh,
BKB.
okay. He was planning on doing this from the start.
Okay.
That makes sense. At least you get to cut the lane for your BKB. Not too bad because it's already at 6 seconds, right? So who cares? You just put it on cooldown. You know you're not going to fight. I mean, it's fine. I just fear for the TV versus Dusa. Eventually, you will be able to win this matchup. However, right now, V Gaming is just playing better. So you need to kind of play at their level if you ever want to match up this core to core.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We're going, is this? Oh, it's Scotty. Okay, I saw the point booster. Scotty's completed then already for the Dusa. Big item for her, especially versus essentially two ranged heroes, the TB and the Lena. TB's got one as well here, so against another ranged hero, but Dusa with Stone Gaze is going to get a big old move speed buff, so it's going to be hard to really keep her at arm's length here as much as you'd like to. We have Aegis still for a full minute, so we have 2 creep waves with this Aegis. And I think during that time, V Gaming can look for a tower here. Hayes does not have the Aghanim Shard, and we don't have an AC or any minus armor for the structure. But yeah, with Mask of Madness, actually, it's a pretty respectable pushing speed. Malady even wants to get involved here. Yep, with the Curse of Avernus to buff this even further. There we go. Gotta shut up that tower. The wave's been cut, but the damage is done here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think you should be able to take down.
Oh, one more
at least
time.
a Rex.
Oh.
No. Never mind. I overestimated how fast they push. So instead they're just gonna go for the tier 2, it seems, in the top lane and continue pushing. Like, right now, you just take over the triangle, and you make it so V Gaming, if anything, they take over yours, right? It's like, okay, great. They have your triangle, and they can push, but you want to force this fight anyway, and you're pushing a bit faster. So you're just gonna try to get them to join you there.
Yep.
And if they play your game, you beat them in the fight.
Aegis is reclaimed around the 31-minute mark.
They found Mitch here? No. They're just gonna go for the Rax again.
Aegis is up very, very soon here, though, for Naive. He's a bit isolated from his team. He doesn't have the protection of Malady at this range.
For it.
Yeah, okay, but they've caught someone on the backlines. It's Noob. Great LSA, though, to counter-initiate. In addition to the Phonic blink on in, Malady could not get the Phonic shield off in time, so they've already lost 2. But Noob is going to be taken down very easily here by a Naive who runs
Aegis
on in with the Scotty. Aegis is reclaimed, but I don't think we can get back into this fight, Avo. We've already used the hook shot here, and in fact, they almost get the kill onto Noob with the Viper Strike, so it's going to be V Gaming losing 2, buying back on the Lion, but once again taking down Noob. We did get the melee barracks at the start of that scuffle, but nice presence of mind there from Destroy to be watching the backlines here. Kind of was expecting that play coming from Noob or someone else, really.
And that looked good. That was a good fight overall, I would say, for SPigzs, but they had to use so many resources and still they didn't get what they wanted to. Like, the idea, the proposition was good, right? You put Deuce on one side, you don't let him get her to her teammates in time. But because she has spider legs and the buff from Stone Gaze, they don't quite get as well as they don't do as well as they was hoping for, and Noob is still very vulnerable, especially because of the choice of Hayes to go for this physical damage Viper. He just got a 70 damage, or he recently got a 70 damage talent. Lena's no longer a match for him in the mano a mano. She's also 4k behind, mind you. That's a whole item. So
yep,
now Hayes can just go and attack her even despite her PKB and just murder her.
Yeah, and this AC coming online soon is going to be a big threat. We're going for MKB right now on the Dusa. Okay. Wonder why. Am I missing something here for this MKB? I mean, it's a good item. Don't get me wrong. It means we'll probably take the split shot uses modifiers talent, of course. But sure. Okay. I guess I'm not against it. I'm just surprised, like, Satanic isn't being queued up here. A little bit more strength gives you the ability to fight. They've caught someone here. They've caught Noob again, Avo. They caught him under the ward. That's huge. He's dead for 69. I mean, this is the base, I think. You can't defend it. We've cut waves again, so backdoor is going to kick in. They've cut the waves. They've cut the waves, so they can't maybe get megas, but it's other than that, just not a pretty situation for SPigzs to find themselves in here.
Nope, that's true. I mean, right now, they actually go in for a counter initiation. They want to surprise him, but Hayes might just kill the Clockwork here. There we go. Clockwork's dead. Lightless could also be in trouble as Hayes actually is managing to match him. Lightless has no metamorphosis. He has to fight only with a Sunder.
This is not
and
doing
taking him nicely. Hayes has his own BKB. Lightless is out of his own. They don't have a Finger of Death. They might not need it because they have enough stuns. Lightless just committed suicide there. 70 seconds without him. Funnick also walking in, and Funnick is going to get poisoned to death. That's going to be a GG.
That's the
there we go.
Yeah, that's the GG. Lightless is...
Oof.
I mean,
they... tilt.
Oof. Rough. I mean, rough game, right, for SPigzs. Really, really rough for them. That's not the way I saw the series going for them, to be honest. I think heading into this one, I thought it was going to be pretty close, to be honest. I wasn't sure quite who was going to win, because I think this version of SPigzs is a little bit more closely matched with V Gaming, but they just couldn't really string... Like, when I say string it together, I kind of, like, literally mean it this time. Like, there should never really be a case where your mid laner's dead for 60 seconds without buyback, your safe lane doesn't have their key ability on cooldown, but they just still have to fight. Like, that looked like a feed, but, like, SPigzs kind of have no other choice there. That's, like, their only opportunity to find a fight on their, that they initiate. But they have to do it without their mid laner, and they have to do it without meta. It's just, it's an impossible fight.
Yep, I agree with that. I feel like the whole game, though, for SPigzs was a bit like that. We saw a lot of like small misplays that don't matter as much if you are playing against a weaker team, but honestly, V Gaming has showed some really consistent Dota, and they seem to really on point with what they were doing this game. And with, Hero being slightly out of position, Funnick playing without his team once or twice, having a bit of an over-aggression, not playing exactly around your timings, as you said, around your cooldowns, whatever it was, these small things amounted to V Gaming just having a much, much easier late. And we said it, again, I do think the draft for SpiderPigzs could have done a lot more, but I feel like V Gaming is executing considerably better than SpiderPigzs is right now, and their draft was not hard to execute either. So, congratulations,
Yeah,
they played
true.
a really, really good game, honestly.
MVP to destroyed from in this game. I think
me too.
He had a really rough laning stage, but he kind of just soldiered on through it. He even bought like a ton of items as well, like early on. I might have even said them in a slightly critical tone, because he bought them by the time that Lightless was already basically out of the lane. Like he got like they don't show up because they're consumables, but he hit like a super early Ring of Health, and then he even got like another stack of infused raindrops just to try and stay in the lane a bit longer, which worked out. And he gets Blink Dagger, and then from there it's a completely different game for him. At night and day, you know, these are the type of Mars games that like, you know, get you to queue up and try and play off lane, right? Because it's like, I want to do that, because he really killed it this time. So very well played to V Gaming as they take the 2-0 win.
Yep. So we're going to get one last game for the day of today. That's going to be with Snare, not with myself.
Nope.
Richie.
It's with myself and Kips here, actually.
Oh, sorry. With Kips and Richie.
Correct.
I will be leaving, though, because, you know, I don't like you.
He's got to take a siesta. It's in his contract.
It is in my contract. At least I can only work like 4 hours a day at most. Otherwise, Spain comes and sues. But like the country, of course.
Of course.
Winstrike versus Gambit will be the last series of the day. It's going to be casted by Richie. I was going to say yours truly, but you by Richie
you.
and Kips. And hope you enjoyed the games, guys. Remember to give us a follow to the TEB TV if you are interested in watching more of this D2CL, as we're going to be on here for quite a while, actually. We have games for the next couple of weeks. So if you enjoy this kind of Dota and you want to support some of the new up-and-coming teams, or some of the teams, like, for example, V Gaming, that are showing up these days, feel free to come and join us for some great Dota every afternoon.
Absolutely. We're going to be back after a pretty long break here, guys. We are going for about an hour and 15 minutes here at this stage, accounting for the delay. So go ahead and make some food, call a loved one, but otherwise be back in your seats for our final match of the Dota 2 Champions League for today. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back now with the Dota 2 Champions League. We've got our third series of the day, third and final, of course, here. It's going to be a big one between Winstrike and ASM.GMB. As we've had it before, a power pairing on the TEB TV Dota 2 channel. Joining me is going to be Kips and myself here, Seek and Strike, for the call. Kips, how's it going?
Yeah, doing pretty well. Glad to be back with some Dota. Glad to have some pro Dota again, just to cast in general. It almost feels like falling into a gap after those qualifiers are over. So I'm very glad that we are once again climbing out of it. And these two teams are not messing around with the draft here. Winstrike immediately opening up with a Broodmother for Cheshire Cat. We've seen this man run the Broodmother a ton. Not surprised to see them just picking it up straight off the bat. But Invoker is a bit of a surprise pick to me here. I would not pick this hero here unless you could also flex it to the support role, which is something that, of course, is very much possible towards the boss 4, but interesting. And then Lina, Tidehunter over on the other side. Much more of a classic, isn't it? But I'm pretty sure that that Tidehunter is going to be laning against the Broodmother, if not at the start, then at least in the middle of the game.
I like the idea of that, actually. Some actually that sounds perfect, doesn't it? Right, Kraken Shell to reduce the healing off of the Insatiable Hunger. You've got Anchor Smash for when she eventually gets the Spiderlings up, and even Gush to chase her down, right, if you can turn for some kills. Yeah, that's something I think Winstrike should plan for. And with the Broodmother, right, this is something that can be quite difficult because you're not a very mobile hero. In fact, that's one of the biggest ways to counter you. The enemy team can just look for fights elsewhere on the map, but this still applies in laning stage. You're not really a hero who is willing to play musical lanes because you like to get set up with those webs and get nice and cozy.
Exactly.
Dame is quite the Invoker player, so it's been usually banned out against him. I think previously when Winstrike played versus Hellbear Smashers, of course, both teams keen to ban the Invoker, so it's one of those heroes for him. I do believe he's a Quas Wex Invoker specialist. He really enjoys kind of not letting other people play Dota 2, if that makes sense. You know, very well known as well for his Razor.
One of those.
Yeah, right. So
yes.
one of the
I know the Razor actually. Yeah,
the anti-carry kind of guy here for the Invoker. So that's where he excels in. So I like this. It's good early game between the Brood and Quas Wex Invoker, and I feel like Winstrike, they can take it a lot of different directions, right? Keeping in mind that sometimes the Brood, although it's very nice to get in the draft, can act a bit as an anchor, especially when it's like first pick.
Oh yeah, like you're going to have to build your entire draft around that hero. It's not like she fits into a lot of archetypes. Like either she is the point where your team has to fight around at a certain point, or she is the hero that you have to play away from, which means that especially your carry pick is very heavily impacted by your decision to run such a hero that swaps up such a large part of the map. She's very comparable, like a Naga Siren in that regard. I know we don't run Naga Siren in the offlane anymore and haven't for a long time, but it's very comparable.
Speaking of the Naga Siren, if you did want to pick a safe laner to go toe to toe with the Broodmother, the Naga is actually one of the better ones. I've seen
the best one I've seen.
Agreed, actually. I think it might have been even in the same game we've seen it in. The hero, of course, does kind of leave a little bit to be desired. It's not the worst, not the best. You'd like to at least see the enemy carry matchup before you pick a Broodmother, because there are some unfavorable ones for her, and her other weaknesses compared to other carries in the meta can leave that pretty easy to exploit.
Yeah, one of the benefits of picking up a Broodmother here is that, for example, it's pretty hard to run a Terrorblade into this. You'd really rather not be pushed out of your lane that early by the Brood, by the harass capabilities. It is possible to lane there, but it's rather difficult. And that's one of the most significant picks, I think, of Dispatch in general. Like, whenever I see it unbanned like this, I'm always like, all right, it is incoming in some way. Gambit would have to find a way to make it actually work first. The Broodmother, though, whereas Winstrike, yeah, if they get to take it all the way to the last pick, they could totally fit that in their draft, I'm sure.
Couple of bans coming through. You said we don't want to pick this TV into the Broodmother. The Lion ban, not sure what that one's about, because I think the TB, if it were a viable option, I think Winstrike definitely would have banned it in this phase, right? It's too big of a hero to let through. But obviously, I think you're right. Into the Brood, that's a bad idea. So now I'm wondering, what are they thinking then with this Lion ban? Because Lion's a hero that to me sometimes is like a catch-all. You know, you get to your this pick usually, and you're like, we just need like something that's good to support a nuker. How about a Lion, right?
Yeah.
But he also has some particular counters, so that's what's kind of tickling my brain right now. Or he counters particular heroes. Sorry.
Specifically the TB, of course, but PL is another hero that we're seeing more and more of. I'm not sure if you'd like to lane that versus the Broodmother per se, but it is definitely a hero that would require an answer. And then apart from that, if you're planning to run a lineup with multiple initiators, then a Lion is also always... Or should I say, sorry, when you run a single one, it's a hard one to deal with, or if you run like triple initiators, it's a hard one to deal with.
Dire team pick.
It's weird. No, they're going for the TB.
Okay, wow.
Let's see it then, ILTW, because that's not the funnest of lanes. You can't really out-trade her. Sure, you have nice armor, but ooh yeah, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the ILTW heroes, right? The other one, I think, definitely being that Luna, so getting the respect ban. But yeah, I think Winstrike there probably pretty cool with this, don't you think? Like, especially here, because now that they know they're going to get the 8th pick, a further pick to respond, so it looks like whatever safe laner they want. And looking at this, Drow Ranger, actually not particularly a bad pick. Oh, there's the Venge. That's an interesting one. I like that for G.
Yeah, that's Drow anticipation right there.
Yeah.
Because, as you say, she's definitely going to have a nice lane versus the Tidehunter. That's great for her. She's got a great matchup versus the TV as well. You need some way to get her out of position, and I love it when teams do this. This is Gambit calling Winstrike's bluff on like, all right, you know, you've made it hard for us to pick the TV. We're going to do it anyway. And then Winstrike says, well, fine, you've made it hard for us to pick the Drow. We do it anyway as well.
I like it. So really...
Remaining.
Pardon me, you know, both carries are going to... It's a battle of the carries, right? And this is going to be Dyrachyo. He is back. We had Sani, I want to say, momentarily for the first Winstrike game, but it's good to have Dyrachyo back, get everyone back normal. Again, the only... Well, a couple of stand-ins for ASM.GMB, but the only stand-in right now for Winstrike is going to be Dame or 19-teen, but he's on the Invoker. Okay. This ought to be a pretty fun one, because I totally agree with you. It's the anticipation, the kind of, you know... It's the Casino Royale scene when you go, oh, are you going to fold, Mr. Bond? Like, what are you going to do here? And they go, no, actually, I'll call this one.
They both have guns under the table right now.
I like it. I like it. I will say, though, I'm kind of liking the edge here that the Vengeful Spirit does bring you versus the Drow Ranger. Because I think like this also makes Tide's game a lot easier to play. It makes Alina's game a lot easier to play. Because while TB is definitely going to suffer versus the Broodmother, Drow Ranger at all stages, her positioning is of the utmost importance, really. It's crucial for winning team fights, and the Venge is just such a threat to you throughout the entire game.
Yeah, at this point, you basically can't show as a Drow until the fight has well and truly started, and that does mean that your Broodmother and your Evoker are going to be tanking some hits. These are not your traditional initiators. Like, the Broodmother is going to run in and start the fight, but she can't tank it for long. She needs the follow-up, and that is something that the Drow is going to have to make some hard decisions about coming in if she can't see the Venge yet, if she doesn't know where the Tide is yet, because one swap into a Ravage and she is gone.
Yeah, for sure. Or even just a swap into a missile into LSA. Like, there are so many things, right, that could go wrong here for her. Granted, we've got some save, some good long range counter initiation, notably here on the Tornado's the Tornado's Invoker. On the Invoker's Tornado. Sometimes it is the opposite way around. That thing moves like it has a mind of its own. But yeah, I like these bans though. Like from ASM.GMB, they're like they need some catch real bad. They need some way to start a fight that's going to be on another support here essentially. You know, funny enough, I feel like if you could, I'd also want a Drow or a Vengeful Spirit here for Winstrike. Right, like that's the kind of hero I feel like they need. A solid stun, a swap for repositioning. Strikes me as decent. Leaves their teamfight initiation lacking, but I just don't know what else we go for here.
It's very hard. Like, you could go with something like an Earth Spirit, something that can actually roll in, but the problem is that a lot of teams actually like running this Hoodwink as a 4, which is a very defensive 4. And then if you end up at a 5 that can go in, your option is basically Clockwork.
Okay.
But I didn't say options. Your option is Clockwork.
No, but that's not a bad one, is it, Kips? Because then you I mean, we can still flex this Lina to the forward role, I think, is kind of the issue. And a tied Lina lane is just fine, really. There's nothing wrong with it. So that's not too bad. And then we would get like a nice last pick for the mid laner versus the Invoker. That's possible. And in fact, I think that's what Winstrike have done. Instead, they'll go for the Willow.
Yeah. So this is a very powerful support duo in terms of defensive capabilities, like the area control that comes out of the two of these, with the the bushwhacks flying around, with the Dark Willow, of course, with all of the brambles. You get a lot of area to throw all your spells and projectiles into. But starting the fight is not on Winstrike's menu right now. They don't really get to decide that. There's no classic initiators, there's no good way. Like, Gambit has to overextend.
Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like. This is much more a draft that's going to want you to, and I'll use a really silly analogy here. They want you to kind of come into their webs and kind of like get a little bit, caught up by a bramble here, a little bushwhack there. Invoker is able to land some spells, right? Drow Ranger then is going to peek out from wherever she's hiding to look to do damage here to the TB. Whereas now with this last pick, Immersion is going to be able to really buff his team with Moonlight Shadow in terms of going to find fights, right? Onto the cover of Moonlight Shadow, get a smoke going, right? You've got Venge and probably Tide leading the charge, looking for that swap Ravage play, ideally onto Drow. I'm liking this Gambit draft just a little bit better, despite the core to core not being in their favor. And a difficult lane. But I do favor the team play potential that they have.
Yeah, this is one of the more interesting draft calls that I've had in a while, and it feels so weird to say after the last thing that I casted was literally the TI qualifiers. But yeah, you're completely on the money here. This Terrorblade is in a counter matchup. The Drow Ranger shreds him any day of the week. But if she gets behind because her team can't find a space to make plays, which is something that this lineup is definitely lacking right now, then yeah, the TB is probably still going to come out on top. It could even end up being pretty disastrous if Immersion hits his arrows. Like, because the thing that I'm looking at here, right, especially, is that where's the damage coming from? And on the side of Monaco Gambit, we're going to see Lorinov being that turret from the backlines. Do Winstrike have any way to engage onto the Lina, stick on top of her? It's just going to be a Broodmother, and the only option for the Broodmother is literally to just be ahead of the Lina and not get out DPS'd, which we all know is a tall order.
Yeah, and then it's what do we have to save Lina, right? A Vengeful Spirit, a Tide Hunter with Gush, or even the Anchor Smash to slow down the Brood. No, I mean, I think I agree with you. You're just able to explain these things a little bit more fluidly. But
why, thank you.
I think it's like what. So then, what is Winstrike's recourse then in this game, right? Because I think we can assume that Cheshire Cat is, at the very least, going to have a pretty decent lane, right? We're going to be able to give the boot to this TB relatively early on. Not like he minds, because of course he can just bring in the boys and farm the entire jungle and a couple lanes at the same time, because this hero is very balanced. But then, like, where does he go from there? Because I feel like there is possibly something Cheshire Cat can do to really try and make this game a little bit more difficult here for ASM Gambit.
I think it's all about if you can leverage the Drow. You have 1-1 matchup. If you can play this Drow up into the face of wherever you think the Terrorblade is, and you manage to hit him a couple of times, then you can pressure this hero. You can run after him with this Drow, no matter how silly that sounds. Because again, he needs to be significantly ahead of the Drow in order to win that matchup ever. You have that in your pocket. But the problem is, of course, it's a Drow Ranger. If you die, you die. You have a lot of defensive capabilities behind you. What I'd like to see from Dyrachyo is to see him play up positionally. Not to actually run in after people, but just take up a forward positioning and say, all right, now what you're going to do about me right here.
Okay. I like that. I like that. The scary thing about that, as much as I do like it, is that we don't have, like, an ABBA to back you up. Or even this game, I've said it again, Avenge to save you. Like, your saving grace is going to be Bushwhack, a Terrorize, which, let's be honest, is not bad. It's actually pretty darn good, right? Hitting a Terrorize to disengage. So we've got a couple of spells now that I've kind of take a better look at things, but it's not guaranteed, like as safe as it is with the ABBA, and that's kind of what scares me. Okay, so they've revealed the ward up here, by the way, with that last auto attack, so they'll know about that one. The first web was in the river. I guess he was just trolling. He was just looking to see if anyone was going to put a ward up there. Actually, cooldown pretty long on these things, but he's fine as soon as he gets there. So they're not going to really be able to swamp these lanes down bottom once the Brood commits. And pretty much as soon as this first web is down, Cheshire Cat is committed to the lane.
And I think both sides already knew that this was going to happen right from the draft, and LTW actually moving up all the way, pushing this Brood away. Since she doesn't have insatiable hunger yet, she can't trade here whatsoever.
No, yeah, and that's I like this, right? Level 1 Metamorphosis, a lot of the times we'll see that level 1 reflection just to guarantee the first wave, but this is just as good. If G can land another magic missile here onto Cheshire Cat, unlikely of course, because he's got the pathing and the webs, they could very easily kill Cheshire Cat. So yeah, he's going to have to basically acquiesce this entire first wave. Top lane, Dyrachyo as well, we can see with his, very similar, of course, just with the Frost Arrows, is looking to harass Afterlife as well and guarantee a little bit more farm here early.
Exactly. We see the Anchor Smash on Afterlife, but it's going to be very hard for him to actually get any damage reduction out of that versus double range lane. So Dyrachyo is going to have a good time harassing. He might even well, it's been a while since I've been seen a draw lane that is so good that she just runs out of mana harassing.
Yeah, seriously. Maybe this is, and I've seen this a couple of times here on the Jar Ranger, especially in this tournament. We've seen, was it? Yeah, on Draw. I want to say like a Falcon Blade even a couple of times, right? Because Wraith Bands are out of fashion. Yep. You know, that's so 2019. And Falcon Blade seems to be a little bit more popular here. Is that something we consider just because of how much mana we could use in this lane?
I'd definitely like to see it, yeah. I mean, this lane is definitely going to shift. Like, I expect Afterlife to go towards the bottom side of the map around that level 6 of the Broodmother, so he's not really looking to stay here either, unless he can get a couple of kills.
Oh, that arrow does help him out quite a bit here. It's a short arrow, though, or short stun arrow, I should say, in a Pantomime. We have no mana for the leap charges, actually, so Dyrachyo will fire the arrow back just to really make it, drive his point home that, hey, you are not killing the squirrel. Not yet, anyway.
But this is the way that you have to play the lane versus these double range. Push them under tower so that you can really divide your attention.
Oh, wow. This did not go how LTW was thinking. And in fact, they get another kill top lane onto Immersion. Did he deny himself? He did. Okay, that makes sense. Because I didn't see him anywhere close to the lane on the minimap. But bottom lane basically was just Wave of Terror into the Magic Missile. They thought they could kill Cheshire Cat because he was getting chunked, but Insatiable Hunger, he just fights right on through it. That bonus damage went right through ILTW.
Yep, and there's the problem with this lane. You're simply not ever going to have the punching power to go through this Broodmother. Like, G can of course add to it, but everybody knows this Terrorblade is not going to stay here, and his intention was to not die at all. Unfortunately, he has not managed that. Now it's just keeping the damage contained.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's important for G to stay here. I mean, obviously he's got to stay here so Cheshire Cat just doesn't run ILTW out of the lane. But his presence here also forces Yamich here. Like, the longer we can delay Cheshire Cat's level 6, the better ILTW will be off later in the jungle. And this is not really looking like a good start, though, as G. Yeah, he's going to die. Falls to the Shadow Realm projectile. ILTW forced back right after popping meta level 2. So this lane is really, really going in favor of Winstrike.
It is, yes. Now, Cheshire Cat can just pull it back a little bit more, see if ILTW wants to step up. I kind of doubt that he wants to. He does not want to risk another trading battle with his Brood. And yeah, that's now going to leave Yamich with quite a little bit of space to make some moves towards mid if he wants to see about teleporting elsewhere. But now they're just fighting again.
Yeah, this time it's going better for Cheshire Cat, but look at the lifesteal. He's actually onto G first. Shadow Realm projectile's not going to be charged long enough for the kill. So G will be able to very safely escape into the trees and heal back up. That second attempt using whatever we had left of the meta, much better here for ASM.GMB.
Very important pickup for them. G is literally just buying salves and bringing them to the lane. I think he had 3 salves on him when he came in here. And he's got 1 left. It's brutal trading resources versus Brood.
Check out this first item from Afterlife as well, actually. Just a casual Hamlet of the Iron Will. Don't mind if I do.
Yep. I really like that. Just armor up. It's going to serve you well into the later portions of the game as well. Anything above base armor, of course, significantly decreases Drow's damage output. I'd love to see some Greaves on him later this game as well, just for that armor aura for the team as well.
Yeah, actually, I think that would do nicely for him. That bonus armor is going to help a lot with marksmanship on the table, especially for the TB, right, who doesn't really build much minus armor to begin with. And speaking of TB, here goes Cheshire Cat yet again. Insatiable Hunger active. They catch him with one of the Brambles. G at the same time, though, throwing a stun as ILTW trying to escape underneath the Tier 1 tower, but that's the Orb of Corrosion already. That debuff really making life difficult for him. TP's going to come through from Lornoff, but Winstrike, they were very reserved in this push. We'll see, though. Lornoff is going to get the jump here. There's the stun. LSA. Laguna Blade is ready, but ultimately unnecessary, as they even managed to give the kill to ILTW.
Yeah, that deep dive was also always going to carry a little bit of a risk there. And you could also see that LTW was not planning to fight back or spend any of his mana. He just wanted to get out, make sure he could get self back up.
Oh, but now that's going to be Lina in trouble as she was trying to rotate back to the lane. Caught by Yamich. She's going to try and get the kill here, utilizing the Laguna Blade, and we'll get some assistance here thanks to the Wave of Terror. Invoker, just not enough mana, not enough spells, quite frankly, to really look to take that fight. I think they underestimated how strong they were there versus the Lina.
The Invoker also does not have an urn yet, which of course significantly decreases his capabilities, both of like getting the kill as well as getting any kind of momentum out of it after.
Yep. Yeah, he opted for the infused raindrops early. Not the most expensive item, but the brown boots and the full magic wand on top of the null talisman. So pretty early, pretty normal. Sorry. Opening items versus the Lina, especially. Of course, Lina can just farm much faster than the Invoker, which is why she's already kind of taking off. Looking to get these BOTs online first. What do you reckon, Kips? Is this a Yule's game for Lina after those BOTs, or do we go straight into BKB?
You know me, I'm a straight BKB kind of fan, especially versus an Invoker here, but not gonna lie, this is a very good Yule's game as well. Especially because there's heroes like, for example, the Broodmother that you might just want to keep out of the game for a bit while they pop their Insatiable Hunger.
And speaking of that Broodmother, they're looking to actually help her out here a little bit. Dame is going to go ahead and sneak on in. He's ghost walked, but of course staying out of range of the creeps, trying to get this jump onto ILTW, but he's protected by a creep wave. Tornado, Ice Snap, pardon me, is ready to go. Instead, they'll have to settle for G, who is going to get off the magic missile, but not much else, as he will fall. The urn was on the way, wasn't it? To the Invoker, and he goes there before it's completed, so no urn charges, but a successful gank nonetheless is going to do well for our Invoker here.
Yeah, especially because Lornoff wasn't actually hitting his tower in the meantime, so no harm, no foul there. That's the only risk you really run.
Lornoff is getting lots of CS in, though, right? So already more than halfway now towards those BOTs, as we'll contest top lane for, bottom lane for the power rune, which is a nice old invis rune. This will be going the way towards Winstrike. I think right now we've got no interest. 3 heroes top lane, though, as G's going to come on through. There's going to be the first Rabbit of the game. Quick arrow onto Duraccio. Break that passive, and not like he could use it anyway, as they will chain together the stuns beautifully to get the kill onto the Drow.
Great game plan move here as well. They have a full Helmet to Dominator completed on Afterlife, so that means they got a lot of pushing power for this top tower and kill power as well.
Yes, goodbye to the Squirrel. She's an Agi hero. Not much strength on that one, but they'll get ILTW for this out in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so the plan was hopefully to get that top tower and then teleport Afterlife, presumably towards the bottom lane immediately. They could still do that. Interesting to see, though, that this is not what they're looking for right now. Maybe now that he's switched into down with Dominator, he says, you know what, fine, I'm just going to press my advantage here, as opposed to playing into Broodmother lane, but that does mean they're going to have a Cheshire Cat problem now.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, because especially with that kill, I mean, the tower's just gone, nothing to do about it, and that spawns Spiderlings for you. It's 300 damage, that thing. That is, what, that's half of a Laguna Blade, basically, like with a quarter of the cooldown. That thing is bonkers, and it absolutely shreds a TB, of course, who famously has very high armor, but very low HP to play with. We can see, I think, evidence of the crime here, Kips. 3 less stacks of infused raindrops ready to go. I think we can piece together what happened.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep. I think so as well. That's exactly what happened to him. Just got run down on the tower. Nothing you can do. Then, yeah. So they've got Afterlife on the bottom side now after a bit of... I don't think they were quite sure what they wanted to do, but the Broodmother already has a clear path towards that middle lane through the jungle, and she has arrived at the middle tower. Now Afterlife's going to have to walk after her because he doesn't have a TP scroll.
Oh, and Cheshire Cat's mid lane. He's here with the Ling army as well, as they will be able to catch Lorenoff, who gets all of the spiders for free. Cheshire Cat has a spawn spiderling. He's going to throw it after Lorenoff, which will look a little bit silly, but actually contain and give him the kill. G, unfortunately, he's trapped himself in the corners. The spiderling is not allowing his escape. He's going to be picked off then. 2 kills for Cheshire Cat. Nice early rotation. I really liked this. This is not what I was expecting him to do. But when I was referring earlier, like, what's he going to do with all the space he gets early? Going mid is a really good idea here for him.
Yeah, definitely. And we see Dyrachyo contributing here as well, which makes sure that ILTW cannot come to that fight. And in fact, he now gets harassed out of the top lane as well.
And that's going to trigger the TP out from Lorenoff. Full BOT is completed here. We've yet to queue up that next item. Perhaps now we do consider that BKB after that little exchange. Yules would have helped there too, not gonna lie. So there's a case to be made for either, because I think either with Yules or BKB, Lina lives. One item's cheaper than the other, but of course if the game's going rough for you, you tend not to get the other, as the break is gonna get him out of the LSA range. Moonlight Shadow was used for this as well. And regrettably for ASM.GMB, it looks like they won't be able to get much out of this first usage, as they just look to rotate around the map.
And for me, everything that Gambit's trying to do right now is just about this Tidehunter. If the Tidehunter's in front of a tower, Winstrike can't take it. But if they ever see him out of position, they're going to grab whatever tower he's just abandoned.
Radiant's middle tower is under
We've got
attack.
this Purge creep that the Tide's holding on to. What are we looking to dispel this game? Frost Arrows? Cold Snap is a good one to dispel. A really good one for sure. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones, right? I think you can dispel the Brambles. Yeah, okay, I like it. It's for the defensive dispels.
Radiant's
Okay.
bottom tower is under attack.
Offensive, they don't really need anything, especially as long as they're holding on to the Ravage.
True. Yeah, very good point. Little Arcane Rune there for Yamich. Seems like we're going to settle into a little bit of a farming period here. Just checking in with mid laners. Dame, earn completed. No charges currently in that one. But it looks like he's got the Vessel recipe and only 200 gold away from that one. Very popular item for a lot of our Eastern European mid laners, including Lorenoff himself and Rebel. Both really like finishing the urn into the Vessel. Sometimes going for the Witchblade if you're like versus a Puck or a TA and you just need a little bit more catch or just more damage generally. But I think
It's so much damage. And it's such good value for money as well, especially on these slightly more fragile heroes. Just getting that fit booster in there just feels really good.
I suspect we'll see a Midas, though, for Dame after this one. That's generally been the go-to. We don't have the best setup for Cataclysm. That's a point to be made, but the levels and the money for Invoker are still very, very nice, because they're normally pretty hard to come by for a hero like him, especially when Dyrachyo steals all of your last hits.
Yeah, that's exactly the point of a Midas, right? It's the most farm you can get out of the least impact on your other farming cores.
No fight coming up here. That sentry would have scouted the ward had it been there in time. But instead, they're going to scout themselves Afterlife, who's broken and terrorized now. Bushwhack to the trees. Yeah, everyone else from ASM.GMB, they're afraid of spiders. They don't want to go up that hill, Kips. They're going to have to let the Tidehunter go.
The Tide is the only one who can do anything versus that army.
Yep.
That was exactly the catch that Winstrike wanted.
Yeah, great ward there. Even removing some vision here in the mid lane is going to make things concerning for Extremum, who are unwilling to part with their triangle, but will be convinced as soon as Cheshire Cat shows up, considering they've already cleared the camps anyway. Nothing of value here. No need to die over spilt milk, right, as they say.
Well, at some point they're going to have to start doing some dying over on Gambit, because they need to buy space for this Terrorblade. Now that his triangle has been taken over as well, yeah, we're going to get a smoke here. You gotta kick these dire scum out of your jungle.
Oh, but it's a good ward. They're going to see the Conjure image. Smoke's breaking all around already by Pantomime with the Scurry. A three-man Bushwhack, a thing of beauty. Dame's even considering going back on in. We've got Yamich and Cheshire Cat bringing the Spiderlings back on over, and Lorenoff in trouble underneath the Sentry. Tornado will find him. The swap out, but it's only going to be a limp, lifeless corpse Kips that they bring back of the Lina. Afterlife now is going to pop the Ravage, but IOTW, he's not anywhere nearby. There's no follow-up. It might save the life of Afterlife. That's not if Cheshire Cat has anything to say about it, though, as he will bring the Spiderlings onto Afterlife, quickly realizing they don't do that much damage, but there's a little bit more magic damage courtesy of the team. Can they get this kill? There they go. Just needed another spawn Spiderlings to find and finish the job. That does not bode well for ASM.GMB here, Kips. That was, as you say, a desperation ravage, but that was a very necessary smoke play that they had to get something out of.
Yep, and surprisingly enough, because they don't have the vision, even though this seems to be the team with the initiation advantage, you can see that when Winstrike is just positioned up and holding, it is very, very hard for Gambit to actually get the kind of fight that they want. Or I should say the fight that they need.
Yeah.
Because this Drow has been playing up, and you could see even in that fight that she was constantly sort of mirroring the TB's positioning, pushing him away from the center of the fight, just making sure that there was no way that he could contribute.
Yeah, very true. I also think Cheshire Cat is doing this playing up thing that you're speaking about. Like he's not really doing. I mean, I should note though, bottom lane is not that pushed, and I think that's because he's playing up, right? He wants to be in their face. He wants to make sure that, hey, I'm an issue. You're gonna have to uproot me. Until then, what farm is safe for you on the map? I mean, Lornoff's going all the way top lane to
certainly
split
not
push.
the middle.
Certainly not the mid lane. No, not at all, Kips. Afterlife, he can tell you that one for sure now.
Oh, that's just tilting. They're gunning for him, and that's the worst part is that he knows he's the one that they shouldn't be able to gun for. He's the safeguard. He's the one that they should be afraid of. Right now, Winstrike aren't afraid of him.
No, they are not. And I think it very clearly shows. That's Vessel now completed. Problematic item for Tide, right? Because although he does eventually dispel it, especially with Kraken Shell Max, it's not a fun situation for him. Look at Duraccio hunting after ILTW. Yeah, he's going to be happy to have gotten out of there after he sees the multi-shots coming through.
Oh, yeah. And I think, you know, that standoff, Winstrike just pulled the trigger faster under the table.
They did. Yeah, that
Gambit's
they did.
bleeding and clutching their leg. This is not looking good.
They're going to try and go to, not the hospital right next to the street that you'd expect them to go to. They're going to go to, actually, the hospital occupied by enemy forces here and try and set up some vision here. I like these wards from them. They're wards just to maintain vision here. If you need to fight over them, they might give you the advantage. But once again, Afterlife in this mid lane, with the Hooded Defiance, they'll burn his mana. They'll take a lot of his life here with the Vessel, but they won't take his life, at least this time. And ASM.GMB,
counter move.
yeah, with Moonlight Shadow, but the Tornado catching your two initiators as well, so they're going to have to use the Ravage. What can we get out from this now? Dame, the arrow will find him, LSA to pick off the kill, but here comes Cheshire Cat and Pantomime now from behind as they've deleted Immersion from the fight. G's going to be taken down, terrorized, and killed off as Afterlife, at least on the high ground. Can he get a crucial miss? He's got one, but not enough to save his life. He will fall. Yamich now right on top of ILTW. There's so much damage. The Sunder's going to come through as the Curse Crown couldn't stun him fast enough, but they still have Duraccio here for the core-to-core matchup to shred him to pieces. It's a 1-for-4 trade. ASM.GMB, they just can't get anything going their way here, Kips.
They really can't. LTW, I think he should just get out the moment he sees the Drow showing up for the fight. That's the only reason why they take it, right? They're pretty sure the Drow's not there, so they get their good Ravage in, they get the Invoker kill. But after that, the tank's just empty and the damage shows up.
Yeah, the tank's empty. I think that's a good way to put it. And it's really, you know, if we investigate what emptied the tank, we'll find just one arrow in there for marksmanship, won't we? I mean, it's really that's the issue. And now we've even got a couple of buffs here for Duraccio to make him even scarier if he wasn't already. We're going to have another one here, because I was just referring there to the Alacrity, as here comes now the first Aegis of the game into his inventory. My goodness, I mean, Winstrike, they're really feeling it this game. Dame's not even going to go for the Midas. He's just going to go straight into the the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, love it. They know that they have an advantage right now, and they've just been pressing it constantly. It's like, you know, when you have like a mean older sister or something, and they see that you're bruised, they're going to be pressing it, pressing it.
The twisting the knife, so to speak.
Exactly.
That's what my sister did to me. No, of course not. My sisters were excellent. But no, you're totally right. To me, this is always like professional players recognizing we don't really need to play this late, you know? And that is the scary part to me, is it's like, we don't even need to scale. We can scale and still beat you, but we don't even need to. We're just going to go ahead and close this one out a little bit faster and keep the foot on the gas, not even giving you a chance to fight us in the late game.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Exactly. Now this attempt from Afterlife to get attention over on the side lane, it is going to work for now, but only because I think Winstrike has gotten everything that they wanted. out of the enemy side of the map. We got the Brute positioned on top with a nice ward.
Oh,
and now,
Afterlife. Yeah, he's been trapped trying to split push. G, at least out of the gust range, gets the swap, as he will have to nobly sacrifice himself. They're going to try and set up, though, for Duracho. He still has his second life, though. If they can get a clean getaway here, Kips, I think they'd be happy with it, but they've lost ILTW elsewhere on the map. Dame has picked them off, and now he's coming to join the fight. Sunstrike here with the marksmanship. Procs are just not enough damage here to take out the Lina. Not exactly the clean getaway that we're looking for, Kips, but at least we've dispatched of the Aegis.
Better than nothing for sure. And they forced the entire enemy team to move over to this side of the map where not only did they not have the wave pushed out or anything, they also don't have vision control in this jungle. So now Winstrike are going to have to decide if they move back to mid, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Or if they want to take over the bottom jungle as well. But no, they go straight back to their vision. Straight back to their home of power. They still have this ward behind the tower that's not been dewarded.
Well, not yet anyway. Lornoff, having respawned, is going to BOT's back top lane, quickly realizes that lane is far too pushed out in their spider webs here. This is not a very safe area, but then I beg, it begs the question, where is safe farm?
You gotta go for this draw kill right now and just suspect that there's people in your triangle. Because you can see her on the Radiant ward on the bottom side.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have very much vision. I highlighted these wards earlier. We've got a ward here, by the way, as well.
MLS either.
In their jungle, but here they go into the triangle then. ILTW is kind of leading the charge. Afterlife following suit, and they're going to make the jump here onto the TB. Does not have Mantis Isle. He's 50 gold short. Kips. The swap at least will save his life, and instead, G's going to have to tank the Sunstrike. He will be taken down. ILTW is going to be able to at least get up onto the high ground, and now we have the Mantis style. At least, if he can get his courier into the secret shop, that is.
Let's see if he can sneak it over there. It's going to be a fraught and perilous quest, I'm afraid.
Yeah, especially with the Broodmother here. I'm surprised we don't just leave a Spiderling here to say, oh, there goes the courier, right? It's like throwing an SCV towards the enemy base just to see what they're doing. So there's a scan. ILTW, he's going to make the trip himself. I think he recognizes if he loses this Mantis Isle, if he doesn't get this ultimate orb, he can't even. Yeah, he can't play the game. My goodness, and they almost ended it there here as the tornado's just shy of sweeping him up. Afterlife, at least he's snuck pretty far away. He's keeping this top tier 2 tower alive, granted only on 130 HP, just by sneaking on over and cutting wave. So he's able to find a little bit of farm as Enigma.
Smoke break from Pantomime here.
They want more. They just have to ignore the squirrel, don't they, Kips? It looks silly,
yeah,
but they just have. They can't stop for him. They're on more important business, and unfortunately, that business has just left town as Duracho completes the TP to the tier 2 tower.
As soon as they walk into the sentry range, the jig is up, and the Drow gets off scot-free, even though she was pretty alone there. That's just good support positioning.
Absolutely. Absolutely, that's just one of those annoying things that a Hoodwink can do for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't even take the death.
One of the best in the game, it's breaking smokes.
Yeah, up there, definitely. Nyx, unheard of hero. Bounty Hunter, used to be one of the better ones as well.
What's that?
What's that? What is that? Well, we're gonna sweep on through ASM.GMB. At least there's no webs here. Maybe it's safe to fight. They can expect no vision. They've had success here before. But Winstrike are on the way over. There is going to be Dame kicking it off, trying to get this BKB out from Lornoff. He's going to go ahead and just hold on to that one for now as the arrow does find Dame, but enemies coming from behind. Here's Duracho as well. The silence onto Mirana as the sharpshooter will pick him off. There's going to be Cataclysm. Not going to find too many people. Oh, terrorized, though, almost connecting. I think the TP away was going to be in time regardless, but ILTW... Yeah, he has been left behind. He had to cancel the TP. I suspect he was right in that Cataclysm kind of hotbed of 4 Sunstrike, so he has no choice but to die. And there's the GG call. ASM.GMB will tap out.
Yeah, this is a perfectly fine place to tap out. You haven't had the space to make plays ever since the laning stage broke down, really. They were just a little bit late to save their bottom tower, and then everything sort of cascades from there. The Tidehunter is a good counter pick, but it just has to hold the fort for too long while the other cores try and get some damage and survivability going. And in the meantime, Cheshire Cat just runs amok. And excellent play from Duracho as well. Really liked seeing him turn up to these fights time and time again, because he knows they don't have any counterplay to him.
Yeah, I agree. It was... you used the term like what was it, playing up, and I really liked that because it's just like it's still farming, right? You're not just like idling around looking for a fight. He's still farming the map. He still ends with almost double the net worth of, well, not quite ILTW, but a couple of other heroes, right? Because he's still farming. He's playing up in the sense that he's taking your farm. He's forcing the issue, come fight me. Even though I'm just a Drow Ranger 20 minutes into the game, you still can't kill me because of the power of family and the team here behind Winstrike that were just a little bit too strong, honestly, right? They just didn't let it go from the early game. And I had an inkling Cheshire Cat could have made this one happen, and he did. I honestly, I doubted the Winstrike lineup, honestly, because it felt like if ASM.GMB were able to find that initial kind of, I think you recall, I think they smoked at like 14, 15, 16 minutes in to try and boot them out, and then the fight went horribly. If they were able to at least draw them closer to even in a fight like that, they possibly could have, gotten a little bit of space in this chokehold and gotten back into this game. But, oof, it was rough.
It really was. I think that their reliance on just the Tidehunter pick was in the end what did them in. I would have liked to see maybe a different hero from Immersion, or maybe put Delina on a support role and get a different mid, something that could also engage into the Drow as opposed to be a damage dealer from afar, which is, well, as we saw, one of them definitely reigns supreme here in terms of damage from afar.
Absolutely. We'll see if we are going to have Winstrike reign supreme over ASM.GMB here, as we are going to be going to a short break. When we come back, though, around 10 minutes, we'll be live with our second draft in this final series here for the Dota 2 Champions League. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the Dota 2 Champions League, everyone. We're now live with draft number 2 between Winstrike and ASM.GMB in what is going to be our final draft of the day. Already a couple of heavy hitters out here, Kip, so I'll skip the formalities and the introductions. And my goodness, I just can't believe we have another game for Cheshire Cat Broodmother.
Yeah, this is really one of those no, we can beat it kind of moments for the Gambit. Of course, they bring out the first phase Luna now, which for one deals a lot better with the Broodmother in the lane because of course you have a range matchup and a lot of magic damage harass coming in, as well as just good tower taking tempo of her own if you can play up. But at the same time, it's still Cheshire Cat Broodmother. He's still going to get active on the map and push down your towers a lot earlier than you'll want to make your moves. So I'm hoping that they have a little bit more than just the Luna in their pocket. That said, of course, this is the ILTW strength. This is... If ILTW wants to win a game, he picks Luna. So at the very least, we know that they have some intentions for this game.
They've got intentions. I like where that one's at. Winstrike with the Lina. Yeah, this Tusk pick as well, I think, is a little bit more flexible than, say, like the save that a Vengeful Spirit brings you. So I like that as well. It's not a hero we've seen a whole lot, but once again, it is a hero that does very well against Alina, isn't it? So it's another one of these picks for this game, right? Where, yes, I'll call your bluff still, right? And the Tusk, not as strong as it used to be, I think, is going to be a big selling point here for Lina. But nonetheless, being able to close the gap and bringing your entire team along with you isn't something that particularly Lina is going to be too excited about.
All of this great chase potential that you're setting yourself up with. I mean, one of the things that we talked about in the break is that I thought that Gambit just didn't have any playmaking potential left over. After their tide got so, well, locked down in that kind of narrow strip of the jungle where you had to patrol. So this is definitely a way to avoid that same fate.
Okay.
From your plus 4.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like that, right? Because now you have more playmaking potential. It felt like that game potentially we could have gotten to a point, maybe not in this universe, but maybe in an alternative universe where ASM.GMB do boot Winstrike out of the jungle and successfully, maintain some semblance of control over the map, that we could have seen G step up into that role a little bit later. But the fact of the matter is we never got there, and until then it was just a pipe dream, right? So it's with the Tusk, I think it's a lot more likely, especially from range. Even like some good ice shards, I think, which is low commitment, can be good enough sometimes to go, oh, that's pretty good. They're in an awkward spot. Let's go for a fight. And now we're in for another treat here. It's two classic heroes here, Kips, isn't it? ILTW Luna and the Lornoff Invoker.
So a lot of team fight control coming out from them now as well. In general, a big leap ahead here on the team fight front. Winstrike would have to pick some pretty serious team fighters in order to catch up. That said, though, Winstrike did take out the Mars, which is a pick that I was actually surprised to not see come out in the last game. I think the Mars is the best possible threat to have on the field versus the Broodmother. So a little bit more defensive there. And the Mirage. Can I just admit it? I don't like Mirana all that much. I love her to play myself. But that's because you sort of have no real task and no real responsibilities. You get some farm, you buy some items, you hit some arrows, you're like, yes, I'm contributing. But I don't feel like it does anything. And that makes it a decent pick for this phase of the draft, where, you're picking stuff to see what Gambit is going to come up with. But you're not actually formulating a plan of your own either.
Okay. I get what you're going for. I think... I think it's still up to Winstrike. Like, I agree, Mirana's a bit of a blank slate in that way, right? But you can paint some very pretty pictures, and I've watched a couple of Bob Ross. You can get some almighty mountains. You got to get the evergreen tree in there. And I think Mirana is where this all starts, right? Because I agree, on your own, it's not like it's, oh no, it's Mirana. Can she 1v5? No, the answer is no. She can't do that, right? Not a lot of heroes can, granted, but definitely not a Mirana. It's not in her tool set. But she can give you some nice benefits, right? Good follow up. I think Moonlight Shadow is really, really good. And Arrow is just so darnly stupidly strong, in my opinion. Like, it can give you some things. So we'll see where Winstrike can kind of take it from here, because it does need something more, right? I mean, outside of modern art museums, you can't just sell a blank white palette, right? We need something more for this.
Yeah, it has so much potential.
Exactly, right, Kips? Exactly. Okay. And there's the Spectre with it. To me, this is counterintuitive, though, right? Because I was just kind of talking about how, oh, you know, you can move S5 with the smoke, and it's like everyone's a Nyx assassin with Moonlight Shadow. But Spectre doesn't care for this. She's going to farm elsewhere and just haunt into fight. So this seems like it's not the worst thing. It's not like it's counter synergy, but it seems like it's unnecessary because Broodmother's another one of these heroes who just runs around freely and does what she wants. So maybe this is more of a blank slate than I gave it credit for.
Yeah, like they have both of these heroes that are going to be pushing out waves over on the side, and then they should have a core of 3 heroes, I guess, with the Lina and the Mirana, and then a +1. They're going to need a playmaking core for the third one. This mid lane is going to have to do a lot of work. So I'm hoping that 19 Dame does not end up on this Lina, because if he does, then I don't see how they're going to once again take over the game like they did in the first one. And you gotta pressure that Luna. You gotta at least challenge her for him somewhat if you want to make sure that she is not one that's taking over. So, yeah, feels like a very, very much a alright, pick a spirit hero here kind of situation to me. It's gonna be hard playing any of them into the amount of reactive abilities that Gambit have, though, between the Invoker's disruptive abilities and then the Hoodwink.
I would think Avoid. Yeah, Avoid strikes me the best just because he's the fastest to get in and out. He's limited in his range, of course, compared to his. Actually, do you know they're not brothers? Apparently, Void Spirit's their uncle, allegedly. Someone told me this, and they were like, I love them. Don't get me wrong. If you're listening, I love you. But like, you're a big nerd, right? So like, I believe him. I believe him, right? But exactly. I like him.
Has to be a big nerd.
Oh, okay. So they go with the Grim instead. Is this a core Lina then? Right? I'm assuming.
So you can hear my enthusiasm. How about Core Mirana instead? I'd much prefer the Core Mirana because you have actual ways to get out if you get ganked by the Tusk and the Hoodwink, as well as getting clear of the Invoker. You have more chase potential, and generally you have more moves to make as a Mirana, and I think that's something that's desperately needed here. Can put the Inkswell on top of you as well.
Okay, I like the sound of that actually. I like the sound of that.
I like it much more than the Lina.
Yeah, I still would have, I think, liked the Void. Okay, it's probably good they didn't go for the Void. Mirana's still going to suffer to this regardless, though. As will Dame in the mid lane, because it's actually going to be the core Lina, maybe to your chagrin.
Versus the Kunkka.
Like, wait, apologies. I'm a fool. Of course, it's Lorne off mid lane. I saw Kunkka last pick. It's for Afterlife in the off lane. Apologies.
But no, as soon as the Kunkka pick comes out, you don't pick the Mirana anymore because you're toast. Like, the X marks will screw you over every single time, so not about to happen anymore. Good catch on that Kunkka for the Broodmother as well. I really like Kunkka in games versus Broodmother. So they have a better lane versus her this time, and they still have another hero that they can move around to deal with the Broodmother's movements later on. It's I don't want to say more of the same, because the laning stage is super important here. But the game plan does strike me as suspiciously similar to the first one for Gambit.
Yeah, it does. It does. I would say in this case, though, that Winstrike, and this is a benefit for ASM Gambit, they're much more cooldown dependent, right? Drow Ranger, you get level 6, and you're just limited by how fast you can shoot those puppies. But here, Duracho is going to need... He can only join fights with Haunts, right? Especially early. He's not coming to fights before then, unless he's farming a camp nearby and he can play Janitor and clean up a fight, which is, in that case, anyone else would do in that scenario, right? Exactly. So, yeah, it does seem very similar, though. I'd agree with you on that. That being said, though, which draft do you give the edge then here?
Well, I liked the possibilities of Gambit in the first game, and I'm just going to go for them again. But this game, because the carry matchup is so much better. Winstrike do not have a Spectre that they can, a hero that they can move opposite the enemy's carry and say, sorry, you don't get to play anymore. LTW laughs in your face. So, Gambit, for me, And this Luna is the one that's going to have to do it, but she definitely can.
Okay, I'd like to see it get it done. It's going to be... What do you think, a late game Luna? Because we had a late game Luna versus a late game Spectre, and actually the Luna was able to take the win. Hold that thought while you're thinking about that. We've got a little bit of a fight. Yeah, nice old 5v5 fight breaking out. Immersion, he's the one to take the worst of it, but he's still alive for now. Dyrachyo chasing him down the cliffs with this beautiful Spectre Arcana. Last little stroke of fate. It's not going to connect, so everyone's going to make it out alive. Bruised and hurt, especially if you're Tusk, but otherwise alive.
Know your place.
And no vision placed. Yeah, Immersion's going to just have to plop that one down on his side of the river. He's not going to get it to the other shore.
Will not. But yeah, we've seen like the Luna versus Spectre matchup today, even with somehow Luna taking it late game. It was very, very shocking. But where do you think? That's not my question so much. My question is like, when is go time then for ASM Gambit? Not necessarily in terms of like items or like a minute, but like what needs to happen? Like what boxes need to be checked for them to be able to go up high ground and look to end the game?
They need a good game out of either the Kunkka or the Invoker, I'd say. Like, especially offlane Kunkka is a little bit of a fraud kind of hero because you become sort of a melee creep if your lane doesn't work out for you.
Okay.
So I definitely think that how much we're getting out of this Kunkka is going to determine how comfortable Gambit is going to be with grouping up earlier.
Yeah, that makes sense. I do like seeing the Kunkka back in the meta. I prefer him in the offlane role, because anytime I see him mid, he just lacks damage eventually. Like, he's the master of control, but especially versus a Spectre, not so much versus a Lina, you're going to be taking... my goodness, that's such a long voice line. Sorry, I got so distracted.
It's so distracting.
So much control right on the Kunkka, but he lacks damage. So I do like him in this offlane position, despite him, having some pretty bad matchups, especially with the plethora of ranged heroes that we see so much in the safe lane these days.
This is going to be fine for him though, and he's going to get a decent amount of harass out over on Dyrachyo as Phantomam.
Oh. Yeah, nicely done there. Just kept the vision with, of course, the Spectral Dagger. Made that one relatively easy, and now comes the tip here pretty early on. First blood bonus then into the pockets of the supports.
He's even brought himself clarity. He's going to ship himself a whole lot more because, yeah, otherwise it's not really worth staying in the lane. You should probably deny yourself instead, but he's got the recovery for now. That's a great start.
And speaking of starts, this time Cheshire Cat not off to such a great one down bottom as he was versus the Terrorblade. ILTW with Lucent Beam level 1s, yeah, eager to keep him at bay. Hard to really make use of tag team, though, versus the Broodmother. That at least is a big advantage, even when, of course, Ice Shards get up, because you just, take the webs.
Yep.
So that's not at least anything too nicely here. So it's a lot up to ILTW to make his own space in this lane. Same can be said of Yamich, who had Leap there, but just, nerves of steel, not wasting any of the charges or the mana yet.
No, of course not. Like, in this lane, I think Immersion is going to hold the tag team for the slowdown if they manage to, or I should say, if Winstrike decide to actually go onto ILTW, and then they turn around with the extra slow and the extra punching power, because if he doesn't keep that, then if they use it for an aggressive try, then the same goes for Winstrike. They can just turn it around on them. It's all about who decides to go aggressive first here. And they're gonna suffer most likely.
Yeah, there's good abilities to turn
well.
for both sides, right?
Exactly.
Dame is off to a roaring start in this mid lane. My goodness, 8 denies already here. What, we've had 6, 7 creep waves mid lane, and he's got 8 denies? That's impressive. He's denied a full 2 of them.
That is pretty crazy. Sorry, I'm wrestling with my game stats here for some reason. Yeah, there we go. We didn't get my last hits up.
Not a favorable stat here. Actually, they get ILTW down bottom while I'm looking at the CS mid. Good damage in by the Lina here, but Invoker with plenty of stats should be able to shrug him off. I suspect Arrow into just plenty of damage. Actually, damage into the Arrow. And without Snowball, not much Immersion can do here to break the gap. I mean, actually, even with Snowball, I think this early on, it's not really enough to get the Luna out of here.
It really is not. I imagine that tag team was still on the edge of being on CD. It's pretty long cooldown. That means you just can't turn.
A bit more difficult. They're gonna look damaged for now onto CHAMPIONS, but yeah, again, he just goes over shards. You can't catch a Broodmother like that. He'll just go right over those things. So, oh, and the clarity canceled to boot here for Immersion is a rather unfun laning stage here now for him. This one's turning into. Again, Yamich, he's totally fine, holding on to the leap charges, and after that kill, he's got the full Urn of Shadow. So bot lane, for now, going decent for Winstrike. It was a bit of a rougher start. In we go again, though. This time, we're a little bit more successful with the tag team, as they're looking for damage. There's a kill top lane, but we'll stick bottom for now, where Cheshire Cat is going to be able to get the kill here onto Immersion. ILTW looking for the kill in return, and oh no, the movement through the trees. ILTW, unfortunately, left without a counter kill here. As not going to get anything, but they do end up skirmishing top lane, and they pick up a kill here. Yet another one here, I should say, onto our position for Grimstroke. Or 5 Grimstroke, pardon me. That was for Winstrike.
5, yeah. They're okay with him tanking some of the hits if it means that Dyrachyo gets to have a safe lane, but...
Not quite the case. Not quite the case here. It's going to be a couple of pretty quick deaths here for Winstrike, especially in top lane. I mean, actually, you know, it's funny enough. You know, I spoke about how Spectre and even the Broodmother have got free pathing this game, but actually, the Kunkka's X is a real big problem for them, isn't it? Marana,
yeah, it
inclusive. It's a powerful ability.
They don't get to disengage in this game as much as they did in the previous one, which is one of the big problems for Gambit previously, that they couldn't get a grasp on the Winstrike lineup, even if they overextended. Yeah,
that one play comes to mind when we had a really great smoke break from Winstrike, but with the Hoodwink, and then they just chase after. They know where Drow is because they've got a good ward up, but they just can't get to her in time, right? Having some sort of long-range catch, especially here with Torrents, could be pretty nice. And this time they've got the Invoker themselves, right? So that Tornado could always go a long way, especially when it's a Quas Wex build. And speaking of Quas Wex, he's got the Urn up already here for Loranoff. I love watching Loranoff play this Invoker. He's among one of my favorites to watch. Usually first points in the Exort, will like to finish off the Vessel. Pretty standard stuff here. And maybe he's even one of the ones to set the standard here for the Invokers, as he will deny away the Invis Rune.
No use for him, but that means that Dame, of course, does not get to refill the bottle. Disappointing.
Top lane, Pantomime fighting versus G. These two constantly butting heads as Pantomime is trying to defend his courier. There's going to be the Torrent into the X with a little Acorn shot to boot. G's got the damage for the kill, and off into the trees he goes. Dyrachyo will give chase. That red scythe of his, looking for it, looking, but he's going to be left looking for a while here, as he's not going to find it. And instead, they get another kill down bottom onto ILTW. Immersion was off pulling the creeps, and it looks like they just take that opportunity to close the gap and get the kill.
Yep, absolutely murder him, and this is the time for
Afterlife, top. Oh, Dame. Sorry to cut you off there, Kips, but that's a big rotation here, as Dame's going to be successful with his first rotation. As the arrow finds ILTW back bottom as soon as he TP's back in. Cheshire Cat's up to level 6.
He went back bottom.
So he's got a lot of damage. Snowball is going to save him a bit here, but he can only go so far. It is going to buy them a lot of time, but with all the Spiderlings down here, they can tank this tower. They can go a dive in. Put on your goggles, because here we go. ILTW, he's going for a big swim here, much against his will. Immersion's going to be caught by another arrow here from Yamich. The Spiderlings doing the chip damage here. At least he does dodge the oh, that was a Silken Bola, not even the spawn Spiderlings. So yeah, he is going to have a fresh brood pop out of his dead body. 2 more kills for Cheshire Cat.
I'm sorry, but there's no way you teleport back to that lane. The Brood hits 6 after killing you, the lane's gone. Like, the only one who can be here is Afterlife, who has shown up on time to defend the bottom tower this time around. Look at those spiders go splat.
Oh,
you'll have to see it.
Yeah, he opens up a can of raid here, but Cheshire Cat's trying to open up a can of whoop-ass now with the Insatiable Hunger. Immersion's back.
Bad idea.
This could be a lot of damage. A couple of Spiderlings are here. There's X into the boat. Absolutely no backup here either for Cheshire Cat, as he is tossed one way, which way, this way, that way, and finally killed off. Mid lane, though, in a bit of trouble is Loranoff. Oh, but just outside of the sentry here, despite landing the arrow. They don't have the detection for him.
Yeah, that's really very good. If there's action on 2 sides of the map and you come out alive on both ends, excellent. So they get to keep that middle tower. The Broodmother has been kept over the bottom tower. This is a huge slowdown, something that Gambit did not have going for them in the previous game. And the longer they can hold this tower, the Winstrike might have to bring other heroes. Yeah, there they come.
Yep.
in order to help the Brute punch through this tower. Otherwise, you just don't get the Brute map control out of him.
Yeah, we need
This
to
is a mistake
enable...
that-
Oh, go ahead.
Exactly. There's a mistake that some teams make, right? They just keep playing away from the Brute because that's what you do, even if the Brute hasn't punched through the bottom tower yet.
No, yeah,
Like,
exactly. You need to enable the Space Maker, right? That's what Winter always
Exactly.
told me. It's especially when we were in such a Timber Saw heavy patch. It's a Timber and Spectre, actually, funny enough, who we've still
Yeah.
seen a couple of Spectres. It's not about securing the Spectre start. It's about the Timber start.
Exactly. You need to help them help you. Ooh, arrow
Oh.
misses though.
That's a big one. LSA will still find him. Oh, Laguna Blade, plenty of damage, and unfortunately, the one ring of health is not going to be enough sustain here to keep Afterlife alive. It was a lot costlier than they thought, especially because they're going to lose a kill top lane. That's going to be courtesy of ILTW. Rotations are coming, though.
They're so
as
low.
Under the cover of Moonlight Shadow, they might just pick him off here with the Starstorm, and indeed, down he goes, refilling the urn of the Morana.
I don't like saying this, but I don't think LTW is on top of his game today. Like, the teleport towards bottom is the play of someone who thinks he can get away with more than he can. And staying around on such low HP on the tower as well. It's like, anyone could come in.
Yeah, quite literally almost anyone. I mean, Lina TP's in, throws a Dragon Slave at you, and you're dead, right? And you don't know if she's going for BOTs yet. She's been around the map a little bit and hasn't revealed her next item yet. Although now, with the Void Stone, she has told us here with Dame's Lina, it's going to be the Yule Scepter here for her.
Step lively now.
It's going to be good to set up some kills, which is something that they sorely need. I think they lack that playmaking kind of potential. They don't have a setup for the arrow either. There's a couple of good reasons to take it, especially because a Gambit is going to be coming for them anyway. I don't think you have to run to find him.
Oh, the Inkswell stun still actually nicks Afterlife. He's got Boat, but of course the Phantom's not going to let him throw it. In it comes now here. Actually, that's the Torrent, pardon me, but that's going to result in a two-man Soulbind. The Haunt is Duracho. He was farming the Ancients. Fresh Blade Mail for him as he comes in from the Fountain. He's going to go right over that Ice Wall and find another kill. Lornoff with the EMP burns the mana of Dame. Without a catch here, any source of catch on Duracho, he's going to be left alive. As they might just look to push him away from mid lane, but a nice play there from Winstrike. Great effort. I have to really, really commend G with an awesome bushwhack, but regrettably it just wasn't enough. It was a good time to smoke for Winstrike.
Absolutely. And they've already set up here. Pantomime had his wards with him. He's going to place this one a little bit off on the side, but this is all about enabling that Brute to do the exact same thing as previous
Sharpshooter
game.
missed mid lane though, Kips. Tornado will not, but there's not enough damage. Snowball. X-Mark is going to be for Yamich. He's going to toss the arrow. It's going to connect onto Afterlife, but 3 heroes in the Snowball. They had redundant damage there. And speaking of damage, how about a little uppercut for you? And speaking of uppercuts, pardon me, up into the Torrent you will go, Yamich, but the leaps away, of course, straight over the Ice Wall, and off and away he goes. A bit of a scary moment there, but definitely bullied out, which is going to allow ILTW and this Alacrity Siege Wagon to take the Tier 1 mid.
Fast Smoke, are they going to hunt the Spider? They have full Lunar Blessing. This is an excellent moment for them to go. I'm not sure if they get the catch. The Cheshire Cat smells trouble.
He smells trouble because, unfortunately, for the likes of Gambits, they smoked right underneath not only one, but probably 2 wards here. So a good mid lane ward coverage here is going to get Cheshire Cat out of what otherwise would have been a very deadly time for him. Gambit are going to find themselves empty-handed here. Is there an opportunity for some counterplay? I feel like we want to wait for Dame to finish off the Yules before we think about smoking with this Moonlight Shadow, right?
Definitely, as well as wait for another Haunt.
Yeah, that's a good point. And while we wait for that Haunt, might as well use this Blade Mail to farm another stack of the Ancients. That's going to help get you towards this Yasha. But in they go already with the Moonlight Shadow. Yules is not yet delivered. It's on the way, but they've gone just barely before. They might be able to connect this kill into Afterlife. The arrow's going to find him. Inks will stun, the Phantom Rend, and the Laguna Blade, everything thrown at him, just to make sure they can pick up the kill. As the Yules will now be fetched by the courier. Lornoff running. That's a haste on Dame. It means he's going to be able to outrun this Snowball. Oh, not actually. But that doesn't leave Tusk in a great position. He's going to go ahead and just sidestep that Tornado real quick. And there's going to be now the 2-man Soulbind. Alina's going to give chase as the Spiderlings closing the gap. They're going to go first for Immersion as Lornoff trying to escape under the cover of the Ghost Walk. Unfortunately, they got the Dusk for him. Oh my goodness, the Spiderlings so fast through that Ice Wall. And the damage is here. Lina, like a howitzer, is just going to go ahead and throw a couple of softballs his way. And that's going to be 2 kills for Dame. Cheshire Cat going for more. He
just
wants the
chasing.
squirrel, but there's a fight here. Afterlife has respawned. Dame's going to throw him up into the Cyclone and come back with a stun, but instead, Afterlife's going to throw a boat back at him. That's plenty of damage, and Dame unfortunately unable to escape then, as ILTW elsewhere will find Pantomime. So that is going to be maybe a little bit too long of a fight there for Winstrike, because it started off real nice, and you even got a couple of extra free kills, but ended up a little bit too deep.
That was a little bit too fragmented, and again, with that X marks on the board, you can't just hope to escape out of these situations that you create for yourself. Afterlife, did he spot him?
Oh, wow. Wow. Yep, Dame with the tip on that one. That's a Broodmother player right there. That's the moves that only Broodmother spammers know, right? Because that's the stuff you practice in your pubs.
Oh yeah.
The delicious.
Their move speed and their vision, exactly.
Love to see it here, just right around the way. And that is going to get him out of dodge. Once again, the second time we've rotated, you know, a significant amount of resources from Gambit to try and kill this spider. It's going to be unsuccessful this time around yet again.
It's such a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because if you don't stop off this spider, this is her home. That's a quarter of the map. You can't just afford to give that to her. Already got that pipe underway.
Afterlife has got the full Crimson Guard here, by the way. He upgraded that Vanguard. Great item here to withstand a lot of the Cheshire Cat's burst damage with the Spiderlings, as he's going to join the rest of his team, currently smoked and covered up. I believe G did end up breaking the smoke of Dame, but they've probably recognized, especially because they just played with the Squirrel on their team, that a Squirrel has broken their smoke, so they'll have to give up the chase for now. Setting up wards at least in their midst, as they're going to get a D ward here onto the ward that ASM.GMB has. They're fighting underneath now the vision of Winstrike as the Haun's coming in. The boat, good damage here, but it's only onto Phantom. He still gets off the soul bind as Immersion tanking a lot of this fight here. Dyrachyo, though, with great damage, will find his mana burn by the EMP of Valorinov, but Cheshire Cat does a great job of holding the rest of Gambit back. Now Gambit are freed onto Afterlife, who finds himself stunned by the arrow. Wand charges keep him alive a little bit longer, as they have broken the Spectre now using that sharpshooter, but she's still on in after Afterlife as they get another big stun. ILTW low on HP, pulled in by the snowball, gonna try and live through this one. Starstorm not gonna come through, but it's not gonna matter because Cheshire Cat has thrown the Broodlings his way to find the kill, and this is probably gonna be a tier 2 tower off the back of this for Winstrike. What a fight.
Excellently done by them. Their positioning during that Crimson Guard really made sure that there was no real way for Gambit to use that moment of strength to get any kills. And then as soon as the Crimson Guard is over, well, but this is what happens.
Oh, Lorinov got caught by that one too. Oh no, this Cheshire Cat's so fast. They will at least get the kill. The tower is going to punish him for it. But that is a well worth trade. He's the only one to die in that fight, Kips.
Absolutely brutal.
That's,
once again, Afterlife is the key to the game, but I can't seem to maneuver him into the right position.
yeah, pardon me. I really enjoyed, I think it was Cheshire Cat's positioning in that fight, right? Just kind of staving away the rest of Gambit. He's like, well, you guys have Vanguard, but I'm still a scary spider. Just kind of making sure that the rest of the team was able to dispatch of the Kunkka. And as soon as he's gone, we don't have boat buff anymore. We don't have Torrent and X to, you know, keep heroes out of position or to bring them back into fights. And the fight's a lot less scary at that point for Winstrike. So I really, really like their execution here. They're on top of things. Can they get on top of this Roche, though?
Well, that's a good arrow to start things off with.
It is, but without Haunt, it's a bit hard to rally the troops here. Spectre is going to have that back up in 30 seconds. In the meantime, ASM.GMB will take to smoking. Bad habit, of course, but let's see if it can get them a good kill here as Cheshire Cat caught by the cold snap. The Vessel, the Pipe of Insight is through, but there's just way too much damage there. Dame with a DD rune might look for an opportunity to fight. He's a bit low on the mana, but sipping on the bottle, he'll get himself fulled up here relatively quickly. It's Haunt's now up in 10 more seconds. We did use Boat for the kill. No buyback though on Cheshire Cat as another arrow finds ILTWG. Couldn't get in front of it long enough. There's going to be now the Arcane Rune, sniped by Yamich. They're going to be able to lift him up into the Tornado. That DD rune though punching right through G as now the Haunt is ready to go. Dyrachyo trying to get onto anyone here. The Snowball at least makes things a bit more difficult. ILTW popping the Eclipse. Yule Scepter actually buys him a little bit more time, but he comes back down to the arrow. Down he will go. 3 dead already for Gambit as Dyrachyo looking for more. But Afterlife and Lorna prove a little bit too slippery as they will be able to escape the clutches of Winstrike. A 45 fight, and there it is. The GG call comes through.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
That's a rough one. What can I say? Like, you can definitely see by some of the moves that especially LTW was making there that I don't think his heart was really in it anymore. Like, they definitely have a better shot in this game, but again, once the Broodmother breaks through that bottom tower, it gets so hard to play the map like you wanted to, and you let that through the draft. You sort of did that to yourself, but at the same time, it is very confrontational to see that, well, dang, the second time we can't do anything about it either. They just help him a little bit more, and then we're in the exact same corner as before.
Yep, absolutely. It was, it looked easy for them as well, didn't it? It looked pretty easy for
very
them.
Natural.
That's what you said in game one. What do you mean by that? I'm very interested if you could elaborate a little bit for me.
I guess when I talk about a game that feels natural is a game where the entire team has a lineup that fits well together and where they sort of help each other out on their power specs, you know? So this guy's strong now, we move with the Broodmother. Now the Spectre has, you know, Manta, Blade Mail Manta up or something. Now we start moving with the Spectre, etc. Sometimes you see teams kind of not knowing what to do, or two parts of the team splitting up and doing different things. You see, I don't know, two cores going for Midas, or only one core going for a BKB. There's a lot of ways in which a Dota team can disconnect. But I felt like these Winstrike players just left a lot of space for each other to say, hey, I need this right now, I need this right now. And as a result, it just looks very natural.
Let me ask you this then, because I think it's easier, the way you describe this, I think it's easier to play this kind of natural play style and let the game kind of just come to you and get in this flow when you're playing your comfort heroes, right? And they gave Cheshire Cat Broodmother twice in a row. Dame on the Lina is a classic, you know. Like, at what stage or to what degree do you think this kind of plays into this kind of natural flow of the game? Was this something ASM.GMB could have done a little bit more about in the draft, or is it just about the draft is whatever, and we need to play against them?
No, like, you definitely take out the Broodmother here, especially after how fast you go under on the first game.
Okay. I suspected as much, because that to me, right, like the way you talked about it, Cheshire Cat was just like, oh, game one, I'm going to do the same thing here, right? I need a little bit more help from the team, but like you were saying, it all lined up for them anyway here, and it just felt like a clean game of Dota 2, just business as usual for Winstrike, and Gambit, just like yesterday, a closer fight in game one, and game number two's, well, just a little bit quicker, wasn't it?
Just a little bit. I can see why you'd feel hopeless versus this lineup again, though. Once again, taking the Luna into the late game versus the Spectre, it can be done, but it's not all that easy. And once again, you're going to be playing Broodmother gaming the entire game long. Yep. I really don't think they felt like it.
No, I think for now, perhaps a bit of fear of spiders developing for ASM Gambit, as and when they look at these replays, I think that's what they're really going to be focusing on, is it's look at this spider, this damn spider doing this, forcing this from us, doing this, and otherwise just making the game a little bit awkward for them. But hey, props to Winstrike for executing on their two drafts, as they will be the victor for today. They get a 2-0 win. Like I said, I'm very happy that this team's now back to mostly its full roster, of course. Rebel currently not on the roster. Who knows if that's permanent or just temporary. Dame, though, a very, very fine stand, and it was more of when they had the three stands at position 1, 2, and 3 that I was a little bit scared for this team's chances in the tournament, but they are playing some clean Dota 2.
They sure are, and I'd like to see them do some more of that, because that just looked very comfortable.
Oh, absolutely. Well, speaking of comfortable, guys, I hope you guys are getting comfortable here on the channel, because we've got plenty more Dota to come here. Not today, but for about the next 2 to 3 weeks we do. So go ahead and drop a follow here on the channel to get notified whenever we go live for the rest of the Dota 2 Champions League Season number 2. And while you're dropping follows, go ahead and follow your casters here. I'm at Twitter, at Single-elimination Dota. Kips?
At Kips Pull. Don't forget the second P. That one always trips people up.
That's a difficult one. And if it's too tricky for you, even just go ahead and type !caster in the chat, and you'll be dropped by 2 friendly little links there to help you get to those pages. And I'm not talking no Legend of Zelda. But for now, we are going to be ending our stream for today, as this was the 3rd and final best of 3. We resume tomorrow, same time, same place, guys, 2 p.m. We are going to be live with 3 more matches. We start off with Fantastic 5 versus the Hellbear Smashers, ASM.GMB taking on the Chicken Fighters, and we wrap up tomorrow with PugChamp versus Unique. Kips, any other closing thoughts or comments today? It was a short one, I know, but anything?
Was a short one. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow night, both you, Richie, as well as the viewers, and praying for some closer games then.
Yeah, we shall see, guys. Until then, on behalf of Kips and myself, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe, and we will catch you tomorrow when the Dota 2 Champions League resumes. Until then.